Good morning, everybody.
Yo.
Oh, oh,
Oh,
what's happened?
what's going on here?
We don't know, mate. Are we back? We're back.
Not sure what just happened there. Something strange just happened. Morning. What's up?
What is good? How you doing, man?
Dude, have you
Fair.
got cream on your face?
Oh, yeah, I have. You know when you got like, I had like an outbreak. So I was wearing a hat yesterday, and I got all sweaty. So I've got like sweat marks along there. So the missus told me to put a Sudocrem on and leave it. And I was like, right, okay, well, I need to make sure I rub it off before stream. Obviously, forgot. Yeah,
Before school. I need to rub it off before school starts.
before school.
Uh, what is going on with our
I have no idea.
screens?
I have not a clue, mate.
Stop it, Remy. Stop it.
Remy's like in the background.
Dude. Welcome to another Monday.
Yes, indeed, it is another manic Monday. Just another manic Monday.
Um,
I need to
what is going on here?
sort my camera out. There you go. That's
Dude,
right.
sorry about that.
What's wrong, man? Sorry, guys. You're just gonna look at my finger for a minute.
Yeah, we do apologize. There's some weirdness happening in the background here.
Lots of weird happenings. Ah! Now you're just looking at my. Now you're just looking at the forehead. Hang on,
What the hell
I'm
is
coming
going
back.
on?
Does anyone know how to like do all this from your PC instead of having to manhandle a camera? There we go. What's good, everybody? How you doing? Good morning to each and every one of you. It always seems to be a Monday morning you get technical difficulties. So
Yeah,
what can you do,
definitely.
man? What can you do? I've had some toast with some cheese on it. I haven't had my morning coffee yet though, but I have now got my mug. Ooh, it's a good coffee too. Why am I so big and close up?
It's because you're a large boy.
Hey, don't fat shame me on stream.
I meant muscular boy.
Good save.
All right. Okay. So it seems as though everything is now
Back to normal.
operating.
Yeah.
Operating. It's operating. It's
I'm a
optimal and
little,
operating. It's operating.
it's optimerating. I'm a little
All
bit sort
right.
of laggy, but
I had to change my browser because just before going live on stream, like everything was lagging. It just didn't want to stop lagging. I don't know why. Change browser.
maybe I'll look at changing browser.
Seems a little bit better. While you're potentially changing your browser, I'm going to say hello to everybody that's in chat. We have Shintu. Good morning to you.
Aye, Captain. What is good, my man?
I can't hear you. We've got Henry in. Good morning from us. Good evening from you.
Good evening.
We've got Badaft saying hello, everyone. Hello to you. We have Trader Dax. I'm assuming you trade US 30. Anyway, good morning, all. Good morning to you.
That was awful. That was so bad.
Trader Dax. He's trading DAX. But if he's not trading DAX, he's trading US 30. Come on, mate. Like, be a part of the conversation.
It's way too Monday for that.
Trader Dax is saying, not the best day for me, banked about 0.75R. How is that not a good day?
Oh
0.75R? You've banked?
Oh no, I earned money.
Oh no, bad day, I've earned money. No, dude, like anytime you can like take a trade and it goes in your way, be happy about it, mate. Be happy.
Even if it doesn't go
Charles,
your way, be happy. Be happy.
just be
Garfield.
happy.
Yeah, Garfield reference. If anyone's wondering why am I doing some finger worm?
Yeah, did you have your lasagna this morning? What's up, mate?
I hate Mondays.
Noticed. Charles Petro saying, morning, good morning to you. We've got Kimmy, 4 p.m. now in Malaysia. Dude, tis a bit late in the eve, isn't it?
Tis but an afternoon. I need to try and make myself your size.
It's going to take a lot of steroids, mate.
A lot of steroids. Well, I've just told Evan to put a burger on me, so...
just eat a burger. James, good morning. As real trades, come on, click it. Good morning, guys. Good morning to you. Ty Keith, good morning. Rich and Will, good morning to you. Raphael, good morning, lads. I hope you had a great weekend, and this week is a very, very, very profitable week. I cannot agree with you more, my friend. I hope this week is super, super profitable for everybody. It's going to be a strange week, I think.
Yeah.
It's going to be a bit weird because we're getting many conflicting information from, or reports, let's rather put it like that, from Iran and from the US. US says, we've won the war. Iran, US saying, we've opened up the strait. Iran says, nope. So...
I was literally going to say that the ceasefire lasted about a week. In all fairness, I did say to myself, as long as it lasts long, as long as the ceasefire lasts long enough for me to get home, I don't really care. But I didn't actually think it was going to last a week. You know, the ceasefire literally, I think it was a week and one day. I think it was, Friday night it closed again?
I don't know, mate. Was it ever open? I don't know. Thank you, Trump. Siano saying, good morning from a sunny Stockholm. Welcome in from Sweden. Our Scandinavian friends. Pooley saying, you look like Agnes or Augustus Glop. Will, you're that close. Who the hell is Augustus Glop?
Augustus Gloop.
Who the hell is that?
Augustus Gloop.
Do I really need to go and search for it? Pooley.
Oh, isn't that...
You and your weird references.
Isn't that Charlie in the Chocolate Factory, Augustus Gloop? No?
Who is Augustus?
I knew it! Yes, it is!
Okay, Charlie in the Chocolate Factory. All right. I see where it was. Willy Wonka Choc Factory. Okay, cool. Lazio saying, good morning, team. Just jumped on now. What's the read on the market? We will get into that as quick as you blink, mate. We'll get into that just in a moment. We'll James saying, nightmare, failed evaluation, 30 inactive days. Thought I had till the end of day 30th. Had profits as well. Lesson learned, lol.
Unlucky, man.
Yeah. That inactivity thing... You can sometimes lose track of it, especially if you are on holiday or you've made the decision not to trade this week, and then not trading this week turns into 2 weeks of not trading, and then a third week of trading, and then, So generally what I do is I either trade as often as I can, or I make sure that I log in once a week into my hub just to be sure of the inactivity days, just make sure that everything is still aligned.
Yeah, I try and make sure that I place the trade at least after 2 weeks. I try not to let it get close to 30 days.
I mean, what you can do is you can every 2 weeks just put in a literal minimum lot size trade.
That's literally what I do.
Keep it open for a minute to 2 minutes and then just close it. And then you at least reset your inactivity days. But yeah, dude, that sucks. But yeah, like you said, lessons learned. I like that. Lesson learned. Carry on, try again. Charles Petro saying, am recording, just why am recording?
Huh?
Anyway, carrying on. Guys, what do you think about Fabio? Do you guys know him? What do we think about Fabio?
Guys, it's Monday. Why are we feeling like this today?
Who's Fabio?
Who the hell is Fabio?
I'm scrolling back.
Bro,
I don't remember seeing a Fabio.
I love
Fabio.
I also hate Fabio, just in case Fabio's a bad guy. I love Fabio. What a great guy. I hate Fabio. What an awful guy. I don't know who Fabio is, so it's best to stick with both.
Yeah. I have no opinions on Fabio. Who's Fabio? As real trades, please. Please give us context. Give us context. Kamal saying, I've been waiting for my payout since April 10th. That is 10 days ago. I have also seen complaints on the Discord server about payouts over the last 10 days. Is there a payout issue again? No, there shouldn't be a payout issue anymore. What we had was a delay, and the delay got sorted, but then we had backlog. So everybody that was waiting for a payout, now we're backlogged and needed to start progressively working through all of their payouts again. So just patience with just a little bit longer. Just have a little bit of patience.
And
Henry,
we don't know of it.
Yeah, I haven't been told anything. So
yeah,
I'm as if business as usual. Henry saying you can simply open a buy or sell limit and delete it. It will count as activity.
Yeah, no, literally that.
Interesting.
Oh wait, a limit? Can you? Does that count?
I don't know that. I actually thought it had to be an active trade.
So did I. I kind of read it, and like you know how your brain automatically puts in the information when you scan over something. I kind of automatically assumed it was open a trade, close a trade straight away. I didn't realize a limit would be active trading.
Yeah. I was under the impression it had to be an active open trade. But okay, we'll see. Shane saying Fabio is the most beautiful man in the world. Fabio, the Robbins Cup champion, the scalper Fabio. Ah. What do I think of him? Never spoken to him, never really watched any of his content.
What's Robin?
I know he was on Trade the Pool a while ago. He had an event there with the Trade the Pool, which is the Fiverr's sister company.
Dude, I'm gonna have to.
I don't really have any opinions on him whatsoever. I know that he is a phenomenal scalper. That I know. Like from the information that I've seen about him and the discussions that I've heard about him, I've heard that he's an amazing scalper. How he scalps? No idea. What he scalps? No idea. So my opinions, unfortunately, on him is going to be very, very lackluster and very limited. Not that I don't think he doesn't deserve to, the accolades or anything like that. It's just I don't know enough about him to really have an opinion of it.
I still can't find him. I'm Googling the Robbins Cup Championships. Standing? I'm going standings.
Mark saying, I don't think so. I have tried it. I'm assuming this is in reference to the sell and buy limit, and then it counts as activity. Once again, I was always under the impression open trade, close trade. It has to be a trade that was taken. A limit is just one that's kind of like sitting there and hasn't actually been activated. So I'm not sure about that one, Henry. I will test it. I'm going to take one of my accounts and not take a trade on it for a few days, and then I'm just going to see if it resets by having a limit placed and then just deleting the limit. Yes, Community Month is live right now on Discord, and we are already in the final stretch. Every single day counts. Join via the Fiverr's Hub today. Yes, we do still have the Discord month continuing. A lot of activity that's happening there. We have all like daily challenges, daily competitions. We have daily webinars, effectively, where you can join in and win some Hub credits. Not just the Hub credit sale, but like win an account. Like I think pretty much every day they're giving away a 20K bootcamp account. Like pretty much every single day. So if you haven't already, get yourself into the Discord. The link will be in your hub. If you've already purchased an account, you get direct access to the Discord. Just top left, there's a little button that you just need to click, the little Discord logo button. Just click that and you will get access to it. All right, mate. 18 minutes into the stream, let's get a screen share up, and then we start talking about
Let's
what we
get
see.
ready to rumble.
Rumble. All right, mate. What are you going to be looking at?
I'm just looking through EU-GU at the moment. We had a bit of a gap.
Let's bring your screen up.
Been filled. Oh yeah, it should be up. There we go. We had a bit of a gap, but it got filled. So
yeah, everything gapped again this morning. All assets
exactly.
pretty much.
I'm not surprised with the fundamentals that came out over the weekend. So it
Yeah.
makes a lot of sense. But yeah, it's a bit of a weird one at the moment. Hopefully we can get some nice movements. Going back up onto the hourly, we are bearish. It's just, are we going to continue up a little bit higher first? But as we go down the time frames, we can start seeing that price may want to start moving down a little bit more. Whether we take out Tokyo lows, that's quite low. We have got low hanging fruit here though.
EU, okay.
But I don't know. At the moment, so we can see that we've swept it, or we've taken Asia highs. We haven't swept them. We've pummeled them. We've got this this daily high at the moment. We've got this immediate low, which is a higher low, and now we've got this sort of like we're in this internal range here. So what would be interesting to see now is whether or not we respect this and put in a new lower high. If we put in a new lower high and then a new lower low, I'll be looking at something like this. Whether or not, let's see what GU. It's all very low still. Part of me thinks that we could have more bullish movement. Yeah, GU. I don't like GU at the moment. GU didn't put in a significant enough high for me. No, I kind of would have wanted to see it consolidate a bit more, pull back, then look a little bit wider spread, something like that.
Interesting.
EU looks nicer, I'll be honest. If EU can close below this low and create some form of structural shift to the downside, I think I'd be looking at selling it. Something like, where's it gone? No? Oh, hello. Bye, Richard. See you later, bro. Oh, he's back.
Yeah, it's just sitting here and just realized, oh, I'm losing connection. I might lose connection today. They are doing some work on our fiber network, so I might be losing connection at some point during the day.
Yeah, sweet and sour, bro. Not a problem.
Sweet and sour. Sweet and sour. What a response is that? Ah, mate, sweet and sour. Pork cutlets and noodles, sweet and sour. What?
Yeah, chicken balls, mate. Chicken balls.
Anyway.
If we can... oh, what am I doing? Wrong one. Hang on. Go away. There we go. If we can hold this low here, break and close higher, I'd be interested in that. My charts are starting to look like LJ's. So I'm turning into Picasso over here. There you go. I think something like that. It depends. This is euro. I'm not liking the pound as much. Or am I?
We had the exact same price action last week Monday on EU. Exactly the same. Gap from the bottom of Tokyo session, started pushing up again, created a slightly higher high just going into London, and then We pulled back ever so slightly into consolidation, and then we continued higher from there, filling the rest of the gap. However, the gap has already been filled. We've already filled the gap with just the Tokyo session on its own already. However, when New York pitched up on Monday, we just continued rallying. So the difference is Friday the 10th of April, we had a rallying day during the London session, and then the New York session was a little bit more flat. But in general, no real massive movements. Then we had the gap. Last week, Friday, we had a very bullish London session and then an incredibly bearish New York session, which then eventually gapped as well. So not the same price action leading into the Monday from the Friday. So it's a slightly different, although we've had pretty much very, very similar price action on the Monday morning so far. If we continue the same way as we did last week Monday, we're going to continue bullishly. Don't know. Don't know if that's going to happen, though. We'll have to wait and see.
My computer's not working right now. It's not wanting to play ball with me. I'm trying my hardest to make it all work, but...
Yeah, mate. We've been having technical difficulties for a week now. It's getting sad at this point.
Sad. Anyway, but going back to the news, and hope that my computer will let me work for at least an hour. We got 1:30 p.m. We got CAD news, CPI. In fact, we got a whole lot of CPI out on the CAD news, on the Canadian dollar. 20 to 6 tonight. Again, all this in UK time. 26 also GMT +1. 20 to 6, 5:40. We've got Euro. We've got President Lagarde speaking. And then 11:45 p.m. GMT +1. So quarter to 12, we've got CPI Q on Q. So quarter on quarter for the New Zealand dollar.
Indeed.
I was just looking at my, in fact, there we go. I was just looking at my tabs and I saw Augustus Gloop up there. I was like, what the hell? I completely forgot.
Why am I still watching Augustus Gloop?
Why am I looking at a fat man with chocolate all over his mouth still?
Stop fat shaming him, my friend. Stop fat shaming him. What's your problem?
Bang on coffee.
Mylon saying, "Hi Richard, how are you, dude? I'm doing okay. I'm okay.
Fine. I'm also fine. Thanks, Mylon."
He wasn't asking you, mate. He wasn't asking you. He was asking me. No, we're doing fine, my friend. We're doing fine.
Oh man. Mate, GU was GU. EU's not. Nah, I don't like it at the moment. Do you ever have those internal battles with yourself where you're like, you know, when you're so confused, you genuinely fight yourself, you're like a full dead ass internal subconscious 50-50 split.
In what regard?
Just anything. So like I'm looking at this, I'm like, is this valid? Isn't it valid? But then I'm coming up with like 50% is like, yeah, this could be a valid trade. 50% saying, no, this may not be a valid trade. But you're so fantastically split directly down the middle, you genuinely don't have a clue. No? Or is that just me?
Yes, sometimes. No. Yes, when I'm just coming to the market and I haven't had an opportunity to just get the lay of the land. I don't generally get it when I'm waiting for a setup. So then it's just like, I don't care if it goes left or right. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
When I arrive and it's a little sideways like it is now, it's more of the idea of I'm waiting for a break. I'm always just waiting for a break. You know, that's the idea. If we don't get it, we don't get it. That's what it is. I mean, Or Akin is saying EUGU will be bullish looking at the way the day one candle closed. The news will enhance the move and tomorrow might be a sell. I mean, we'll really have to wait and see with that one because the idea was, like I indicated, like even on the daily. So we were doing very much the same thing on Monday here, where if you, let's say, go down to the hourly, there's the gap. So that we had on Monday. Massive gap. Price action started out lower and then just moved up from that point. And that's pretty much where we are now. So we had the gap. We started out lower and we're moving up higher. So same price action, even if you go down to lower time frames, it looks the same. So this portion over here, that portion there, the highs of Tokyo, a dip down, a continuation, and then sideways. So I'm assuming it's going to be some sideways, and then we'll potentially see New York session pickup, That's if we have the exact same movement today as we had on Monday last week. It's bound to be interesting. Like I said, the only difference is the Friday preceding, we had the Tokyo session, which was flat. Tokyo session is flat, same as last week Friday. We had a very bullish London session, and then a flat New York versus a very bearish New York. So not entirely the same leading into Monday. News, obviously not the same. We will see whether or not we're going to have a similar reaction as well. If you go and look on the daily, yes, it does seem as though... let me just remove all of these drawings. It does seem as though we reached a high point. We just wicked above it, and then started to try and push lower from Thursday and Friday. Very bullish, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, almost 8 bullish days in a row. You can use the gambler's fallacy of saying we're due for a pullback. We'll see. We'll see whether or not we're going to have any sort of continuation of this attempt to try and push price lower. If we're just looking at the EMAs, we do have the 50 EMA running over here. Price did break through last week Wednesday, or the week before Wednesday, sorry. And then on the Monday, we almost retested it before continuing up. There is a potential that we can try and come back down towards this EMA and then maybe react off of it. I don't quite know whether or not that's going to happen. We did have some reactions off of this daily base. There was a reaction there, then a breakthrough, a attempt at a retest, but not quite there, then a breakthrough again, and then a wick into it. So we'll see whether or not this is going to continue pushing higher. I would like to see it continue pushing higher.
Yeah, I would as well, to be fair, but...
So we'll see where we are right now. Overall, we're still technically a little bit flat. Over the last year, pretty much.
Go on.
No. Just kind of like we're not entirely where I thought we would be.
What's your thoughts on the NAS? I'm looking at the NAS now. We've taken Asia lows. We are continuing lower, but we've still got a gap.
So NAS has had 11 days. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Pretty much the 11th day now of just bullish action. Even though we gapped the same as we did on Monday, and it seems as though we're trying to push up. I still want pullbacks. I want it to come and pick up some orders again. This has been like extended quite a bit for the last 11 days or whatnot. It's kind of crazy if you think about it, because it pretty much started all the way down here and then has just been pushing up from there. I would love to get a pullback. To where would I like to have pullbacks? This area over here, around 24, 2500, I would love to see this area retested. It is quite far from it. I don't believe we will reach this week necessarily. Even if we do start printing lower, I don't think that this area will be reached this week. So where's other areas that we could potentially have reactions off of? We do have a base area over there. We do have a tiny base area over there. Okay, I'm going to have to make it larger first. Tiny base area over there. We do have this whole area over here, but this whole area pretty much got mitigated with this gap and then reacted off of. So let's see if this can be something like this rather. It doesn't have to be the full thing to be tested. As of right now, there is a lower time frame base over here that we had the reaction this morning off of, which makes sense. We do have a little bit of consolidation here. If I go to the 15-minute, you'll see it a little bit more clearly. There's the consolidation, which was last week Friday's lows. There's the base area. Price reacted off of that, started pushing up over here off of it. Did not break new highs as yet, but still early on. So as it stands right now, I am sideways with the NAS. We're not breaking new highs. We're not breaking new lows. I'm flat at the moment. Ideally, I would like to see a pullback. Yeah. I would like to see price try and pick up some orders a little bit lower before attempting a new invigorating push higher. I do feel like we're very extended. I do feel like that idea of gambler's fallacy is going to start coming in. The idea of we've been bullish for so long, we need a bearish correction. That's kind of what I'm feeling at the moment. But I'm not going to allow that kind of like feelings just to overwhelm me. What I'm waiting for is a break. What do I need to see broken? So we do have this base area over here of last week Friday, which basically got mitigated with the price on open. We had a singular reaction after its creation. We had strong attempts in it to try and push through it, but we haven't. So we have a nice little wick on the most recent attempt. However, at the same time, the gap itself is not getting filled that much. So we had one attempt, a secondary attempt. So as of right now, we're just kind of like stuck between these 2 points. So what do I want to see? I want to see it broken. I want to see a break of this lower portion. So Tokyo lows, as an example, I want to see it broken. Doesn't matter how we get to it, but the idea is broken, retested, and continuation going lower to try and pick up some more price action, or to pick up some more buys from lower price action, let's rather say. That's ideally what I would want to see. However, if we do not get this and we start breaking the Tokyo highs, then we need to fill this gap. So the idea then would be start breaking, retest, and continuating to try and fill the gap and then ultimately take the highs of last week Friday. That is what I'm looking for. So yeah, it would be great getting this first.
Yeah, if we can break 4749, which I believe is that just below your low point there. It's the break of that low, yeah.
049, yeah.
Yeah, if we can break below that low, I'd be really interested to see if we can get a pullback continuation to the downside. That would be nice. Yeah, they're bang on. Because that's also the Tokyo lows as well then. So it would be a structural low. It's a point of interest. It's a high value low. It's a pre-session low. And it would also give us a structural point where we can actually look at a continuation lower.
Agreed.
So there's lots.
I would like for it to break, but as of right now, it is a bit flat for me.
Yeah, it's completely ranging. It is completely ranging.
Yeah, it's flat. I mean, if you tried getting in on a trade somewhere over there, and you had your stop loss up over there, that makes sense. But then where do you aim for? You're going to be aiming down here anyway. So what I would rather want is to I would rather want to see the break itself. So price, breakthrough, retest, and continue, and then get in on the continuation there. But then I don't need to have such a large stop loss. Then I can just have my stop loss just above that area, the break area itself. Because the thing is, if you're going to break now, you're going to break strongly. Because that is what has happened pretty much every single time. Consolidation, you had the break, retest, and then a strong continuation. Consolidation over here. Okay, but this is Tokyo. So the idea is pretty much you had a little bit of consolidation here. You had the break, retest, and then continuation lower. So same idea here. Consolidation, fake out, no continuation, then a very strong break pushing bullishly on Wednesday. So the breaks sometimes are not all that strong. Same thing here on the Tuesday, large area of consolidation, eventual break, very limited retest. We basically just tested the day open and then strong continuation up higher. So yeah, we'll wait and see for this. I'm looking for a break. I'm not touching NAS before we get a break.
Yeah, no, I can't so blame you. Same with, I was literally about to say same on gold. To be fair, gold's completely just dropped in volume with London Open. We had a nice move in Tokyo, but it's still we're within a range in Tokyo. We had a nice move at the beginning, but we've just dropped in volume completely.
Once again, if we go to what happened last week Monday, so you can't see it here all that well, but you can see that we are in this slow upward tick. We're slowing a little bit towards the top. If you go down to the lower time frames and you have a look at what happened last week Monday, all the way over here. So you had the gap, started pushing a little bit lower, bottomed out, quite a bullish Tokyo session. Not the most inviting New York and London session, but once we started pushing up higher, that eventually carried on in the follow-up days. So if you're going to look at gold in the same sense, you had the gap, pushed lower, bullish movement, and then sideways. We might be seeing sideways action on gold for the rest of today. It's going to be a range. It's going to be quite a large range. So if you're scalping, you can try and get in at the tops and sell down to the bottoms kind of like thing. But it's, once again, quite similar to what we had last week. Gap. Wait, let me get them both in screen. Both had same gap, then a continuation on the open. From there, continuate lower. Open continues lower. Then a very bullish push, very bullish push, and then just kind of sideways. So exactly the same. Once again, just exactly the same price action to a degree. I mean, did we fill the gap on that same day? Yes, we did. So if we're going to push higher on gold, it's going to be with the idea of filling the gap. So target point 4830 makes sense. But first there's going to be sideways action, potentially try and pick up a few more orders lower and then try and push up from there. So I want to see us potentially reach that base area over there, which is 4761 to 4768-ish, and then so kind of like work our way down there, pick up some orders, and then start picking up, trying to fill the rest of this gap that we still have on gold. But don't be surprised if we end up having a large range just kind of like sitting here, every now and then trying to break lower, and then eventually when we start breaking up higher, it goes with momentum. Like we had here on Monday last week. Only time will tell, though. I would like to see it.
You know, I was
do that.
literally just thinking the exact same. You know, we can speculate now and say, oh, you know, what if? But only time will tell. You know, there's not much we can do now until we get, you know, like you said, time.
I mean, it's so similar, mate. It's so similar what NAS and Gold was doing last week, Monday, to what we're doing today. So I'm just going to wait. I would like to see longs, though. I would like to see longs on Gold.
I was just thinking
I would
the
like to
exact
see
same on Gold. If we close here, I may get in a sneaky long order on Gold.
I mean,
if we can break
as of right now, it's struggling. I mean,
it is struggling, to be fair. You ain't wrong, son. You ain't wrong. Why is my I need a new computer.
Dude, when you get a new computer, get me a new computer too, mate.
Yeah, should we get new computers together?
I'm actually just thinking of just getting myself a laptop, mate, and then just the laptop is going to be.
Yeah, I'll be dead honest with you. I've got a laptop now that can fully handle everything I need it to do. Even gaming, like if I want to game with the boys, you know, like you know, I discussed with you, but you decided to turn into a granddad and go to bed early. So I messaged you and I was like, "Do you fancy playing a quick game?" Because it was early my time. But
yeah, and then I was like, "I'm old and I would like to go with my
Horlicks and honey. I'm reading the daily paper before bed."
Read before bed. I'm not an animal.
Yeah, I read when I wake up, obviously.
Yes. I want sweet dreams.
The newspaper when the paper boy comes on his route. But yeah, like even the laptop can fully handle, and it's got everything I need. It's got all the peripherals that I need it to have. It's got the extensions that I need it to have. It's even got what do you call it? LAN, like a LAN cable peripheral. So I can
a laptop with a LAN connection? Oh, unheard of. Dude, we're seriously living in the future.
We are.
Crazy.
You joke. Mate. We are. Like I'm a Mac guy, so like I've always had Apple products, and I've spent the same on my computer as my old man has for his computer, and you know his is the brand new Mac. It's got all the bells and whistles. And he's complaining about Wi-Fi the other day. I was like, "Why don't you just plug the Ethernet in?" And he's like, "Well, what do you mean you can't do that? It's Wi-Fi." It's like, "Plug the Ethernet in, Dad." He's like,
"Yeah.
Well, what do you mean you can't?" I was like, "Watch this." And to be fair, dude, I miss my Mac now. Like I miss my computer, my Apple computer. I'll be dead honest with you, because my brother's just bought himself a brand new one as well. And he's taking it to Spain with him, otherwise, because he did leave it in my office. I was going to show you. It is a really nice computer, and it's lightweight, it's sexy, it's slim, it's fast. It's a beautiful computer. It's perfect for like just remote working. But the minute you ask it to do something that, like, for example, what we do, the minute you ask it to like put some proper grunt in, it's got nothing. It has got nothing, and I thought to myself, yeah, you know what? I made the right choice moving away from Mac and getting my my gaming laptop. Because again, I'm not a gamer, but for streaming,
I'm gonna be dead honest with you. My wife's got a Mac. I've always been a Windows guy, so I would probably go and get myself a Windows laptop. The only reason I would want to get a laptop is in the event where we have another power outage. Then I at least can run off of the battery for a little while and then have the Wi-Fi hooked up, just so that it can, you know, not be too interrupted. And then on top of that, it's just to kind of like save my PC a little bit, because I do have a UPS here, and we are looking at getting solar. It's just... It's just annoying. It's just annoying, you know, talking to someone and then the next moment it's just darkness. And it's just like, and then you have to go and like get the generator running and then hook everything up again and switch stuff off, like the big equipment, like a freezer and a fridge and stuff like that.
Yeah, fuck.
Just so that doesn't run off of the generator and then the geyser and stuff like that. And it's just like, it is annoying. Anyway, that's just me complaining about stuff like that.
Dude, like,
but
look,
that's
the
why
grass
we
is
get a
never
laptop.
greener, though.
What?
The grass is never greener.
What do you mean the grass is never greener?
No, you're not heard that. Like, it's like we complain about these things, but there's always going to be something to complain about. You know, where 1 minute we may hate the speed or something, or we may hate the how big and clunky and sometimes backwards my computer can be, but then at the same time, a laptop could also have its issues. So my point being, like, you're always going to find something to complain about when you're on a laptop compared to a Mac. Sometimes to me,
yeah.
Sometimes
I mean,
to me,
fair.
it's better the devil you know than the devil you don't.
Yeah, I mean, it's fair. It's a convenience thing at this point in time.
Yeah, no, 100%. Yeah, no, that makes complete sense. It's like me, I'm always traveling around. I'm always in a different country trading. So to me, it's like you said, it's convenience. I need a good laptop. Like, in fact, my missus, my brother, and my parents said to me, like, "Do you really need a new laptop?" And I started explaining to them, and I was like, "Yeah, like, legitimately, genuinely," because like sometimes I can be a bit of a. I'm not stupid. I'm not stupid with my money. I used to be. I've gotten a lot better with my money, but it sometimes I am like, I like that, and I go and buy it, and they're like,
I like that. I'll buy it.
Yeah, yeah. It's like, did you need it? I'm like, not really, but I like it and I wanted it.
You only live once, mate. You only live once.
It's 100%, man. Yeah, the same goes for my car. It was my, like I say, it was my birthday, and I sold the M4 because I was gonna go live in Thailand, but then I changed my mind about that, and I thought I'm gonna go buy myself my dream car, which was a convertible 4 Series at the time. Like, I was younger, and I didn't even want an M4. I wanted a 4 Series. So the older I got and the more disposable adult money I had, I was like, oh, I'm gonna get the fast version. And I literally bought myself a birthday present, and it was the M4. And everyone was like, why did you do that? And I was like, I don't know. I literally decided like 3 days before that I wanted the M4. 3 days later, I was driving it home. I want a Chanel handbag. Yeah, well, I don't. So seems like a you problem, my love.
Henry's saying, just move to Australia, Richard. I've seen what happens in Australia.
Yeah, fair.
All right, it's spiders and spiders and spiders.
Spiders and snakes and bugs.
I don't mind snakes.
Face.
I don't mind the bugs. It's the spiders, mate. I'll show you a photo. We had another rain spider on, what was it, Friday morning, as I was trying to leave the house. Yeah, no, thank you. I love the idea of Australia as a country. I love like the culture. I love all of that kind of like stuff. But I have arachnophobia, and that is no, thank you.
Yeah, my
dude,
like
spiders.
I really want to go to Australia. I do really want to go. I think that it's a beautiful country. I'd love to visit it. So does Cece, my missus. She also wants to visit it. And I said to my brother, I was like, should we go to Australia? Should we take the girls to Australia one day for like a 2-week holiday or something? And he was like, no. And I was just straight up, no considering it, no. I was like, why not? And he was like, because everything that can kill you lives there. And I was like, nah, to be fair, he's got a point. And he was like, look at the spiders, because he's got raging arachnophobia, like really, really bad arachnophobia. And he's like, look at the spiders for a start. And I was like, I can't even argue with the man. I was like, I literally can't even argue with him. The spiders are huge. The snakes are venomous. Even the kangaroos are like Muhammad Ali. I'm like, yeah, no, I can't argue with the guy. The crocodiles, snakes, like, what do you call it? Like curling up in your toilet. I thought, yeah, I really can't argue with him.
Oh, bitch.
You'll probably not be able to see this all that well, but
ish. I can see it ish.
So yeah, little bit cooped up. But if I held my hand like this, that spider was sitting between my forefinger tip and my thumb, and it was just.
Oh, why am I on screen? I didn't think I was on screen. Oh god, I've been talking some mad things in the background. Sorry, guys.
And shit about us in the background.
Oh, my bad.
Next minute, you
I've actually been. Sorry, I've actually been drumming up some Australian wildlife for you guys.
Dude, I just brought you up because you made some comments in the background, and I thought maybe I can catch LJ with one of those comments, unbeknownst to him.
Making comments in the background. It's like, you know what? Look here. When you tell when the teacher catches you sniggling,
tell the class.
Yeah.
Tell the class.
Guys,
Do you want to share with the class what you were talking about?
just cussing you out a little bit.
Yeah.
Well, we were just talking about how you know.
Well, I did just go on a trip to Australia Zoo that past week, so I was trying to bring up some...
Why would Australia have a zoo?
It is a zoo.
Because it's great.
Australia's one giant.
What do you mean? Yeah,
Australia is a zoo,
but it's an interactive zoo.
Yeah,
no
but you gotta exactly. So you get one place where you can observe the wildlife and not die, which is kind of cool.
Okay,
normally,
so in other words, it's
observe
Australia but safe.
Yeah, normally you observe them and you instant die. The screen just says death, or you just respawn at the hospital like you're playing GTA or something.
I've got literally about to say it's when you
wasted.
You died. Yeah, wasted. right.
Yeah,
So
just wasted.
You got Australian.
yeah. Look,
Cam saying, "Look at the Sydney funnel web."
Dude, I don't need to. I've seen videos on the Australian funnel web.
And then Shane Joyce, you can, dude, take a very long walk off of a very short pier, mate. Like, just if it fits in your hand, it's not a big spider. It's a big spider, mate.
If it can't fit on a dinner plate, a bit. Dude. So I'm from the UK, so we don't get like spiders that are worth being scared of. But nonetheless, my brother's scared of him anyway. But big to us would probably be the size. In fact, I got a human.
What, your pinky? Or something else, Will?
I got a human.
Something else.
Hang on, I got my. Let me get my cigar box out. There we go.
I don't think we can demonstrate that on stream.
So probably about that size would be a big spider in the UK. And that to us, you see that walking with its hairy legs, and you're like, "Ooh, that's a big one." And then my brother like stands up like a stereotypical horror movie girl in distress and like runs. He's like Scooby Doo, like jumps onto me and starts shaking.
Yeah, dude, I'm not afraid of snakes. I'm not afraid of scorpions or anything like that. It's just spiders. I'm not the biggest fan of bugs. In general,
yeah, okay, I
but spiders, like a bug is like if it's on me, it's just whatever, just flick it off. But if a spider gets on me, I'm dead. I become Casper the Ghost. You'll just see this spirit just go.
Why spiders though? You got like lions and stuff, and like a rhino.
I'm gonna say that's so fair. How can you be scared of spiders when you've literally got lions?
Like a water buffalo, like
water buffalo, lions, and rhinos or whatnot do not live in my house. All right.
I mean,
it's a proximity thing. All right.
I
wake up every morning and there's a lion roaring over there. I know the lion is over there. The lion's not waiting for me when I'm about to leave my bathroom, to go into my bedroom, and then all of a sudden the spider's just sitting there waiting for me to pounce on me. It's not that. It's not that. Okay, so it's a proximity thing.
We get hang on. So these are like the pythons that we get.
Yeah, nice.
Dude,
I love snakes, man.
That's like a fox or a dog.
I'm going away again. I don't like this discussion, really. Spiders, pythons, reptiles.
They're big lads, but this is the full skeleton of one, right? Big guys. And this is like a death adder. I don't know if this should play. Right? This is exactly where I live. How would you see this guy? You don't see him. Look at him right here. He's in there.
Yeah. Where's Wally?
But imagine you walk past.
Where's Snake?
And you just die. He's literally
you walk past, you just die.
And you just
what
die.
happened? You get to the pearly gates. You get to the pearly gates and you're like there.
Yeah,
and
the trouble
like,
is, we're not
where
playing
am I?
GTA.
Yeah,
You don't
God
respawn,
standing
right?
there waiting for you
See-
with open arms. You're looking. I can understand that you're confused. It was a snake.
Yeah, you're like,
You're
what
like-
happened? How did I get here? You're like, I was there and now I'm here.
Yeah,
Sorry,
well, what's going on?
please explain. Right? But look at this. Look when it zooms out. Like, how do you see that?
Yeah, well,
How do you see that? Right there.
tis what
And
it
you
is,
walk-
mate. Tis what
yeah,
it is.
and then you die. Right? You know? Like, that is
Welcome to the
ridiculous.
gulag.
There you go. So we do have a
You've
majestic
been captured.
box.
What the hell?
This
Oh, that's
guy
cute.
was
Yeah,
he jumped
dingo.
up on the rock. Yeah, little dingo.
Yeah, little dingo.
Before
Yeah.
Oh, dingo.
dingo
Dingo, mate.
ate me baby. Very controversial timeline for Australia.
It
but,
happened.
we'll see.
Really happened.
Yeah.
Really happened.
We'll leave that to the lawyers. But anyway,
Yeah.
but that is a very nice. This is a very nice dingo. You must say, like he looks very majestic up there. On his little
Seen-
rock.
He
I'm
looks
not
like
linked to it.
like he wants to become the new Dogecoin. Like
Yeah,
this.
you know,
Yes,
I
dude.
literally thought that.
Fox
Dingo
coin.
coin. Let's get
Dingo
dingo coin going.
Fox coin. Fox coin.
Dingo coin. Dingo
Dingo
coin.
coin.
Fox. I guess it's a dingo, not a fox, really. So it is-
Let's get a Fivers cryptocurrency coin going. Let's call it dingo coin.
Why
we go.
the fivers, dude? It can literally just be LJ in of himself that he's the one that
Yeah.
creates it.
Well, I thought if we're all, well, we got the good, the bad, and the Bitcoin. You know, so we've got the
we have this guy
resident
right here.
expert. We've got.
Let's
we've
not
got
go
the-
down the road of creating our own coins, please.
yeah.
Let's get it up in rug pull. What? Who said that?
Oh,
Here we go.
crap.
We got a sleepy croc right here,
Wow,
just
that's
sunbathing.
And you know, for me, the absolute worst in Australia, apart from all the big
people.
animal snakes that can kill you, for me,
Did you say
it would
the
end.
people?
I would get a heart attack if I would see one of your large huntsman spiders.
Yeah, fair. Yeah,
Absolutely.
I was just showing
Doesn't
a
need to do
photo.
anything. I would just like to be like, "Ah!" Dead.
Yep.
And on my way
Dirk,
down, bitten by what was it, death snake?
Big,
Or
just
whatever
start
the fitting name for that
Dirk
was.
and I
his
are
hands
kindred
around.
spirits, mate. Dirk and I are kindred spirits. I'm telling you this.
You wouldn't get as far down the like. You got to go to like the 5th or 6th or 10th level to get to like the crocodile and the snakes. You just die on level 1. It's like a huntsman.
Yeah, spiders.
You just die.
I
Like
literally have sometimes
friendly
nightmares
household
about spiders and those big ass caterpillars. You know, the one with a very long legs that punch like a very mean bite. I really have nightmares.
Oh.
Like the other night, a while ago, my wife was waking me up. She's like, "You're breathing so heavy. What is the case?" And I was really dreaming of being chased by big ass spiders.
Have you seen Eight-Legged Freaks?
What?
Yeah.
Yeah,
The movie,
Dirk,
Eight-Legged Freaks.
Dirk, you'd hate that.
No, I back then when I was very young, I watched this movie Arachnophobia.
Yeah,
I was about to-
That's a gun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's about to mention. Do you know why? Okay, so Eight-Legged Freaks was the genetically changed ones due to the radioactive material that was leaked into.
Of course, it's always
the streams.
radioactive material.
Yeah.
But like, if you see
Always
that,
is.
you're like, okay, your mind's like, wow, that is a very big spider, and I would probably die of a heart attack if I were in that scenario.
Yeah, I
but
was
the thing
gonna
about
say,
arachnophobia, the movie that made it so much worse, was the fact that it was believable.
I was getting, it was
The fact
almost
that-
realistic.
The fact that those kind of like spiders do exist in the Amazon, and if you were there, then that's what you would experience. And that to me was way scarier than the idea of like, like a giant spider pushing over a freaking train. Or like pushing over a bus, kind of like. I was like, this is fantasy. I would still not survive it, but this is fantasy. Arachnophobia, this is reality. And I would also not survive that.
yeah.
So, yeah. Anyway, guys,
Yeah, like- I was just gonna
I
say,
just-
like Cam was saying, we do have dogs that kill. Like,
Yeah.
the dingoes, they do actually like kill.
Quite dangerous, no?
And
Like
then
dingo,
we did lose.
or in America, I think
We
they
did-
call them coyotes. No?
Yeah,
We
yeah,
lost the war.
coyotes.
We lost.
yeah,
a
you guys
war
lost
to
a
them.
war
Yeah,
against
that's,
emus. So, yeah.
Yeah, emu
So-
coyotes.
Tells you a lot about Australians. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, guys, I'm going to love and leave you for now. I need to do a few things. It is Monday. I will see you guys again in about 2 hours' time, and I will be closing the stream out today with, I think it's Samir. Is it Samir? I just want to be sure.
Well, stay tuned and be surprised, I would say.
No? With Victor. I'll close out the stream today with Victor. Samir is going to be on the Futures channel for today. All right, guys, I'll see you a little bit later, and then have fun with Dirk and LJ. Probably going to tell you about all of the silliness that is waiting for us this week. I want to do something, guys, before I jump off. Choose an asset, any asset, and give us a prediction. Mark it up for Wednesday. I want to see how close we are for Wednesday.
Just any asset. Just a general prediction.
Just a general prediction. I want to see gold be at 4,312 as an example.
I have one. US dollar TIFA 1.0.
One that people might care about. Let's put it like that.
Dirk, that's too like limited to two people's knowledge.
Yeah,
true.
Yeah, so just choose one of the more popular assets, and let's see if we can get a prediction running. I will bring my prediction in, and everybody in chat as well.
No,
if you would like
so
to.
You haven't made a prediction. You're going to wait until we make ours.
Well, we've got to wait until the end.
I'm not going to have a prediction that's going to be the same as any of yours. So if you're taking EU, GU, and gold, I will take a completely different asset.
Dude, chat. I think Rich is cheating right here. He's waiting for us to turn out all the macro everything. This is where we'll be in. Right?
Yes,
we've done pretty well through this. I see what you're doing, Rich.
Okay, so anyway, everybody in chat, if you would like to participate as well, also like drop your predictions in for this Wednesday, and then we'll see how close everybody gets, and then maybe in future, along with the trivia games, we can have predictions again, and then we can maybe give away some prizes with the predictions. I don't want to know, it's just going to be a buy. I want to know price. Give me a level.
Where, why, when, what, how.
Wednesday at mid-noon, we're going to have gold at...
Where's Astro Trader? Where is Astro Trader? He knows.
Trying to bring him back into the fold. Yeah,
Look,
Goldie Blocks is sleeping, mate. All right, guys.
Done pretty well.
We'll see you guys just now.
Take care.
Also, guys, same as that. I'm gonna love you and leave you. I'm gonna head off. Just let you know, I am live in this gold buy at the moment. We were up about $60-ish, dropped down to break even now. So we'll see how it goes. Nice 1 to 2 hour going on here. But in the meantime, I'll probably leave this. Or I'm going to leave this open now. I think I'm risking about $200 on it. In fact, 190.
Let's hope this time it's not going to be 400 again.
Yeah. Oh my God. No, I hope not. Trump better stay sleeping. You better shut up. Anyway, guys, I'm gonna love you, leave you. So I'll see you in a couple hours' time. Peace.
Bye.
See you, Will.
LJ, hey.
How we doing? All right. So
not
I got
shabby, not too shabby.
Just 1 or 2 more.
You still want to steer us with the Australian wildlife.
This is a cute one. All right, this is a cute one. We got some otters right here.
Oh, that's a beaver.
They're very cute. That's an otter. They're 2 otters.
They can bite very mean too.
Well, they also... I had another video where they're swimming around in the little water lake area and like holding hands. Very cute. And this one had a rock like down there. There's this personal rock and it was swimming around with it. So yeah, we got some scary stuff, but we got some cute little the ones right here as well. Now this guy, this is like a zoomed in photo, but this guy's like 18 foot long.
Yeah, so I was just about to say that looks like 10 meters or something.
It doesn't quite 100% come up on camera because I had to zoom in from afar. But this is a big boy. So
maybe you should say now the broadness of the tree trunk you see next to him is already 1 meter.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, this was they have like a big.
Is that
big
in
field,
front
so-
a banana for scale? In front of a crocodile, the little one that's lying on the grass there?
What the tree or
No,
that?
in front this one.
I think that's
Looks like
just a random leaf.
I thought that somebody threw like a banana, so
form.
you can see it on the picture, like the scale.
That would be much more helpful, but no.
It looks massive.
Unfortunately, he's a big boy though. But damn, like that's the only thing I hate about like some of these photos. When you see them in the photo,
Yeah.
it doesn't have the same. Anytime, even if you go traveling, like you take a photo of like a big picturesque
Yeah.
type thing, it doesn't have the depth, right?
I had this
but
one
yeah.
time when I went to the zoo with my daughter, and for the first time in my life, I saw an ice bear, and I was like shocked
Yeah.
how enormous these things are. Like the one of the paw is like as bigger than my whole, upper torso, and it's like, okay, now I understand why they just, you basically don't have any chance.
Yeah, what's
Even
the
if you have a nuclear bomb with you?
brown, black, white, something. If it's white, say goodnight.
Yeah, something
type
like
thing.
this.
Like I forget what the rest is, but
I mean, here Germany,
white, just give
the
up.
only really dangerous thing we have is, okay, if you get bitten by a fox, you have a chance to contract rabies. Other than that, cows, surprisingly, a lot of people are called, or a larger number of people every year are killed by cows because they think they look so harmless, and then they get trampled over.
Yeah,
Horses, obviously, that is dangerous. I hate horses, by the way, far too tall, these animals. And
they have scary eyes, right?
they are in general
They're
very
full black.
scary.
They look.
Yeah, but the
when you really
combination
look
of being
into them, you're
scared, they are like scared so easily, and like being so absolutely massive. At least some of them, for me, it's like no, okay, I eat them as sausages, but I don't want to eat them.
horse as
Yeah.
a sausage.
Yeah, back
You eat
then in
horse?
Germany, that was a protein source. I still remember back then when
Really?
I went to, like, my parents took me to the fair, you could buy like horse sausage. It's
I
quite
mean-
very, very lean meat. So if you have a choice between beef and horse, for example, if you go for leanness and from a more healthy
Yeah.
perspective, horse is the choice, really.
I mean, that makes sense. I never thought of horse as like a prime meat though.
Yeah,
But it makes
makes
sense.
sense, no?
To be fair. Yeah, just like Henry was saying, the photo doesn't do it justice. So this is actually not this one.
Is that a saltwater one? No.
Yeah, saltwater.
Yeah.
So I also had I'll have to try find it. I think it's on my phone after I upload it to my computer. But I have a photo of the original one from Steve Irwin as well. We saw. So that croc, like Steve Irwin died 20 years ago. And so that croc has been living on and on
Crazy.
and blah, 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 that kind of stuff. He is massive, dude. Massive. So I'll have to get the photo off, and maybe next time I can show you guys. But,
Just give me 1 sec. I need to turn down my heater here quickly.
yeah, of course. Go for it. Yeah, so if I think I've got like a couple other little friendly animal videos I can show you guys next time after my trip. But for now, we'll get back to the charts. So I think first of all, we should start with, I see a bunch of you guys have a couple of questions on some assets, that kind of stuff. Raphael, what is this? What is the update in MT5?
What's an update?
I have
started
not
MT5
noticed
today.
that.
Let me quickly start it as well.
What's the update changes? Like something proper? But yeah, like you were saying before, yeah, saltwater, definitely rough. But yeah, what are the updates? And Henry, dude, I'm not gonna put my asset for the guess portion as crude oil. That is overall.
I should
I'm
do
not doing
that, and then you just do like as far the opposite as you can do, and you're probably going to win that thing.
We're gonna like hedge it out, like
Yeah.
arbitrage each other, like
130
that.
and 70 or something like this.
No, yeah, just go like 50 and like 200,
Yeah.
right? We just cover the
The
distance.
most massive strangle we are going
How
to
close do we have to be, right? Yeah.
error margin of 25%. I cannot see any update on the MetaTrader 5, honestly speaking. I just checked for them, and for me, it
Yeah,
doesn't.
I updated before. I didn't see any changes. I just said like update. I just update and I don't know. It's the same. Pretty much.
No, I don't like bananas on my pizza. Thank you. I like pineapple. No, I'm just kidding. I'm very poor.
Dude, pineapple's good. I
No,
love pineapple.
I hate pineapple.
No, come on.
Absolutely. We are very specific about that. You know, my wife is very much into food. She runs like in so-called food influencer blog on Instagram as well. It's quite successful there. She gets a lot of invitations to restaurants where we can go. We basically never pay for food when we are like in Berlin eating somewhere. It's
Yeah, you love
really
that.
absurd.
Like, nice.
And so, but by the time you get like spoiled a lot, especially if you're like invited to nice restaurants or some really good Neapolitan pizza place. And so I'm very picky. For me, the best pizza, mortadella, pistachio, and burrata. That's the thing.
Okay, I gotta say, that sounds really good. That sounds really good.
It is.
But pineapple does belong on pizza. Okay.
Pineapple
Have
barbecue made.
Have you seen the F1 thing of like your greatest fears? And it's
No.
like each of the F1 drivers, and then
Okay.
they're all talking about like normal stuff or something. Some say like spiders or this or that or whatever it is, or like crashing out at the wrong turn or something. And then it's just Kimmy.
Yeah, I was just about to say, I bet something about Kimmy.
Pineapple on pizza. Yeah. That's what he says. I was like, dude, typical Italian. You know, like fair play. Right?
There are also the social media videos now of this American guy. He goes like to Italian restaurants and then he orders a pizza and then says like, "Oh, do you have ketchup for me?" Or or orders pineapple on pizza, for example, as well. And the Italian servers in the restaurants, they get like so riled up about it.
Yeah. Sorry, just give me 1 sec. I had to
Yeah.
send a delivery to my partner.
Sure. So yeah,
Some dessert because she had a bad day.
Good.
So
trading wise,
make sure that came through.
have you done anything today?
A little bit. So I reversed some of today's obvious gap that we had. I will say, Shane, I did not get a platypus plateau.
No.
I don't know if they had platypus. So I went to Australia Zoo. Like
Isn't
the,
that a
Steve
New
Irwin.
Zealand thing, platypus?
No,
No, it's
God.
also in Australia. Okay.
Aussie. Of course, they're a very weird animal.
Yeah, I know. They are like nobody knows like
They're
why they are like a mammal
alien.
but still laying eggs, having a stinger and a duck-shaped beak.
They're like when you start like World of Warcraft, but you don't pick one class, you pick like every class, and they're just all of them in one.
I'm going to play a rogue priest.
Yeah, exactly. Rogue priest, warrior, warlock, death knight, or something. You know, it's ridiculous. All right, good to hear, Henry. Pineapple on pizza team. I love it.
God.
Very nice. Raff was saying, LJ, your pineapple and Pedro banana on pizza. What's wrong with you guys? So Pedro likes banana on pizza, does he? All right, well, that's good. We're on the same team. Like,
I can understand that more than
exotic
pineapple on
fruits
pizza, honestly
are
speaking.
very good. Banana on like a what do you call it? Like a chocolate pizza or something like that, like a dessert pizza, is very good.
It's one of those
On
combinations.
a
Or
regular pizza,
you combine
different,
like they like to do in Southeast Asia, like a crepe with cheese and Nutella, for example. Also very good.
yes. Oh, dude, I love a good crepe.
Yeah.
Overall, though, so for trades today, getting back to it, I did take longs through here. I'm still in this long, unfortunately. So I originally woke up this morning, my time, about 7:30, 8 a.m., where we gapped down to. I then fell asleep again. Unfortunately, woke up later on at about 10 a.m. my time. we're down through here. So I took a long at this point. Then I've had a bunch of other stuff to do today. We came right up to 71.65. This was on the Aussie dollar. So I entered roughly about 36 through here. I didn't hit TP because we came towards the close of the gap, but I was busy doing some other stuff and I had a touch higher. We only came to, 65. So I think I had the actual TP on 67 here. If I check, yes, 67. So that tapped down, and I'm still sat in this trade, unfortunately. Which otherwise, if I was at the screen, I would have just taken it at a point before. So, but by the time I came back, 15, 20, 30 minutes later, we're already back down here. So, holding on to it. Yeah, as far as trades, that's all I'm in right now, to be honest. So.
Yeah, I mean, in general, I'm a bit surprised by the moves this morning, especially with what happened over the weekend in terms of Iran again. So reclosed, it's like I'm getting bored, like following, like taking count of when the strait is closed and when it's open. It's
that's great, Dirk. We get to talk about the strait for another week. Another week.
Geez, I'm so sick and tired of it. Really,
so good.
So for me, really,
love the strait.
The only trades I did this morning was when I woke up last night, and like when I look at my mobile phone, I got an alert on Bitcoin from one of my systems where I took the trade at around here, got in a slightly higher, around 74,000. I got into that trade. I took it. This is one of my scalp things here because I know. So basically, this is the one ATR. 1.5, 0.5, 1.5, and 2 ATRs. You see then, I know, like in a setup like this, that reaching the 2.0 ATR within 20 bars on this chart, on this 50-minute chart, has a 69% probability with the system. So it's quite good to trade usually. Took this trade, phased out at 1.5, and 2 ATR with automatic orders. So that was kind of nice, I woke up this morning already with something on the bank there. Other than this, obviously, gold is still on the menu for me, as it has been with the same trade over, I think we are like in the third week now of that one, or the fourth week already.
Have you added to it, though?
No, I haven't added to it because I took quite a massive position there. I think I mentioned it. Like I took a risk of like 10K.
I know you did.
Yeah. So
but would you consider adding? Given
if we resolve. So for me, the thing is what I want.
This is looking like a dip and a run.
But what I want to see is I want to see a close over the 8 weeks moving average. So over the blue one. Because that would be an indication for me that we want to do something like this. So right now, the structure is like a bit like a compression zone again, which fits, of course, what we see on a geopolitical scale as well. I'm biased towards a breakout to the upside. So should we close above that blue line, which, like I said, is the 8-week moving average, and then ideally we see like a pullback to it again. So we would basically see something like this, breakout, close, and then a little wick to the downside, exactly to the blue line again. This would be my entry. So this is actually when I would build my position from right now 50% of what I had before to 75%. I'm obviously not going like as massive in there. I mean, that was like a 2.5% risk trade for me.
That was prime entry.
One of those outlier trades you get every now and then, and you need to be brave and pull the trigger.
3 or 4 times a year.
Yeah, maximum, really. Maximum. And then you have to be awake at the time it happens also. So that's also a little bit like, or you place those outlier orders before you go to sleep. That can work also sometimes, especially on Bitcoin, for example.
And because this is in your like regular personal account, right?
This is my personal account.
Because people might not understand. It's more of like a 1-to-1 leverage ratio rather than like
Exactly.
levered gold position where you trade on like CFDs, which would be very different.
If you do it on CFDs, I'm very sure I still would be in profit with this trade, but you have to take into account you pay the overnight financing, the swaps, which lean in quite heavy, especially if you utilize leverage. So if you trade something else than 1-to-1 leverage, like 1-to-10 or something like this, you are very likely to eventually pay more in overnight financing and swaps than you have profit. Which is okay, you know, the whole system of funded trading, prop trading is utilized towards more like short-term day trading, scalping, and so on and so forth. So this is a position I actually did very conservatively with something in Germany we call Xetra Gold, which is basically physical gold you can buy on an electronic exchange by the Frankfurt Stock Exchange, where you don't have the swaps, you just have it like in a so-called physical forms or in IOU forms. You don't have overnight financing. You pay like higher fees for the order itself. So it's usually something around 0.5%. So in and out, you're like 1% down already. But if you want to hold on longer for it, like it is in my case, it adds up. It makes sense paying those higher fees because I promise you I would be way above 1% already for overnight financing and something like this. Yeah. So that's really the difference. If you want to swing trade gold, like I said, what has that been now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So tomorrow's day number 21 for this.
Yeah.
And so 3 weeks then already. And that would totally eat you up. I remember last year, Jonathan did a very nice gold trade as well. I think it was November or December, held onto it for 3 weeks and said then something like, oh man, like 50% of my revenue has been eaten up by overnight financing.
Yeah, so you guys got to remember, whatever the daily rate is, right? So, or even take the annual rate, it's then split into a daily rate, then multiplied by whatever leverage you might have, right? So hence, you can end up getting like essentially a whole year's of worth of interest in like a week.
Yeah.
Right. So it can chew up your gains depending how big your positioning is, that kind of thing. So yeah, definitely something to consider if you're going to try and swing trade gold in general, in particular.
Other than that,
a zero interest bearing asset.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely. Yeah. Other than that, so that's like wrapping this up, at least from my side, I would like to see a close over, what is this here, around 4,850. That would be an extremely bullish sign for me that we can go higher. So I would be willing to add to that position again. Stop loss for this position is cannot do it like with on TradingView because my stop is in profit right now. Already is down here at around 4,400 or 4,400 precisely. And yeah, it's basically I don't like the word free money, you know, because it is not, of course.
No, of course not. Yeah, but you've taken profit that has covered the entry cost, right? The original risk,
by far,
and then plus some as well beyond that.
Plus some, exactly. Yeah. And other than that, actually, I'm like eyeing a little bit at euro dollar right now. The downside a bit, honestly speaking. So I was looking this morning before the stream into selling a couple of calls with like a strike of 120 there. So betting on the downside there, might also take a directional trade. Not sure if like exactly like around 118 is already the mark, but if I would see like a push a little bit higher to 118.50, 119 this week, I would be very tempted, honestly speaking, to sell euro dollar a bit spot for a couple of days.
100%.
Okay. That's very comforting to know because this is exactly the trade I would have been asking you about today, in your opinion.
Yes. So, same thing with, we got to talk about indices as well. Punching new all-time highs last week.
Maybe one more thing. Sorry to interrupt you.
We won't go there just next, but like that's on the cards.
Just from my side also, what I'm eyeing again is this nice zone on dollar yen again, where last time the short was quite good. So somewhere around 160, I think could be potentially again something nice to short there as well. Although it would, of course, be like a bit of a hedge trade if I have euro dollar and dollar yen going on at the same time.
Yeah, I think dollar yen could creep above 160.
Could
this
be
stage.
possible, yeah.
But just hover.
Yen driven,
not run. Yeah, exactly. Yen driven. So not like a run, just like a hovering for near term. Again, it's like carry trade, that kind of aspect. People waiting potentially for euro dollar to come off, like we're talking about, as the catalyst for dollar yen to then also sell.
Yeah.
So that triggers the dollar run per se. So similar deal. I'm looking for Aussie dollar, same deal. I don't think much above 72 cents. Just like I was saying before, I'm in that Aussie dollar trade right now as a recovery type aspect towards the gap closure. The pound and the Aussie dollar are not quite there just yet. If I jump over to my screen, pound dollar did actually get up to that gap. Depending on what chart you're looking at, some of the Friday closes were a bit skewed, right? So on the pound right here, we did get that closure. We have had that closure on euro dollar earlier today, then pulled off, and then we've come back up a bit, and that's when pound dollar, etc., close their gaps as well. Aussie dollar, just a touch under there. So Aussie definitely has a few different prospects as far as the macro central bank type aspect. I think the ECB and the Bank of England will pull back from that hypothetical threat of rate increases. They'll still stay neutral, but they were more neutral hawkish. Now they go back to neutral, rather. And then you've got the Fed, which is still moving ultimately towards they were on neutral, and they now have the position to go to neutral dovish, right? So that slight tilt. So that's the only thing with the euro positioning. I do see the euro dollar going down, but obviously that inference would speak otherwise, right? But I don't see euro dollar being worth more than 118 to 120 right now at all.
That's the barrier.
That's very much the peak. It has been for years, decades, that kind of thing, until the eurozone gets their mojo in line with sort of entrepreneurship, taxes, these other kind of things, blah that kind of stuff going on. I can't see them really propelling beyond 120 unless somehow tomorrow the dollar fell out of existence and the petrodollar goes away. There's no measure. Like anything beyond or approaching 120 and beyond is definitely like fair or overvalued, really. So I think 118 is pretty happy at like the tops, and then I think we pull back a bit from that, definitely.
A little anecdote on this, like where I experienced as a business person the craziness of the eurozone again, especially Germany. I'm like building up a website like for my whole brand, so to say, where everything is like combined that I do for like as a single place where people can see what I do and so on and so forth. And one of the things I'm dealing with is that I ask myself the question, with GDPR and what it's called, and everything, what do I need to have as a German citizen operating from within Germany and on my website? And it's the amount of information and disclaimers and terms and conditions and data protection. And I don't even collect data, but you still need to offer it. It's multiple times of what is actually on the website. It's so crazy, and you need to nail it down with a lawyer. Because otherwise, some other lawyer is going to visit your website and you can see well, you forgot that. I'm going to sue you for 1,000 euros now. It's crazy.
Or more.
Or more. And even if I say what, I'm not even, my prime audience is not even in Germany. Everything I do is in English. It's like not even aimed as a target audience within the EU. It doesn't matter, you have to have all that legal shit on your website, almost to the point where I said, what, just forget about it. It's not worth it.
Exactly. Then people go overseas to the US or to somewhere else, like you were saying, more favorable terms in general, just for protection, even though it's created out of the EU. And they're just losing that across the board. It even goes back to their traditional industry with like car makers or anything else, like BMW, Mercedes, Volkswagen, blah, 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 all the rest, Audi. It's literally shooting yourself in the foot. Like, what are you doing?
We are the best in
Why?
regulating traffic signs, you know,
Yes. Yes.
while China is innovating technology.
Yeah. It's yeah. So yeah,
Anyway, I didn't want to interrupt you. Just as a little anecdote about this is, of course, not the reason why euro cannot go above 120, but it feeds into kind of
but
a narrative, you know.
Yeah, it does as well. When I think it is somewhat relevant as far as a lot of what we've been talking about as well recently or semi-recently, going back, I mean, almost a year now, is bond market and interest rates, that kind of stuff, as a tangential, which most of you guys probably don't look at directly from an FX standpoint, but I can tell you that yes, interest rates, the bond market, has a massive direct influence on FX rates. Right? Normally, everything's pretty stable. That's why you can trade FX and not really worry. But things change, and then all of a sudden there's an avalanche. Right? It's that final little piece of snow that creates everything. So I think it is relevant to keep in mind in the background with everything going on, especially with the massive geopolitical change right now, and you've got the Strait of Hormuz and the whole potential threat to the petrodollar, that kind of thing. Iran previously had touted a number of times to position oil in euros, as has Iraq, Afghanistan, that kind of stuff in the past. Obviously, eventually that would probably be a transition to go to yuan, but nonetheless, there's threats on the board overall. So I think it's still relevant to have in the background, because I'm sure at some point, whether it's however long, it will come into vogue. And the thing is, as far as financial markets, that's not always like a one swift change. Like, we see these gradual changes over time, and then it flips, right? So, euro dollar though, yes, I like. If we zoom out, let's put it this way. Let's go to the daily. Hide all of this stuff. So we had the 120 plus type measure. And like we spoke about, I thought that was like way too excessive. I think we will break it, but it'll be very brief. It's very thin air above there. We did get that breakdown. Then through here, this was the point of the Iran Middle East escalation. Came right down. We've come up and claimed that. Where's sort of true value? Like, say if we didn't have the Middle East escalation and fiasco going on, I'd say we'd probably sitting around low 117s to mid 117s, right? That'd be probably roughly fair value. So right now we're a touch above that. Now, given that we have had that situation, we are mostly back to full oil flows, even though people are like, okay, over the weekend, the strait has been reclosed. The US is still there with the blockade. Iran obviously attacked, what was a Pakistani ship, wasn't it? Or Indian ship? I forget. But they attacked that ship, and then the US took one of the Iran tankers as well, right? I feel like surely this is assumed that this was going to happen by most people. Like, if you've been at all awake through this past couple of years, let alone Trump's first presidency as well. So no surprise there. I think it's pretty by the by. Hence, like we said a couple of weeks ago, as far as the market is concerned, the war is effectively over. So all the headlines are kind of just like near-term disruption, that kind of thing. You get the dips, you get the rips as well. but it's not like a I don't know, what do you want to call it? Like a decapitation of the current business cycle, right? We're not cutting the head off the dragon and we peaked at the market and then we fall off. So much more to go overall, I think. We've still got the East-West pipeline. You've got Iraq pumping out more oil. You've now got Iran also sending oil up through the north and then into the Red Sea. Like, we've basically got the same number of barrels coming out before the strait was blocked. But everyone's still focused on the strait. And this was something I found funny watching a bunch of high caliber sort of profiled people reporting on. And it seems like they haven't checked up on that. Even from Bloomberg, where you've got like a split of people that are aware of this and others that have no idea.
Yeah.
So you're getting this like dichotomy on social media and publications, that kind of thing, saying it's all over, it's still blocked, there's none of this oil going on. I've also heard stuff going from the Strait of Hormuz being, it's basically like 19-ish%, which everyone rounds up to 20. Now it's become 30 and more. So I think it's that point where, again, peak fear, go the other way.
That's the thing, though.
I don't know what you think.
It feels kind of like we're sitting on the fat tail of a fat tail sometimes. Like
Yes.
Very outlandish thing, you know? Like
that's a very good way to put it.
And of course, you know, like analysts, especially on Bloomberg, if you're a journalist or something, I mean, I can understand it. Like we traders, we not like we traders, but they like to go with a narrative that might be popular, which always is like everything is going to end, you know? And
they have to.
It's like one thing, you know, I was doing on the weekend, looking into, for example, the NASDAQ, because we have this, if you allow me to quickly switch over to my chart, we have this insane streak, right? On the daily. We have like so many candles in a row that that go up in this type of geopolitical situation with these oil prices. And I was actually wondering, and I need to switch my screen very quickly there.
I think it's one of the biggest since like 19.
This is exactly what I want to show now. It's like if you look at history, the longest one was May 24th, 1990, with 19 days on record. There were a couple of others which are around what we see right now. But that's not even important. What for me is important is how did the stock market perform after this? And you can see no matter how long the streak was, except for one example from 1992, we always grew double digits as a 12-month rolling forward return for the NASDAQ. So why should it be different, you know? And I'm honestly speaking, of course, I'm not the only one at looking at stats like this, you know, because if I would be like managing a mutual fund now, technology fund or whatever, a stock technology fund, I of course would be looking into something like this and you know, be on the edge and say like, I cannot miss out on this, you know, I need to be invested, because the likelihood of, even if I have the opinion it's not going to be double-digit returns, of single-digit returns, you know, and even if it's just 4% or 5 or 6%, I still have a likelihood of beating what the alternative, which would be 1-year yield, treasury yield in US dollar would be. So I think that really feeds into this loop. Whether that is healthy or not, you know, it's a whole different story, of course. But we have to trade what we see, you know, and just because it's like nice to say like, oh, you know, the world is doomed and we are going to have all these effects on fertilizer prices, on crop prices, inflation and so on, which are going to be there for sure, you know. But the question is, are those effects going to beat the amount of liquidity that is sitting at the sideline that needs to be invested somewhere? And if you are running a pension fund, if you are a bank and you're sitting at these enormous amounts of liquidity, your shareholders expect you to invest that. They are not going to accept that you just have it lying around somewhat accounts, you know, for like 2% or something like this. They want to see that you beat the markets. So it's in a way, like a bit ironic, that's why everybody's flooding into the market. And if I quickly switch back to my NASDAQ chart here, like one thing I think we are seeing the expression on a mutual fund level, institutional levels, to miss out exactly on what we saw last time. Around this time, actually, no? But it was also like in April, beginning of April.
Yeah, similar. April's typically very good for markets.
Yeah, where we like dipped down so much and then we just went up. And I mean, look at this. It looks exactly the same. I know there are like some charts circulating out there that put like together like, oh, this is how the market looked before 2008 or .com bubble. Exactly.
Yeah.
It's, you know what I mean? You can always zoom in and out to make it a light like this. And of course, there can always be something happening, you know. But for me, always the question is, what could get worse than the current situation in terms of escalation? The next step would be like they are going to destroy all the desalination plants or something like this. That would be like a humanitarian catastrophe. On a military scale, the next step to do would be probably something like, you know, we are going to nuke you to the Stone Age again, which is something like unheard of course, you know. So as investors, as traders, those scenarios we kind of need to take out of the equation, because in a scenario like this, we will have other problems when worrying about, you know, where the price of gold or NASDAQ is going, because that would be an event where everything, no matter what you invested in, everything is not going to zero, but dumped by 50% probably. And as clickable as, you know, projecting something like this is, for sure, you know, if you're a journalist and you want somebody clicking a lot on your article, you know, this is the way to do it probably. But it's a scenario that you cannot play with as an investor. I mean, look at what Michael Burry has done for ever since 2008. You know, always expecting, you know.
Come on, Dirk. Don't even reference this man.
Insane,
all right, like
people are seeing this and are listening to this.
Yeah, exactly.
And the component that's always taken out of equation by media, by people who like just look at charts or like on a shallow level maybe make a fundamental analysis, is liquidity. The amount of money that's circulating in the system and that just needs to go somewhere.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, we're talking about like a denominator type thing, right?
Yeah.
So whether you like it or not, even if the price should go down.
I personally don't like. I also think it's like crazy, you know. I would love to see us like going sideways, you know, for things to calm down a little bit, but it's probably not going to happen. So what I'm I can be here to judge, but I cannot, you know, act upon my personal judgment of a situation.
Yeah, and so for you guys in chat, like we're running through this macro stuff for the weekend, and then we'll jump into how you execute on this, you know, trade stuff, technical stuff, whatever, blah, 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 that kind of thing. We're just smashing through that, and then how you can play that out through the week, just so you know. But yes, no, I definitely agree. It's it's a denominator type thing, whether you like it or not. It's the same thing as housing. You know, more money pumped out. Housing didn't really go up. It's just more money got printed by banks. That's the other measure that we have outside of government. The money enters the economy, so hence number go up, and then that's now the new level. It's not really that they actually increase in value, right? It's just
exactly
more cash in circulation. Therefore, more cash can facilitate something else. It has to have a home, not to use the pun of housing, but same deal, right? You know, same deal.
Nice one.
So there we are, and I think that's the exact point where we are with this, with the current situation. Now, like you were saying, so we've got this is Brent here, right? And as we've talked about before, I've got a couple of different contracts here with West Texas and with Brent. You have to be careful which contract you're actually looking at. Just like we had West Texas the week before last, higher than Brent. But that's because they were slotted onto different futures contracts. So Brent had actually ticked over to the forward contract for June, and then West Texas was still on May. right? So stuff like that. So whenever you're looking up like oil or commodities, I don't know, charts in general, make sure what contract you're actually looking at. Are you looking at like a spot cash price, like right now? Are you looking at a futures contract? And if it's a futures contract, what date of delivery are you looking at? So either way, we've basically got we've still got oil below $100, which I think is fair. We've got the East-West pipeline still pumping oil, like I was saying, and you've got even Iran trying to push oil up through the top sector and then go back around the Red Sea and avoid the Strait altogether. We've got Iraq pumping out 1.5 million more barrels. Once you add it all together, we're pretty close to the 20 million, roughly, that's missing from the Strait in general. And then you've got also 4 commitments that will actually push it above that 20 mil. I mean, we should actually go to like a projected 23 to 27 million going forward. So I'll have to find what folder I had that chart in. I'm pretty sure I showed it to you guys the other week, but I won't waste my time on that right now. But the point is, we're still basically online. So hence you've seen the oil pretty much chill out, just like we were saying, or I was saying that I think as far as the market is concerned, the war is over, right? It's done. We now just have like a difficulty type situation, kind of like the Russia-Ukraine situation when that popped off. It was a massive deal initially, but then we came down, everyone worked out how to work around it, and then it's just now in the background. So I think we're going to that situation. Obviously, there's a few more details to be worked through, and there are real risks, just like you were saying. So how would we elevate that risk from here? Would be, like you were saying, energy or desalinization plants being hit. So energy on the Iran section, they would probably then respond potentially in the egregious level with desalinization plants for the greater like Gulf states. So Dubai, Qatar, that kind of thing, Oman. That would now be bad. But that's obviously too extreme. So even with Trump tweeting stuff like he's going to hit each of the energy plants, don't think he will. He'll just hit the high-strung wires, creates the same destruction, doesn't eliminate billions and billions of dollars of energy infrastructure and take the months and months and months for that to be rebuilt, but has the same effect. It disables, but doesn't cause that like core damage. So I still see a bunch of the current rhetoric as a bit hyperbolic, right? Just like Trump before, and same thing on the other side. Yeah, a bit.
I also think Donald Trump doesn't get all the information in real time, so he cannot go totally crazy.
I'm sure.
I think he gets like, once a decision has been made already from people who are actually competent in the military, he gets like fed this decision maybe in a way like, we should do this and this and that, that would like people would love hearing that from you. And then he just does it. A bit like
I'm very sure.
A bit like I sometimes manipulate my little daughter.
Yeah, you're like, here's some candy. Hey. It's I had something else. I'll leave that for later.
Okay,
I'll leave that.
One thing that one thing I was just thinking about is like, I think also if like something like this would have happened, I mean it has happened before obviously, but like let's say like 30 years ago, in the mid 90s, that would have had a totally different effect on the markets. Markets nowadays are also more resilient in a way that global supply chains are more sketched out.
Yes.
Back then, you had like, of course, global supply chain, especially for oil, but not like alternatives that much. You didn't have that sort of cooperation between countries that much, because especially in the Middle East, just the infrastructure was also not up to that standard it is nowadays when it comes to oil distribution. So, pardon me, you have more interest of parties that even might be, opposite on the spectrum of political systems, still working together for a common goal, because they know, when really, all production delivery goes down to zero, everybody is affected by this. So it's in their best interest to, not going to say put aside political conflicts, but let them rest for a while and be not so much in the focus, maybe more in the background, to work on a common goal.
Yeah, exactly. It's the same thing where I've heard people talk about the whole stagflation thing in the 70s or whatever, oil crisis, that kind of stuff. It's like,
yeah,
what are you talking about? Like, the world doesn't have the same demand for oil as it did back then. Not even close, right? If it did, oil would be at $1,000.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not. It's not even the same at all. Like it's. What are you talking about? Okay, but right now, hence it goes back to what I was saying before. As soon as the strait gets open and then closed again, you get those people coming out and trying to say this kind of stuff. And I also, just like I was saying before, there's a bunch of using Bloomberg in particular. There's a bunch of people that I respect as certain contributors, and other people that are just, I guess, talking heads or something. Because there's such a wide variation. And then also, same with some people at certain banks or hedge funds. And I just hear what they say. I'm like, how? Dude, what are you talking about?
It's so far out there, it's like.
But that's also good in the sense that then you can make a trade off it, right? Because there's obviously people trying to position for that. It goes back to the old, a lot of people still investing in the old way that miss a lot of the growth stocks as well. They're doing a more traditional Warren Buffett type aspect. Miss Apple, miss Nvidia, miss Amazon, miss Google, miss Microsoft, miss Facebook, whatever it is, right? So I still, whenever I see that, I actually see that as a good thing, is what I'm trying to say. Like, that means you're like, okay, I got a trade here. We can invest this. So long as everything else aligns up. Yeah.
Yeah, the ways, I'm a big fan of Warren Buffett and Berkshire Hathaway, by the way.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
It's like one, if not the most sincere, down-to-earth, and successful investor that has ever roamed around Earth. And Warren Buffett, that guy drives like an old car, takes it to work every day, eats at McDonald's, says like, I bought stocks where the dividend I get now every year is higher than the price I bought the stock for. So it's like value investment as its finest. At the other side, you can translate that also to nowadays. So if you look at stocks like Apple, which Berkshire Hathaway is heavily invested in still, even though they got rid of a couple of, but the cycle of innovation or the business cycle itself has gotten much faster. Where like in the 1950s, when you maybe or 1960s, when you bought a McDonald's share, you would expect like, over the course of the next 20 or 30 or 40 years, this is going to happen. This is now happening in 3 or 4 or 5 years. And I think somebody who's like the value investor, growth investor, like Warren Buffett, of course, that's very difficult to translate. That's everybody has that. It's difficult at one point, to translate you
had an expanding demographic as well, like population.
Yeah, true. Right?
Yeah, absolutely. It won't work quite the same. Like if you buy, Coca-Cola, I guarantee will be around in 100 years.
Yeah, exactly. But you don't know if Amazon is still going to be around in 100 years, right?
Yeah, but even with Coke, like, will they expand at the same rate? No, it'll be kind of just linked to
course not, no.
GDP, inflation, that kind of thing.
You can be somewhere
It
like
depends, unless we make like a advance in longevity and we can sustain 20 billion or 30 billion people on the planet, something like that, blah, 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 housing, all that kind of stuff. Then, yes, more people can consume Coca-Cola. But right now, it's kind of hit like a diminishing returns, like peak, and it's leveled out. So now it's just a good...
we were like...
If you invest it early enough, it's like a dividend.
4 years ago, in a very remote area of Indonesia, in the middle of a jungle, there was this little kiosk selling Coca-Cola. So how much more vendors are there to access, you know? It's absolutely right, yeah. Whereas, and yeah, what did I want to say? Sorry, I lost a little bit track of my thought here, but I think really the key difference is the turnover of product to majority of a product cycle and then diminishing returns. That can be, for some products, within a couple of months. I mean, how many companies have we seen, like, you know, being founded last year, going up to 10 or 20 or $100 billion in valuation just to fade away again, man?
Yeah, and potentially the new Coke will be something like an AI company of some form that does make the distance, stays here. They get that premium product in the soft drink category, which is now AI. Others will come in. They'll have different flavors, but there's one core one that just runs through for the next century, 2 centuries, etc. Might not always be the best for every application, but it's the most solid, reliable, multi-variable type aspect, right? Yeah, so I think we will definitely have something like that. I think it was much easier to see that prior. Now it's much more of a forward projection.
Yeah.
And a lot more assumptions. Whereas before it was like, okay, you can see people actually consuming this, more hard data, hard evidence. Now this is projected forward with a whole bunch more competition. So I think that is where it becomes very hard.
One thing about Coca-Cola, I'm going to make now a contemporary comment on this, and I want to ask you a question about this, guys. So, which is Coca-Cola? I hope it's not going to be Nuka-Cola. And I want to ask you, if you know what I'm referring to, leave a like and comment in our stream here which franchise I'm referring to. Nuka-Cola.
Yeah, if you guys know what Nuka-Cola is, pump the like and also leave a comment with that. Do it. Very good. That's a good reference. And also, have you watched the recent adaptation?
Oh man, I'm a big fan of it. I binged it.
Okay. Yeah. So good. So
it
good.
Is.
Hey, love it. Yeah.
One of the
really good
best adaptations in the last 10 years, honestly speaking.
Yeah.
Just beaten, in my opinion, by Foundation, the series.
Dude, I love Foundation. They're bringing the next season comes out soon, doesn't it? As well.
Foundation is not coming out until late next year. They're just.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, what was the other one?
From is coming.
It might have been.
The Boys has just come out.
Yeah, The Boys. That is. I was going to reference that before with what you're talking about the orange man. The other one, 3 Body Problem, as well.
Oh, is that one coming out this year? Yeah.
Very good.
I love it.
I think it is coming
books as well.
So. Yeah. Very good. But yeah, we got similar.
I think so.
Yeah. Very good. I might have to just restart my stream. So
yeah,
you
sure.
can see here, add text. This is me. Okay, now it's working. I was trying to type before and it wasn't working. Okay, I might not have to.
These weird Australian desktop PCs. My God.
Hang on. Okay, it's not.
Okay, just restart and rejoin.
Yeah, it's my like numb keyboard. Give me 1 sec. Yeah,
sure.
I'll come back.
And of course, Hans Gunther Butler. I knew you would know that, man. Fallout, exactly.
Oh, dude. Okay, before I reset, I got to say, what was that? Dude, I think we could have such a good time with this. Hans Gunther. I can't say. Rich, Dirk, myself Have you seen that new like gnome game?
Gnome?
Yeah,
Gnome
where you gotta
game?
like infiltrate the house as a gnome.
As a gnome. Is that the one
We
where you
should
need
play
to
that.
go to toilet and hold in your farts? So.
No, it's no, don't. It's not like
No,
that.
that's a game too. Really, I promise.
What are you guys doing in Germany?
That's a very German game.
But no, I like Rich has also got a bunch of good games. I think we could have some fun. I think it'd be great. I'd love to.
Good, yeah.
Yeah, great. Anyway, all right, let me reset. I'll be back.
Yeah. See you soon.
God damn it, Dad. What is this?
I promise you guys, I'm going to bring some screen. Not that I own that game, please don't get me wrong. But there's a game like this. I just saw it last week on Instagram. Somebody playing it, so I'm going to bring some screenshot. And yeah, I'm pretty. I used to be gamer. Nowadays, I don't game a lot anymore, sadly, because simply I don't have the time that much anymore for it, sadly. And the games I tend to play are either like very monotonic, like idle games where I'm interested in the growth algorithm that is like that, or they are complex things like for example, iRacing. I love to play, although it's more of a simulation, but you need like a lot of times, a lot of time to get up to a standard. So, and that time simply I do not have anymore. And I know this gentleman here is in something called Elden Ring as well, which is something I never touched in my life because I know I would just be motorically not able to, probably get past the first enemy in a game like this. Victoria 3. I have no idea what that is, man. Sorry. Let's get back to the charts. So we were talking about the NASDAQ earlier. You heard my opinion on this. I want to quickly look at gold again, which is looking decent, like on a more lower time frame. Let's have a look. We see euro dollar right now not aligning very much. So we have the so-called longer time frame, in this case my Renko chart, pointing downwards. We have a 1 minute time frame pointing upwards. Nothing I would like to day trade or scalp because they are not aligned. We have gold also, although that might be slipping, that also not aligned very much. So I don't want to trade this. We have the NASDAQ, of course, with what also today has been going on. We had a surprisingly good opening, in my opinion, also going on. So this is definitely something that I might be looking at, maybe not at a level like this. But if I would see, for example, today, and I need to ask LJ when he's back where the max pain for option expiry is today, or like pullbacks maybe to around these levels here. Definitely, I could imagine myself, especially the lower one, but I don't think we're going to reach the -4 sigma, so maybe the -3 sigma. So somewhere around 26,490, maybe even 27,500, because it's the round numbers, to be levels where I would like to buy back. And last but not least, dollar yen also aligned. So that kind of, in my opinion, fits into the picture that LJ was mentioning earlier, that we might see dollar yen actually creeping up higher first before we see euro dollar somehow reacting and redesigning, rewriting the whole picture we see currently. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Where's Max Payne at the moment for today?
So zero DT options are at. Let me swap it. Oh, hang on. I'm gonna re-add my screen. Go. There we are. So they're a bit higher. They're quite close to the base of the gap open. So
okay.
It's 26,663. So it's a bit higher. And given the current market construction, I would say we're probably going that direction. I would love to see those lower levels, like you said. I don't think we will overall. This seems as though we're very much unwinding the weekend, debacle, put it that way. And just moving on. Yeah,
And
it seems at the end of like I think everyone expected that. Yes, it's not going to be a clean one for one. Get this sorted, get this done. They have made some pretty good progress, to be fair. If you compare it to the what was the Obama Accords with Iran? They had a name, GDHR. I don't know, some acronym, blah blah blah, whatever, for Iran to basically just got them to cap how much uranium they could actually process. That kind of thing. Now, the new ones, Trump obviously tweeted a couple of times saying, yep, they're not going to do it at all. We've got a 20-year agreement and we're going to give them $20 billion. Then he said, we're not giving them $20 billion. And then now it seems to be a 5-year agreement that they actually have agreed to. So in fairness, that's actually quite progressive in general.
it is absolutely.
So I think that's the situation that the market is looking at. I definitely have certain questions with S&P and the NASDAQ hitting new all-time highs from last Friday, almost as though the situation is good per se.
That was weird, no? That
Why I put it there.
what we saw on Friday, they're closing on such a high note. I was
Yeah.
very surprised by that, honestly speaking.
I can understand, like we've talked about, how certain desirable assets have been, they've come down to very favorable levels per se. And so hence you get that push. And it also seemed, I don't know about you, but through last week in particular, just trading generally, liquidity was garbage.
Yeah,
even
absolutely.
Just from observational trading,
Yeah.
trading in real time. And then also I went, hang on, I got to go look at some kind of data I can try and grab to actually confirm this. And yeah, it seemed rubbish. So my take, I don't know if you have any other insight, but my take is that everyone's been underpositioned, kind of caught off guard as far as like banks or hedge funds or the market makers, that kind of thing, not wanting to actually fulfill either side of the market, and now they're playing catch up. That's my suspicion, because I was trading last week. I was like, this does not seem right. Like I'm trading on my personal stuff. I'm like, these fills are weird and prices jump. This is not normal. And I've got like level 2, level 3 data, that kind of stuff, and order book. I'm like,
it's especially
so
market.
I know that you have prior history in that, so I don't know if you have any other.
Yeah, it's across the board also. It's specifically market makers, whether those are like private market makers being like quant firms, or that have market making as a business model, whether that are institutionals, whether that are market makers that are have contracts, especially with stock exchanges. So on the New York Stock Exchange, or also in Germany, you see that. And of course, those market makers, they always want like ranging markets, because this is where they earn their money. And normally they have like bands. You could imagine it being something like a Bollinger Band, maybe, like means where they measure volatility. And once you run out that there, they are going to be more conservative in taking position or putting in market making orders, so limit orders on the buy and sell side. And that's definitely gotten more conservative. So as soon as we see a move, we see them shy away, or I see them shy away, thus also resulting in sometimes the crazy moves, especially to the upside in risk-on assets that we see at the moment. You see that in the NASDAQ, although there's, of course, no direct market making in the NASDAQ or S&P 500 itself, apart from the futures, so that translate directly to the stocks. I see that especially in cryptocurrencies, also especially Bitcoin and Ethereum, that as soon as you get some upside volatility, the order books get quite thin. Now, not saying like they disappear completely, of course, but they get thinner. So they are very afraid of getting burned there. And thus we see sometimes those crazy price swings. Sometimes we see, or actually quite often, we see orders being executed at prices that you didn't expect, especially in liquid assets. So talking about NASDAQ futures, S&P futures, major currencies, be it euro, dollar, dollar yen, Aussie dollar. That's definitely the case there. And this is really something to be aware of. As euphoric as we can be, for example, with the move we've seen in the NASDAQ right now, you want to be extremely, you want to be dangerous too, but you want to be careful, I meant. And with placing your stop orders, you gotta have a margin of more slippage than you usually will experience in your mind. So the way I do it, I either do like I adapt it over position size, or in my positioning, I take into account that my stop loss order might be executed worse than it normally would be. And we saw an example with poor William last week of that, who had a stop loss, like, what did he say, like at $200 loss, and it was like at $400 executed. This is not because your broker wants to do something evil to you. This is really the liquidity suddenly be pulled out of the market because everyone is on their heels. Everyone is kind of like, afraid to. Everybody's in a situation where they try to pick up pennies in front of. In front of a heavy machinery that's paving the roads. I don't know how that is called in English, and be the last.
Pennies in front of a steamroller.
Yeah, steamroller. Thank you. That's the word. And being afraid they are the one who get their arm caught in there and dragged under the roller and being liquidated.
Exactly. So it's like gold today. Like, this is from today, and this is the 1 minute chart where we go from here. Like, was this like 68? 1 minute, you jump up to here to 72. Right, top of the wick is 74. So I wasn't trading at this time, but that is the kind of like jumps where, depending on, especially if you're trading like real time, like scalping or something like that, or intra-session, where $6, $7, $8, $10 per ounce does actually make a difference to what you're doing. So if you get slipped like $3 or $4 per ounce, that moves your stop loss massively. So definitely something to watch out, like you were saying. And then you have that several times, and this is during the lower liquidity period during Asia, obviously. So you're very much more susceptible to that happening overall.
I have to go for 5 minutes. I'll be back.
That's right.
Coffee.
Yeah, all good, Ted. But yeah, so some of you guys, because I did also see some of you guys, I don't know if the same guys are here in chat right now. I did see some of you guys' comments in the Discord around that. Look, if you're running stops too close to current price and you're trying to scalp or something, and you do have those kind of bursts of liquidity, bursts of like volume coming into the market, especially around these kind of times, which is when the Asian markets sort of fully open, you're going to get hit. And I've seen a number of people being a bit confused as to why. Well, the same thing, I think, through this afternoon, where we had this drop down. Like, these are like, sorry, that was last week. These are like normal market operations, but you're going to get hit with that. So don't think otherwise. Can we please see XAU USD? Yes, we can. That's what we are seeing right now. So similar deal to the other currencies. I'd say we have a pull up higher to close this gap overall. Beyond then, it's going to be very tough. Again, it's back to the back and forth, the throw of the current headlines, right, from both Trump and from Iran, or anything else, any other tangential speculation or inputs that come from other countries. Because one of the things from the Iran side, they haven't even had internet at all for a very long time now, since the war began. So a lot of, that comes out from there is obviously from the regime themselves, or tangential counterparts, which may be or may be less favorable to their side. So that's the only thing to understand. Just like the US, just like Trump pushing out what he's saying, it's a bit, I don't know, what do you want to say? Propaganda esque? If we can say that. You know, sometimes you can rely on what he's saying. Other times, as we know, we've been doing that. Same with the trade war. You have to reverse what he's saying. So don't believe exactly what he's saying. Don't not believe what he's saying as well, because he does follow through with these certain things. But right now, yes, I would be seeing the upside on gold. The main thing that has been driving gold down in the near term, as far as this situation, is that short-term yield curve, which I must say, after this weekend, the short-term yield curve, or short end of the yield curve, I should say, did not react as heavily as we have done before. So you're definitely a bit subdued there. Hence, the whole market has not overreacted overall. But thus, we've got the continuation higher. The main thing whenever you have these gaps is that you do actually get some kind of correction. So just like when we had the first initial instance, I'm going to go all the way back. We're here. If we can get there. Come on. We're almost there. Almost there, surely. No. Zoom out. Here we are. So from the initial instance of the war, where we had this gap, we recovered, but then just came down and didn't recover back. Right? So the main thing is right now, if we then go back to today, through these other gaps that we've had, we've come down, but then we've actually made the attempt to recover and then continued recovering. Right? It's when you see that gap, slight recovery, and then a drop, it's very bad. So for gold, I would say we do come up, close this gap eventually, and overall, given the outside factors in the current picture, we eventually do go to all-time highs. Just like you were looking for, Dirk, potentially like a pick up, a push down, and then drive higher. That or just start running. Either way.
Yeah, exactly. Is that the part where Dirk plays his game to be quiet for 5 minutes? I'm going to show you something now. I'm going to switch over to my view, and I'm going to show you that this game really exists. And it's called
what is this?
We Gotta Go, and it's available on Steam. And I'm just going to read the description here. We Gotta Go is a co-op horror comedy that will scare the crap out of you, literally. Team up to reach the only bathroom in a haunted mansion before your bowels betray you. Scavenge for items, fend off ghosts, and find through cursed halls together in a desperate hunt for sweet relief. So there you got it. I didn't make this up. This really exists.
Goddamn. This does sound very much like the gnome game I was talking about. To a degree.
Asking earlier,
similar but different. So,
I don't know what Richard plays, in his free time.
Yeah.
Elden Crab.
But, there's kind of like solo creator kind of games that are like
exactly
kind of pop off, that kind of thing. Abradolf Linkler, what is this? What are we talking about? All I can see is, did you play the game? What game are we talking about?
I didn't play the game.
Which one?
And he was talking to you.
Yeah, that's what I mean. But he said LJ ? Just now. So
Which game? Which game?
What other comments? That's the only other comments. So what game is this?
LOL.
Yeah, with the fish.
Yeah, LJ loves LOL. Didn't you know?
But yeah, overall, look. Either way, overall, guys, I got to say, I think today's thing is basically completing this reversion of the gap on the euro dollar. We technically have. I think we might creep a little bit higher. That's what I would prefer. Some of the other indices haven't quite got there, or assets in general. I shouldn't say indices. Aussie dollar just touch below. You could argue it's there, but I'm still holding this long. The other thing we have is the NASDAQ pulling higher as well. We've just tapped through this local high right now. 0 DT options are at 26,663. So that's just a touch below the gap closure to open. Similar deal with the S&P. We're creeping up through there. I think we will close that before deciding the next direction.
Yeah, I think so too, yeah.
Everything else has been pretty tame. Same with Brent crude, like commodities in general. The other thing to remember with commodities, they won't necessarily close the gap the same way as other assets, because you have futures out the bore, which then shift actual pricing. So it's a little bit different between just people speculating. The other markets are much more deeper, much larger, much greater depth of liquidity between speculators and positioners, hedges, that kind of thing. So it's a little bit different. I think that's the overall direction for today. I'm looking for. So once we get that, I would look to short to some degree, off another push higher, to be fair.
Yeah, I think once again, the real moves today are probably going to come once Trump wakes up and fires off his first tweet, or we get some kind of reaction to the developments over the weekend. Just saw something on financial juice right now. Pakistani security source. Trump told Munir he would consider his advice. I don't know what this advice is, but I doubt that Trump considers any advice.
I was about to say, yeah. What does that mean?
Yeah, so I think we gotta wait there really and sit a bit at the sidelines. I mean, it's like
we did get BOJ likely to hold off raising interest rates in April. Right, so that's kind of the stuff we should look at, where hence
so too,
dollar yen higher, that kind of thing overall. So,
but would you, at the moment, if you would be head of a central bank?
No, probably not.
It's like the typical situation where you don't want to make the first step, right?
Yeah, I also, well, technically, I guess Australia already has.
Yeah, of course. If you're not Australian, that is, of course.
Coverage, which I don't think they should have done. But obviously, it's a very different situation to Bank of Japan. Yeah, I can understand getting that I don't know, energy security nailed, that kind of thing, or at least having done a couple of deals with certain other countries to secure that. I know that Japan and Australia have done a bunch of natural gas deals for that part, and then it's just securing the fuel thing. The same thing with Australia. We used to have 10 refineries. Now we've got 2, and we used to be self-sustaining for 70% of our oil. Right, we used to produce ourselves in the 80s.
And now you are selling it all to China.
Now we import 90% of our oil and close down all the refineries, which is all because of the whole environmental, climate change thing, which is fine. Do that stuff, but that doesn't mean just destroy everything else. Okay, do both at once. You need to do both.
Yeah, but you want to be re-elected in 4 years as a politician, So you need to do things now and show activity.
The thing was, it wasn't even popular here, right? People lost elections based on on climate change, so it didn't even help that. So now we're in a double bad situation. Yeah, it's pretty silly, and that actually needs to be just open, just to it's one of those things. Regardless, even if we had full renewables, you need to just have those access points open, just in general, just so they're there. It's
I mean, let's be fair. Even if you have full renewables, it's not going to cover every aspect of your economy that is energy dependent. You cannot.
Yeah.
power gold mining with solar energy, probably, for example, and of course you can have like cars and infrastructure for that, and like energy that are not depending on fossil fuels anymore, for sure. That's like a huge discussion, obviously, in Germany, because due to lobbying of a German automotive industry and saying like, oh, we have like highly efficient combustion engines, which don't matter if you pay like €2.50 per liter of gasoline anymore. It's like people are
I
also
will say
trying like,
they are definitely.
yeah,
They are definitely actually. Yeah, I've actually looked into it. They are much more highly efficient than prior.
for
There
sure,
has been like a
still,
level up in
yeah.
tech.
But still,
Yeah.
it's crazy, like the amount of infrastructural investment for energy grids, for charging stations for cars and so on, that has been missed out here due to lobbying from the industry. Our energy minister, Katharina Reiche, is like very famous for being like part of the traditional energy lobby. So she's right now reversing anything in renewable energy that Germany has been built up. If you have solar panels on your house, screw you. You're not going to get anything anymore if you feed your energy in the grid and so on and so forth. But it shows like that, like some of the decisions, and there's the bridge to trading again that we see on a political scale, are very short-term lived. They're not going to survive because eventually the market reality is going to catch up with those. So my message is here: don't trade political markets so much. Look at what the long-term picture says, and long-term, the more efficient thing that is priced as a cheaper price than the traditional is going to probably become the go-to choice for industries as well. Be that renewable energies, be that something like fusion powers. It seems to be actually less than 10 years around the now that it's actually going to be there. But interesting times, no? I mean,
it's the same thing as America's electrical grid. Like, if you wanted to make an attack on them, you wouldn't launch a nuke or missiles or something. You have a local terrorist attack to take out the grid.
With
especially
transistors,
Texas.
especially. Yeah.
Texas is one of the biggest grids, and it is so old. Like, I could go there with a backpack and take it out.
Yeah, I heard like, especially if you.
What are we kidding? You can just get someone from South America to come in and do a thing, and the whole thing is down, and it's down for weeks and months.
I heard, especially if you take out the transistors.
This is insane.
That like. Because they are like notoriously hard to produce, and there's like a super large backlog. Oh my god, we shouldn't talk about stuff like this actually in the stream, man.
Give us one idea.
Later we're going to give people ideas.
But I think the point is to realize when we talk about these things and people go on like World War III, like what actually happens? It's not going to be something extreme. It's the same thing with Iran, where Trump's tweeting about attacking all the actual power plants. You wouldn't do that. You just attack the lines. It has the same effect. And gets you that couple weeks, months of downtime, but doesn't cause like core destruction. Because if you cause core destruction, then they're going to like, well, we're already done. You destroyed everything. Now we got nothing to lose, right? You don't have leverage. You give up your leverage. So obviously they wouldn't do that. So hence, this is all a big hyperbolic rhetoric type aspect. I don't know if you guys have seen the memes from Iran back and forth with America. Like, it's gotten ridiculous. Funny, all the gifts. It is very funny. But you can see how much. I also always find it. I don't know if you find this interesting, Dirk. How much. Which I don't know if it's a algorithm thing per se, but also I see professionals talking about it, and they take this stuff really serious. It's almost like they're not clued into the current, I don't know, like current DNA of markets and of the social political environment with social media and the internet and all this kind of stuff. And they take this serious. Like when they see Trump like post a thing or Iran post a meme gif of whatever, they think like, oh, we're done for.
I mean,
I sell everything right now.
personally took it serious, like, what was it, like 3 weeks ago when he made this post about potential genocide. That was for me like, okay, come on, where are we? Like, is this really going to happen? Is he going to drop a nuclear bomb on Iran? But like you said, you can do this in a more smart way. And as much as it pains me to say, I see that here in Berlin, where I live right now, at a smaller scale, we had from some far left green activist an attack on a power station in Berlin in I think it was December, which led to some parts of Berlin, one part especially, being without energy for 1+ week. I know, Richard, if you're watching this, you're going to laugh about this again. But for Germany, it's a big thing. And the ripple effects of this, because the infrastructure is destroyed and cannot be rebuilt that fast, we are still seeing up to this day. So you have a ripple effect that suddenly, for example, last week, other districts of Berlin were for a couple of hours without energy, just because of this one attack on one power line, like you just said, which would be something, if you were a terrorist, you would probably do in Texas or wherever. And so there are smarter ways of doing this without me, of course, knowing a lot about energy grids and so on. So I have here a very shallow amateur opinion about it.
It's the same thing 2 weeks ago when they said they're opening the strait, and I was like, yeah, they will, but not really. Because I was saying, you weren't on at that time. I think it was like a Wednesday or something. I was talking to Rich, and I was saying, like, dude, they've got mines in the strait. So, do you know how hard mines are to clean up? Right? You've got different types of mine. They've got the old, like, World War II, where it's, like, anchored to the seafloor and whatever. And they've got the other ones that, like, lie on the seafloor. They detect something coming up, and then they rise higher and go boom. Different variations, but yeah, if your thing is to drop that, like, and you've got Iran having leverage, like, and they're like, yeah, all the mines are gone. Of course they're not gone. And of course, if you want to ship the straits through, and they're like, yeah, you guys can come, even when before we had the opening, they're like, yeah, everyone come up through here, right by Iran, and then go around.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? It's because we know there's a bunch of mines still through here that we haven't fleshed out. And so hence also with the US, they have to move the military in there and try and do some mines. This is literally why we have the game Minesweeper. How do you clear the mines? You tend to blow up, right? You click the mine and then you blow up. Like, this is literally how that game was invented. Okay? Getting rid of mines is actually kind of hard unless you have full submarines going through and all sorts of stuff. It is actually very hard.
It's very hard until you have Windows.
So, yeah. So, like, this is the thing. Like, there's definitely going to be more of this ongoing. The blockade, I would expect, is still going to be here for a number of weeks. Same with Iran, and I think we'll now go to from the strait is blocked again to Iran and the US are coordinating ships, sort of generally going through, and some kind of like mutual shake of the hand. Let's gradually figure this out. And
I think that's exactly the point, LJ, you're making. Then I think that ties beautifully into this question. How would you avoid volatility, basically, on a CFD like gold? Is so we are talking about this here and making this scenario, sometimes laughing about it, trying to joke about it, but of course it's a very serious scenario.
It's not a joke, yeah.
It's not meant,
we do this every day. Eventually you have to.
We're trying to deal with the situation, and as traders like this, and in a way you blow off steam is, of course, that you try to laugh about it, try to joke about it. So don't misunderstand it or misunderstand us, please. But the way is to tie into your question is like, I said it earlier, I'm reducing my average position size because I need to account for slippage, for a widening of spread, for my position generally to be executed worse than well. And another thing you just said, LJ, towards the resolution of this whole situation, I think that's very important, is there will be eventually some sort of resolution to this where both sides, or all sides, it's not just Iran and USA, we have Israel, we have Lebanon and other parties playing into this as well, can get out of a situation without losing their face. That they can say, like, we did either the right thing, and I don't think it will be something like, apart from Donald Trump, somebody saying like we won the thing, but we did the right thing for the better of humanity, for our population or whatever. So things are just going to calmly down. And I think we are progressing towards that. And I think this is what the markets are also expecting. Otherwise, I mean, imagine something like this, that we have last week a situation, the Strait is closed, the Strait is open, over a week and is closed again. That scenario 3 weeks ago would have played out, in fact, it had played out totally different on a Monday morning during the Asian and European session. We would have massively dropped in risk on assets. Now it's like, everybody's expecting, guys, get your shit together, come to the table, shake hands so we can continue with earning money. Everybody can continue with earning money.
Yeah.
Global trade lanes can be open again. So eventually it's going to inevitable. And like I said before, the alternative to that is like a massive escalation towards nuclear war, towards a humanity crisis because of the desalination plants being destroyed. And that's another scale, but not a scale I want to bet as a trader, as an investor. So my defensive mechanism right now is that I need to be a little bit more conservative in my positioning size, except those super rare events where we trade the fat tail of a fat tail, like I mentioned earlier, like gold, for example, 3 weeks ago. But apart from this, adapt. This is how we survive as traders. We need to adapt to reality. We cannot just say, oh, this is my mechanical system. I always take 1% here and there. And then you end up losing 2 or 3% just because of slippage and just because you leveraged maybe too high on your account.
This was an interesting idea. I've got some other stuff to say as well on what you said. But also, I think it might be helpful for us because tell me if you do or don't do this, Dirk, but oftentimes we talk about like regime change in the market, right? With this kind of stuff. I feel like most people probably are just kind of like, what is that? Like, how do you know it's actually changed? Like outside of like
fair enough, yeah,
Iran doing something or whatever, some extreme thing. It might be helpful for us to try and put together like a couple regimes that we look at, and it will be different for everyone. Like, so this is kind of my point, that there's multiple regimes depending on what kind of strat or approach you're looking at and how that complements the current regime. Maybe we could at least like highlight some of them and the general principles of each general regime. Thus, you can identify it and then switch your trading approach based on what current regime you're in, right? So same deal that I do, depending if I'm scalping or trading intraday or swing or this, that, or also what assets I'm trading within the intraday, swing, etc. Right? It might be, because of the regime shift. I just thought that might be interesting.
I think that's a very good idea.
Yeah.
Very good idea. That being said, of course, it's always with a grain of salt, because
yes, interpretation. That's also how you make a approach and a strategy, and
exactly. It's nothing you can do in a technical, in an automated way, because if you do it in an automated way, you're always going to discover the regime too late. So exactly. I'm actually, it's a little bit ironic, I'm working right now on something that can help you to kind of time when regimes are going to change. But even that, because there are certain, there's a cyclical nature to regimes. But even like this, you cannot take out of the equation the fat tails. This is like people have difficulties earning money on the markets because the fat tail events are more frequent than you would expect them from a normal distribution curve. Much more frequent, like 1,000-fold more frequent if you look at larger time scales. And but yeah, I mean, what we could do maybe is like put together a general rule of thumb, or at least show like how do we do that. But I don't think it's
like
enough, to do that like one time on a stream. I think we would need to.
We can
do
work
like
on it. We
a
can.
guideline,
Yeah, we can try it the first time and then see where that goes, and maybe build on it from there or something.
Because you probably
try
also
and
do
put
it
in-
very differently than I do it, for example. Actually,
Yeah,
probably
probably.
not that much, but
Yeah, not that much, but I might put into more of a I don't know, I guess like a real time trading / whatever.
yeah, I think that
type aspect.
would be
Whereas
very
yours
interesting
might
for
be
the
more-
audience to see how
there's
you do it on a more
duration-
intraday,
Yeah, there's
setup.
duration differentials, right, as well. So, yeah, definitely. And I'll just something that popped into my head that I thought could be cool.
Good idea.
I'll try and ponder on that in general. As far as the
I
market
mean,
right now,
let's ask the
Yeah.
audience. Is that something you would like? Is that something you have difficulties with? Would you like? I know a lot of you guys are day trading, so that especially goes, of course, in LJ's direction, because he's the day trader of the two of us. Would you like LJ to show you how he detects a regime, what makes a regime change, maybe, or how to get a general idea? Where probably also there are the K-feeds of limitations, where you go into this. Okay, I cannot quantify this. This is where educated guesses and experience comes in. Then go and let us know, guys. I mean, we want to do something, of course, that is, helpful for you out there.
yeah, so it's kind of like how you figure out if we're in like a ranging sort of mean reversion type situation, or more of a like expansion, momentum, that kind of stuff, blah, 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 macro situation, which is different again, even though I talk about macro in both of them. But
Yeah.
you got macro dominant, you got other things, this, that. So Henry says yes. So there we go. We'll do it for you, Henry, even if you're the only one. There you go.
My bot.
Raff says
Bot.
Raff says he's about to blow his... Dude, Raff, why are you about to blow your account?
Don't do it. Don't blow your
It
account,
needs
man.
Dirk's help. Would it be all right if I be out in 5 minutes? Dirk?
Yeah, of course.
Is that good? Yeah. All right. I'll just swap to your screen. I'll come back.
So I don't know exactly what bot you're talking about, man, right now.
Wait, what bot?
Huh?
Where's the bot?
Yeah, I don't know what bot he means, actually. But if you're referring
Wait,
to
are you
something...
talking about Raff? Or what?
I'm talking about Raff.
He said blow. I'm about to blow.
Blow my account. That's why he says he needs my...
Oh, Dirk's bot. Oh yeah, sorry. I missed the end portion. No, it's my bad. That's my bad.
Okay,
Yeah,
never mind.
fair enough. All right, well, good luck.
See you in a couple of
Dirk
minutes.
has an automatic robot that makes him $1 billion a year.
Yeah,
So,
of course, per week, actually. Yeah.
You guys can sign up to his course for... How much is it again, Dirk? Anyway.
Just,
I'll be back, guys.
14,900
See you guys soon.
per day.
Per day. Yeah. See you guys in a minute.
So I don't know which bot you're referring to. I had a couple of bots in the past, but with a changing structure, really, we see on the markets right now, especially in algorithmic trading, is extremely hard to have a bot in public that continues to make money, because you are very quickly arbitraged away. But if you maybe are referring to this, what I showed you later, so basically my trade that I did on Bitcoin, for example, here later, and you can translate this actually also to indices and currencies. This is based on an indicator called KNN Pivot Nexus. So you see that up here, which I made available for free. And I'm actually going to release, for example, a video on this, what the best settings are when it comes to trading euro US dollar on the 5-minute chart tomorrow. So maybe this is something that can help you. And in general, don't worry, it's normal, hard to accept, but normal that you go through through drawdown when it comes to trading. And I do that as well. I had, for example, last year in November, last year in August, especially also drawdown a lot. And like when I say a lot, I'm talking about 2, 3, or 4. In one instant, 5%. So the drawdown, of course, should never be something that puts your account down by 50% or more even than that. Because if you lose 50%, you gotta make 100% to catch up again. If we take into account that the most successful hedge funds out there make something like 14% on average per year, well, you can basically see how long it would take you to catch up again. So don't aim for these returns of like, I need to make like 50% per month or something like this. And don't do that. Keep it moderate. For example, this system here, of course, you see now like, oh, wow, this Bitcoin trade was amazing, with the take profits I have in here, which were these 3 here. But if you zoom out, you can also see, like in general, this system is pretty good or this indicator with the settings I've applied is pretty good in catching tops and lows. But there are also times where it doesn't. And this, let me move that out of the way here quickly, for example, was the case last week, where we had, this one you still would have gotten out with a good stop loss placing. This one for sure immediately lost, especially this one extremely difficult to take because market went up first and then down. This one obviously was a good signal where the take profit zones were reached very quickly. But in general, you want to avoid, of course, if you have a signal like this one especially, where you get the entry and then basically the market immediately starts moving against you. How do you quantify this? How do you basically look at the market and decide for yourself, this is a signal worth trading or this is a signal not worth trading, right? And this is where these, what LJ called regime opinions come into place, that you basically look, am I trading against the trend right now or am I trading with a trend? If I'm trading against the trend, am I entering positions where it makes sense? And for me, one of the tools I'll use for this, which was introduced to me by LJ, I don't know why I never thought for short-term trading of this myself, is, for example, a standard deviation. So just by putting up a standard deviation on this chart now, and you look at this signal right now, for example, the one I had this morning, you can see, in a place where this signal was, it made a lot of sense because it was happening somewhere around the -2 sigma level. So with a take profit being somewhere at the 0 sigma level, so that was a signal that made a lot of sense as a reversal signal in a downtrend. So normally I wouldn't touch these reversal signals in a downtrend because we are in a downtrend. I don't want to trade against the trend, but if we are at extreme levels where signals like this make sense, I might trade them because then they tend to reverse very quickly to the 0 sigma. In fact, they went even higher here. Of course, I didn't, my take profits were at these zones here. So got out from the trade early, but that was easy. And it's I appreciate that you say that would have been an amazing long here, but of course it's always easy to say that in a hindsight. If you took this trade, for example, up here, you would, and you didn't exit it and you ignored all of the trades that happened in between there, you would still be sitting on a loss there. So sigma level means, Aperdorf-Linkler means one standard deviation to the upside. So if we look at, for example, this standard deviation channel, by the way, this indicator standard deviation channel Forex, also available for free and even open source in this case on TradingView. This looks at where was the median price, in this case of Bitcoin, for the last 128 candlesticks, for the last 128 bars. And then it shows you at any price are we trading above one standard deviation to the upside? So that is called 1 sigma to the upside, or 2 sigma to the upside, or to the downside. So the middle line is always the median or the average price of the last 128 bars, and then if you project that to the downside or to the upside, and like this you can identify levels where price might likely turn around. And I know like LJ uses this, for example, to project also where could my entry be, where could my take profit zones be. I use that, for example, as a reversion strategy when I see, well, we are at a -2 sigma or even -3 or -4 sigma. So for me, on my gold trade, for example, my long-term gold trade, we were trading on the daily on a -4 sigma. Sorry, I cannot find this anymore. If we are talking more about scalping, in this case, a 50-minute chart, I want to look for areas of confluence. So in this case, a market regime that's trajected downwards. As you can clearly see here with the standard deviation channel, we have a downwards channel. But with a signal that points me that this could be a point of reversal, so that all the down move we had all the way down here might reverse now. Much more hard to trade in a trending, so you really want to look for levels where this signs up, but can be profitable. As I said, you can find these indicators. I just showed you here for free. That doesn't mean you're going to be successful using these indicators, obviously, but they can help you to align your trading decisions with, does this signal or what I see here on the chart make actually sense? Layers of confluence. I'm not just deciding on, the RSI is oversold right now, so I need to buy. I'm not just deciding on random technical indicators, but I want to stack them up. And especially something as simple as it is, as a standard deviation, because it's mathematically clean. It's a clean concept. There's no discussion, no doubt about this. Everybody knows how this is done. It's like, it's fact. And this is what it makes so great as an alignment to things that are maybe more vague, like price action, like also my indicators, who says like this is the best setting for this indicator? Of course it's not, The question always is like optimize. It's an optimized setting. Well, does it survive a validation test set? In this case it does, obviously, otherwise I wouldn't show you it. But like stack layers of confluence on it.
Yeah.
Welcome back, LJ.
Thank you. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt there, but I was just
agreeing with
what you were saying. But yeah, so it stacks up with price, with current price action, price movement, that kind of stuff, which is unlike your RSI's. Stochastic is really good, but stochastics, even RSI, this kind of stuff these days, you have to use it more in like a quant.
See, I use stochastic as well here, but I also I'm just looking again here for confluence, like something like this,
You need a lot of
line up.
Yeah, unless you run it with like heavy quant models with actual like financial modeling, like heavy data, not kind of what we do, more real time, call it retail-esque trading type thing on the charts. Unless you don't have that huge hook in with like APIs, that kind of stuff, it's not going to produce relevant signal or signals that are good enough to actually profit off reliably. Put it that way. But the standard deviation it's one of those things that is always going to be prevalent. It's much more real time. You can also change, like we said, the duration, like the look back period, and it's still going to be very relevant. And it's also on every time frame.
It's exactly that, yeah. No matter what time frame I'm on,
it is a universal.
I can immediately see, like, for the certain look back period, I of course have to define, what is the market regime right now.
It's probably my most reliable go-to indicator. If I had to pick, if I had to pick one and nothing else, it would be that. Potentially moving average would be the second. But as far as reliable signals to produce off, I think that would still be number one, and then moving averages number two.
The thing with moving average always is for me, if we have a regime change, it's
they need
difficult just to judge that by moving average, right?
exactly.
If they align like with a sigma level from a standard deviation, it's a whole different story.
Yes, yeah, precisely. And then when you get the two together, now you've got two to tango, and now you've got a bit of a dance, bit of jazz, bit of ballroom. I don't know, whatever.
Richard Butler is back,
dance,
man.
Hello.
Our stream manager. How are you doing?
Can you dance ballroom, Rich? That's a question everyone wants to know in chat right now.
Everybody wants to know whether or not I can dance.
Yes, dude. We've had 100 questions in chat from that.
Oh, wow. So many questions. I feel left on the spot. I'm a white man, so I can't dance.
What did you do at your wedding?
No, dude, I can dance. We had a we had a choreographed dance for our wedding, so it was to a rock song.
Ace of Spades.
Did you go and see did you get a someone to
not
teach
Ace of Spades,
that kind of thing?
Yeah, we actually got a dance teacher to teach us.
If it was not Ace of Spades, was it Raining Blood?
Close, very close. It was very close to Slayer. No, it was a Breaking Benjamin song called "Close to Heaven."
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
And it's in a timing of 4/4, so
of course,
very very easy to do a waltz because it's 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4, and it falls exactly
1 2 3. Man.
No, but the timing is 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 a 4/4. So you have four movements in one bar.
1 2 3 1 2
But
3
when you do a waltz, you will naturally get back to 12.
Oh, you mean you have a delayed one, so to say?
Yes.
That you're carrying around with you. Okay.
Yes. Yeah. So you can play with the 4/4 and get to a point where you're on the 12th, well, in this case, the third bar. And then from there on, you can do something else for one bar or for the rest of the bar.
That's what they do in the traditional Wiener waltz as well, yeah.
Yeah. So that's why I meant the timing of the song is 4/4. Yeah. So very interesting, very interesting.
Nice.
It's not really that interesting.
Very interesting.
Oh, it's cool. Sorry, I asked the question and then I was drawing some things. So
1 2 3 plus 1 2 3 plus.
I was just going to say. So as far as looking for this for Dixie to go down, we get a slight pause around here again, potentially a little pickup, and then crack lower. That's what I want to see. Whether we actually see it, another question. I think we should. You got the TP1 through here, which is through that candle / wick high, and then this prior local cluster through here. Second port of call, the drawback from there, which is also at this break low. I always call that the waterfall. Kind of create my own ICT thing from here. This is the waterfall, guys.
DLLJ.
Yeah, that's LJ, what I've always called it.
LJT
for the past 10 years. Yeah. LJR, I guess. LJR concept.
Yeah, what's the R for? Oh yeah. Now I remember. Never mind. Never mind. Sorry.
Yeah. And then basically we have then hence from that dip down, we have this little cluster broke higher. Then we got this little peak through here. That wick low, boom, circled around there. So this is kind of like a midpoint. Hence that would be 3+. So that's kind of what I'm looking for, and hence that correlates to current trade I'm in. Aussie dollar still holding this. Unfortunately, I missed the TP there. I was busy. It was like 1 point below. I would have just taken profit, and then it came right down. But I've decided to hold it, and I'm looking for this to come back up once again. So we'll see. If not, I'll just TP in here somewhere. But similar deal. Euro dollar, I'd prefer to see a break of this prior high just here. Late Asia, pre-London. For us to run up to about 117.80 or so, and then potentially come lower from there. overall, we seem to have momentum to the upside, closing various gaps. Some assets have, some haven't. Some of the NASDAQ, I don't know what you think about the NASDAQ, Rich.
I still
But
want
we
buys,
do
but
seem to
NASDAQ
have
is
the higher
frickin-
pool. I don't know.
Yeah, I want higher. I want price to go higher on NASDAQ, but as it stands right now, it's still very flat. We've got the exact same price action as we had on Monday last week.
Yeah.
Gap. Tokyo is bullish. London start is flat, and then New York open we have bull run. So sit on your hands.
Well, yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah.
But
I
did see
awesome if
Dirk.
we get a rejection here now. That would be pretty good.
No, it wouldn't, because I'm long Aussie dollar. So not really, Rich.
No.
Let's
I
not do
meant
that.
like from here a continuation higher.
Oh, hi. Okay. Oh,
Yeah, that's
fine.
what I mean. If
Yeah,
we had
yeah,
a
we can do
if
that.
we had a reaction
that.
from here pushing up.
Yeah,
we are
definitely.
looking at here NASDAQ order.
Yeah, NASDAQ.
Yes.
Yeah, definitely higher.
I agree. We are positioned like Kalman filter, Kalman indicator, whatever, says we're now back into bullish. So
Bit of a retrace and then
It
a
is such a
continuation.
great indicator, isn't it? Like the Kalman
It
one.
is. It's
I
pretty,
love to do
hard.
that as a filter, and I cannot believe that the guys they made this available open source for free.
free as well, because it's not
On open source.
it's complex enough math that
Very
you'd
complex.
think you would, especially to apply it to financial instruments and it actually be good, right? Not rubbish. You would think it would be something you'd pay for.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I love it. I like it. My opinion, we're going higher. The other thing I was going to say, Dirk, we did have a bunch of bits and pieces from our regime
Okay.
filter type things we were talking about. So
So maybe we do that on Wednesday, like a special regime filtering session. How to identify trading regime.
yeah, sure. And it like you said, it might be a initial concept because you can get more. It's hard to just like nail down in one thing. So we can talk about the broader general thing, and then potentially after that level into deeper concepts or something, if that is something that people want. But I think the general idea, getting like a
What do we want?
general
Concept
head level,
When do we want
is
it?
quite good.
No.
Sorry, is Will your friend, Rich? Is he
No,
your mate?
I'm like
your
that
mate?
guy who doesn't get
You know this
invited
guy?
to the
Do we
party.
have a problem,
Anyway.
William?
LJ, you know this from our poker sessions on Fridays that Will indeed is the
A
local
fly
punching
on-
bag.
The local punch bag. No, I thought I was the local
Yeah,
punch
peanut
bag
butter
whilst
sandwich.
on,
Are you guys playing for real money, by the way?
No.
For legal reasons, we cannot disclose that, Dirk.
Oh, okay, I see.
But
We we play
it would
for
be fun.
something. We play for something.
It would be. It would be. No, we don't
Yeah,
play
it
for real
would be
money.
for some certain people.
Yeah, I would start getting really serious playing
Yeah,
the
we
moment we start.
found-
playing
Yeah, I
for
don't
real
I was
want
gonna
to
say,
actually
yeah,
play
yeah,
against
yeah,
you
yeah,
with
I
for
don't
real money,
want to-
Richard. Really.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah.
I don't
Know
want to
where
be
you
doing
come
that to
from.
me friends. I don't want to be
Yeah,
doing that to my
we
friends.
Nah,
found
come on, it'd be fun.
unfair
Come on, Rich.
reason that
Come on, Rich.
you-
It'd be fun.
Yeah.
We can get
We
We
serious.
can do it.
Unless
We can
Rick
do it. We
is
can be
this
really
turtle,
serious about it.
we're just not going to do
This
it.
turtle is very serious, right?
Yes, yes. We
Very
can be
serious
very
turtle.
serious.
Dude,
Yes.
is that a golden
like-
turtle? Dude, that looks sick.
Yeah, this is the hat I got at the
Dude, that actually
cool.
looks
Steve Irwin Sanctuary type thing. It has like wildlife warriors on the back. I don't know if that's the right way around.
ILDLIWSROIRRA. Dude,
Seems like
It
that,
says
that
wildlife
activity really
forest.
left an
Either way.
impression on you.
you know, I thought the
Photos
exact.
and everything.
I was just thinking the
You showed
exact.
us today.
LJ is a
LJ,
brand new man.
Yeah, I don't know why.
just-
Like, I get the feeling like LJ is so nonchalant about most things,
Yeah.
and like he's so talented when it comes to his trading. He almost gives the impression he's like, yeah, it is what it is, sort of attitude. I feel like he was just hop, skipping, and jumping around the zoo like a kid.
dude, I love animals. What do you mean? Okay, in high school, I was like, I was the, what do they call it? Like the chaplain for environmental sciences, whatever thing, where you have each of the like kind of the school leaders. It was that or like sport,
basically.
and I got put up for sport, because I was good at sport, obviously. And then I was like, nah, I want to do environment and social whatever stuff. I was like, I like the turtles. So
I like them turtles.
so there we go. But yeah, dude, live in
I
Australia.
like
Like,
turtles
how can
in
you
my
not
school.
like all the wildlife? They're very sweet. You know, the little friends that run around.
The
He's
10
walking
meter,
about.
10-meter saltwater crocodile, the
Yeah, it's so,
death
dude,
snake or whatever it was called,
you just got to pay the
the
toll. It's
huntsman
like
spider. You gotta pay
Okay,
the
with the-
toll. What, like
the
ripping
crocodiles.
off
It's
an
like a
arm?
toll.
Being
No,
dead?
it's a toll under the bridge, right? You just got to feed him. As long as he's
the
not
troll.
hungry,
Okay.
he's full. It's
So
fine. You
in
can
my
drive
case,
through.
the troll is a giant huntsman spider who wants to feed on 100 human sacrifices or something like this.
Let's change the subject here. Let's change the subject
Yeah,
real quick.
Exactly. Enough Animal Kingdom stuff for today. I
I
have
love
to
the
make a
Animal
move.
Kingdom.
I will see you
spiders, yeah.
guys on Wednesday again. So I'm going to, in the words of William and Richard, love you and leave you. And yeah, thank you for paying attention. Leave a like, subscribe to the channel if you haven't so. And later I'm going to submit my, what was that? My opinion.
YouTube video.
No, yeah, that also. On
Oh yeah,
my,
we got
my
the
submission on like where whatever asset I choose is going to be on Wednesday to you, Richard.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
All right. So you don't want to do
We
it
forgot
on,
to
on
do that.
stream.
I was going to
I
say
can
we
do it
forgot
also
to do
live
that.
on
Yeah, no,
stream.
you got to do that live. Come on, Doug.
Yeah, you're right.
We did
I
forget
just
to do
forgot
it.
it,
So
so I gotta-
okay, give
Okay, I'm going with.
we'll give you half an hour, Doug.
I'm going
Or an hour.
with
Do you need an hour?
what?
That'd be fine. An hour to find the asset.
An owl? What's that to do?
Yeah.
with
You can drop it in chat if you want to, and then we will just log it on here.
Yeah.
I'll log it on mine, and then
I have my opinion already. Actually, I think
Okay.
gold is going to be at $4,918.74.
All right. This guy's talking his own book.
4,918.74.
Yes.
Sorry, Dirk. How much do you stand to gain if that number comes to fruition? You talking your own book, mate? Do you want to?
I'm
spot
betting
on
one
Bloomberg right now?
saltwater sea turtle.
Does it get you on
is
Bloomberg?
endangered.
4,917.74
Yes, please.
on gold, locked in.
Locked in.
Dirk
Locked
by Wednesday.
Dirk buys Wednesday.
Dirk buys Wednesday. He's a bit creepy, guys. Just relax.
No. I mean the day of the week, not the
Oh.
underage character. My God.
Dirk,
No, I thought that was
You
like
made it
a
worse.
meta message just now.
you made it worse. Dirk.
Sometimes I should just keep my mouth shut. We Germans always have to take everything so literally.
Too literal.
Yes. Yeah.
You and the Dutch. It's like
No
Max-
humor, just facts.
But the Dutch have the more funny language, to be fair.
Yes, they do. I can attest to that. Biasnarks.
I love you, Dirk.
Anyway,
By stocks. Oh, God. I better leave now, guys. Take care.
all right, Dirk.
and
Have a good
see you on
one.
Wednesday. Goodbye, everybody.
I'll see you on Wednesday, Dirk. Ciao, mate.
LJ, so seeing as Dirk has given his prediction, what is your prediction and on which asset?
Yeah, I'll have to think about that. Give me like 30 minutes and I'll have my answer. We're talking about too
Like-
much macro and other stuff in general.
Oh, okay.
I didn't think
So
about Wednesday.
based on all of that macro analysis and whatnot,
wait.
you can't.
But. So Wednesday, what time? Are we talking like London Open kind of? Because that's normally when like middle of the
When you
sort
come
of
on screen
trading
on the
day
stream.
per se.
Yeah.
Okay.
Basically, when you're back on stream again on Wednesday. So your segment along with Dirk, we'll ask Dirk whether or not his is going to be start, middle, end of day, whenever he wants his specific time frame. But I've had it just for Wednesday for when you guys are back on stream.
Okay. I'll think about it.
Because then we can see basically how it played out until you're on stream again, and then you can either take the hat and say, you know what, I'm amazing, or you can say, guys, I screwed up, or whatever. You can.
No, the big monkey thing to do would be take the like swing trade between now and Wednesday as well, and then prove the trade.
Oh, okay. So you
Double
want
down.
to see whether or not only predictive, but whether or not reactive as well. So whether or not you can actually
that's
sit behind
hard
your.
whether it's like a
Yeah.
I'll have to think about it, but that is the like double, right?
Okay. All right. Okay. So LJ's upping the stakes here by saying he's going to not only predict but also take the trade. Interesting.
Yes.
All right.
Go
Cool.
big or go home. So
Give me
half an hour at least. All right. Give me a little bit.
Okay. No problem.
I will stick around with you guys. I will just pop up for a bit just to go.
No problem. No problem.
But I will think about it whilst we're on, and
Okay.
I'll put it out here, and we'll see.
Okay. Fair
whose
enough.
chart can I sort to?
I'm going to bring my screen up now in a second. You can give it to Will so far. So long.
Okay.
So far. So far, so long.
All right, give me.
Will,
like
I think you're muted, mate.
2 minutes, guys.
I'm not muted. You're just deaf, and so is everyone else who is watching this. You're all deaf. Clean your ears up. I'm definitely not muted.
It's not your fault you can't hear me. It's my fault that you can't hear me.
It's not my fault. God, I didn't do anything wrong.
There was a question I saw earlier. However, I wasn't on and I didn't. Oh, this one. So Henry W was asking, Dirk, how do you avoid the 2-minute rule in a volatile CFD like gold? I'm puzzled with it because some firms treat it as a breach and immediate termination.
What do you mean by 2-minute rule?
Yeah, so that was the first thing that I wanted to know. Henry W, if you're still in, let me just ask you this. What 2-minute rule are you referring to? Can you give us context? So the only 2-minute rule that the Fivers have, according to my knowledge, is the red folder news according to Forex Factory. So if you're on the high stakes program, and there is a red folder news event that is scheduled, not a yet to be determined one or one that doesn't have a time and a date. It has to have a date and a time. All right. Mm-hmm. That red folder news for the high stakes program people is a limitation. You're not allowed to open up a new trade or have a new trade trigger in that 2-minute time frame, 2 minutes before the news event and 2 minutes after the red folder news event. So you can effectively say it's 4 minutes. That's the only 2-minute rule that I am aware of in terms of the Fiverr. So just please let us know if you're still in, what 2-minute rule are you referring to?
Well, I assume that would be the one, right?
Yeah, but then they kind of like need to say, hey, listen, it's the 2-minute news rule, or...
I mean, it's the only one. I would say, look, there's 2 minutes. Okay, so there's only a couple like big news announcements, like red folder, as most people like to call it, or like prominent news events. There's only a couple every day. So you've got like 4 minutes here, 4 minutes there that you can't trade or stay outside of trading. Just don't trade through those periods. If you've taken a trade prior and it aligns with what you're doing and you've got the stops set, then hold the trade. However, if you've been in that trade for like an hour or 2 hours, and you see prospects where price has been moving sideways for a bit, and your stop is a bit close, and you know this is going to be a volatile event potentially, you may, keyword may, want to move that stop up a bit higher to ensure if you get slippage, it'll be filled basically where your actual stop was. Now, that's going to depend exactly how close you are to the current price when you have the announcement, and also just how far your stop is below where you entered, right? Because some people are trading much higher lots with like a smaller stop, a smaller, tighter take profit. Other people are trading more sort of intraday swings, right? Intraday kind of trade where it might be 30, 40 points. So if you got like a 20, 25 pip stop loss from where you entered, you're already in 10, 15 pips profit, you're probably fine, right? So that's kind of the way. So the main thing is just don't trade around the news unless
It's specifically for entering a new trade or having a new trade be entered. Let's say you have a limit order and the news event triggers your limit order. There's going to be some issues around that. So they are known as soft breaches. So if you traded during, or you entered or had a trade enter during a red folder news event, the 2 minutes before or the 2 minutes after the actual event, if it goes to stop loss, that counts as a full stop. Okay? If it goes to profit, it doesn't count as profit. You'll get a violation, but the violation is not going to close your account or say, hey, you are disrespecting our rules. The Fivers gives you ample opportunity to say, you know what, that was a mistake. Let it not happen again. Because probably here by the third time that you've done it, they're going to be like, this person is obviously not taking to heed the warnings that we've given him, and this is becoming a bit of a liability. So then in that case, you might end up losing the account. So get enough breaches, and then they're going to say, you know what, sorry, try again. But even if you did breach and you did lose your account and your account gets terminated, you can always try again. They're more than willing to give you an opportunity to go and work on those habits and prove that, listen, that was just a mistake. I'm gonna be better for the next time. So they do forgive you for it. So don't worry about it.
Yeah, so if you like open and close the position at 2 minutes, you realize, oh, it's 2 minutes. Open something, then you close it out either at release or just after release, and you're like, oh no, you're freaking out. Don't worry. That will clearly be seen as unintentional. You're not trying to do something exploitative, that kind of thing. You'll be fine with that.
Yeah.
So there is definitely leeway. Like if you're being a reasonable person, that kind of stuff, everyone makes mistakes. We're all human, that kind of thing. You can explain that. It probably won't even be brought up if the rest of your trades are completely fine. So
it's the same as this question. I'm wondering, why is it a 2 minute time frame? Consider this: whenever you have red folder news, consider something like CPI or unemployment claims or whatever, unemployment rates. Let's rather say, not the claims. Consider the amount of volatility that can be created by a red folder news event like that, and you have a trade set to enter at a specific point should price reach it, or you decide to do a market entry. The moment you take that market entry, when there's sudden massive volatility, what is going to happen? You're going to get slipped. All right? So your entry point is not going to be the actual point where you wanted to enter in the first place. It's going to get slipped. Okay? Because there's sudden volatility and massive volumes that comes into play. So that's the first thing. We experience quite a bit of volume and quite a bit of spread and quite a bit of volatility during red folder news events. The same thing happens when you have a stop loss as well. Even if I did want to enter at a specific point and I get slipped, my stop loss can just as easily be slipped as well. So yes, on a protective point, I'm trying to prevent losing $500 on this trade. It can get slipped to $1,000. So if you're in a funded account, imagine what that's like for a company that is doubling, tripling, quadrupling your entry point, as an example. Or you have hundreds of people entering the same trade. Your one $500 trade on your account that now lost 1,000 may be ballooned to the point where the company loses millions. So that's the kind of way that you need to look at it. Now, you're saying that you're more of a swing trader and that you're using big stop losses or whatnot. The concept still stays the same. You're waiting for a reaction to trigger your entry point. You're going to get slipped. So your initial risk to reward with your stop loss and all of that stuff is already away from what you initially wanted. So just consider that, and then it starts making sense. It's a protective measure by the company, for the company as well as the trader, because you could still lose an account if your stop loss gets triggered and you go beyond the 5%, let's say daily pause or daily stop out level. You can still lose a trade even though you only risked 1% and you get slipped like crazy.
Yeah.
So
you have to realize, like, it's an auction basically, right?
Yes.
So you have buys and sells on both sides. So especially when you have a event come out which changes the landscape of things, people have to rebalance, rethink what the true value of a certain asset is, right? So people are not going to enter orders, right? They're going to wait, see what the data comes out, and then reassess. So there's only going to be very few participants that decide to jump in because they're, I don't know, risky, or potentially they're market makers which have to fulfill certain things. But that means you get a huge, we had like this large pyramid of people entering. Now you have very few entering, which means the price gaps because other people are also trying to fill those orders, and it jumps right down. So the same way, if you had like a Ferrari is worth $100K, we'll say $100,000, and then some guy came and decided to put one up for 40,000. Right, it's going to draw down the average price of the market between the 100K to the 40K. Now that one will probably get bid up very quick. That's kind of like when you get a market wicking down and then comes right back up, because obviously that was very cheap. Anyone's going to buy that. But then if other people go, oh, maybe that Ferrari's worth 90, 80, 70, 60, and it kind of settles down there. Because once someone sees that, it starts to settle price a bit lower, and then people agree a lower price for that Ferrari. And then once, say if there's only 6 or 7 Ferraris at that price between 40, 60, 70, 85, 90K, and then all that is left is 100K, the price then goes back up to 100 because there's none left down there. So now we're back to 100, right? It's just a pure auction type system. If you think of it like that, like car sales, but in a very rapid environment, that's a good way to
fractions of a
conceptualize.
fraction of a second movements.
Yeah. Billions of dollars.
Yeah, being moved in fractions of seconds. So I would, in this case, if you're a swing trader and your whole strategy is reliant on, for argument's sake, news event triggering your entry point, that's kind of strange to me because you're basically saying that you're going to get slipped in anyway. So your entry point is probably never quite going to be where you anticipate it to be. So you're leaving enough room to breathe, which makes sense as a swing trader. But from a company standpoint, that's still considered like it's the 2 minutes. I agree that for swing traders, maybe it's not necessary. That's it.
I would say that, like, I think there's the accounts for that, right?
Yes.
Being the hypergrowth.
Yes.
And also the boot camp nowadays with the 30-1.
Yeah.
Right? If you're swing trading, like, you don't need more than that because you're going to have a larger stop by nature. If you're trading, like, I would never be trading anywhere close to 30-1 on a swing setup. That would be insane. That would be nuts, especially on FX. Right? That would be absolutely cooked. So that should be plenty enough room and leverage for you to play with. That I mean, you could take like a 2% position, for instance, on like a 75, 80, 90 pip stop, and then seek like a 200, 300 pip swing higher or lower, conversely, great, right? And now if you have news events, it's extremely rare you're ever going to flux that much. Like, you're not going to flux that much in the immediate reaction, maybe over the next couple of hours. But if that's the case, that's just something of being a trader that you have to watch. Because if you do flux that much and start going completely the other way from your swing trajectory, that means there's been distinctly something that has changed in the fundamental macro environment, say central banking typically, that has now gone against your original position. So you would hope that you'd probably react at about 30, 40, 50 pips before the 70, 80, 90 and get out, right? Or else hedge the extraneous volatility if you believe that you're going to reverse. But yeah, either way, if you have a hypergrowth account, you don't have to worry about the news rule. It's just for high stakes. So
yeah, and the high stakes is obviously the one with the highest leverage. It's a 1 to 100 account, so
which is why, hence, so people don't punt it.
I would think in any way that the high stakes account is way more of an intraday account. In any way.
It's very much an active, very active account. Indeed.
Where the hypergrowth also doesn't have the minimum days as well, so you can literally just enter a trade there and hold it. So
it's very dynamic. I definitely think the hypergrowth is my favorite. Yeah, overall, as far as the construct, definitely my favorite. It's the most dynamic, that kind of thing. Whether you are trading intraday, scalping, swing trading, anything. But yes, more pricey, lower standpoint, that kind of thing. But still my favorite. But high stakes, I would never not have a high stake.
Yeah, I think the high stakes is
definitely advantageous. Yeah,
overall, in my opinion.
I do like the high stakes account. The bootcamp account's difficult, mate. It's a difficult account.
100%. Yeah, no, 100%.
It is. I think once you figure it out. I think with 10 to 1, it definitely was. I think 30 to 1, much better.
Yes, still, but like if you had to compare drawdown to profit ratio, it is the closest to being like.
Depends if you're looking on longevity as well and trying to trade for a long time versus getting a payout per se. Right.
I mean, if you
can scale that guy,
you can
pretty nicely.
You can. Yes, you can. That's definitely true. But the idea would still be that you had to be a little bit more risk averse. Not let's say risk averse, but like risk controlled. Than I would say with the high stakes and the hypergrowth, because you have quite a bit less available to you to lose. And I mean, it goes from 6% to 4% once you're in profit, or once you're in funded, let's rather say. And most people want to trade 1.5%, maybe 2%. You've got 4 trades. One of them has to work. Otherwise, you're out, you know? So in that sense,
basically what you get back to, that's why the news rule exists. Because you don't want to punt it on news.
You don't want to punt it 1% with a news event and then whoopsie.
Win today, lose tomorrow.
Blown tomorrow.
Yeah.
So.
And then on top of that, you have to do 3 rounds of it, so that the psychologically you're feeling like you're stuck in this
like
this evaluation. And you can't full send it because you've only got 6% available to yourself, you know, that kind of like thing, or 5%, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, now I've got 4% left. So it's like, I feel like it's way more of a psychological evaluation. You're kind of forced to consider risk management a lot more. You're forced to consider being patient a lot more, because you're not going to be able to just full send and there you go. So like, no. With the 1 to 30, I agree.
I think the hypergrowth would be more than that, though. Really.
Yeah, but I mean, the hypergrowth is a 1-to-1. I mean, 10%, 10%.
Yeah,
and then
but
that's
still,
it. And then it's done.
Yeah,
and then
I
you're
see
making
what you're
money.
saying, where you're getting return. Hence, it depends on, I guess, how badly you need money right now, etc.
Fair. Also fair.
Yeah.
How pressured are you to put the spigots on and turning, or say if you're doing something else, you're trading on the
That comes
side.
with its own psychological issues. Then
Yeah, if you're trading on the side, then I think the bootcamp is very good. It keeps you in line, that kind of thing. You still have a decent amount of size you can put on, and once you do get through, if you're doing it on the side, it's still worth your time, per se.
Plausible, yeah.
You know, I think, hence, I think there's a good distribution of active real-time traders, long-term traders that want to take hypergrowth and punch that the whole way through because they can prove themselves over a number of times, and it starts lower, but you do compound pretty quick. And then bootcamp, where you're a really solid trader, you might have another job or something else you're doing, and hence you do it on the side, but consistently, and you can keep replicating that. But it's high enough that it's worth your time to put that effort in versus what you're actually doing for the other 40 hours of your week, right? So that's one thing I got to say. Like, I think the Fivers has one of the best balanced programs altogether, and now we've got the pro growth as well, which is kind of a in between of the high stakes and the hyper growth, which is very similar, where you can get that more near term aspect, and start kind of from day one and push that, and then you can do it. And I can't think of
it's a high stakes
a better
like
setup that I would design myself. Right?
Yeah,
I think
it's a high stakes to pass in one.
Yeah,
but it is still one of those things where to each his own. Like I found the boot camp to be difficult with the 1 to 10 leverage because it just feels like you're stuck in evaluation forever.
Yeah.
Choose your poison sort of thing, it's what flavor do you like? Some people like a sour apple, other people don't. It's what works for you and how you like to trade, what you like to trade, what assets, what time frames, what sort of type, swing trading, intraday trading, scalping. So I think you got to I think you got to try them all. I think you got to, unless you try them all, you're not going to know. We can say, oh yeah, look, pro growth is the best in the world. You may work a lot better with the hypergrowth or the boot camp. You may enjoy the boot camp and say it's the best thing since sliced bread, whereas I'm going to sit there and tell you that high stakes is the best thing since sliced bread. So I think it definitely, you got to try them all.
Yeah, it depends what you're doing. I definitely think with the 10 to 1, very hard. It limited how you could trade, I say, right? It would definitely be more favorable to take longer term sort of swing trades, I say, to get the amount of capital, especially after commission, that kind of thing. Otherwise, you're going to be maxing out the account just to get like basic trades if you're trying to scalp or even intraday trade. Rack up massive commission. So hence, I think it's very good what they did with the 30 to 1 versus the 10 to 1. Because the other trouble is, it depends what, like we're talking, what regime you're in. Like right now, things are very active, but some months or some years, it's quite quiet. Then what do you do?
Yeah.
You don't have the access. And the point of leverage is not to use it all. The point of leverage is to have that availability when you need it, when you're in quiet, subdued markets, doing basically nothing. You can lever up because, yes, day to day, the the movement is very small. So hence you lever up. Then when the volatility increases, just like we've had with the current situation with Iran or whatever, you reduce that. And that's where most people go wrong as well, even with the high stakes. They run the same kind of leverage in a general regime versus like a high volatility regime. And then they get blown out. And they go like, oh, I was trading gold on this much. I got slipped X amount and now my account's dead. It's like, well, yeah, that's kind of what happens. It's a learning curve.
Yeah.
Don't do it again.
This sucked.
You know, but yeah. That's the point of leverage. It's a selective tool, which is like a superpower. You don't use it all the time. Use it very selectively.
Yeah.
Don't just dump it in there. Otherwise, die by the sword. Live by the sword. Die by the sword.
Yeah, I literally
Pretty much.
So like my old man used to say that to me a lot. They said, you know, it's a bit like that sort of, you know, you make your bed, you sleep in it. It was, look, if you're willing to do something, then, and if it's going to be something with a volatile potential and it's going to have a volatile outcome, whether it's positive or negative, you're going to see something happen to you as a result, whether that's, you know, super profits or super losses. You know, when it comes to trading, yeah, live by the sword, die by the sword. And it goes to show with anything in life, you know. It's like if you want to go boxing, if you want to be a boxer and you want to, you know, go out and punch people in the face, you know, you're going to get punched in the face, you know. Like, don't go out expecting to beat people up, you know. You got to go out expecting to, you know, be beaten up as well as beating people up.
MGN saying those who live by the sword get shot by those who don't. That's volatility for you, my friend. That's volatility.
That is right. Yeah, that's fair.
That's high impact news for you. That's
a Trump tweet.
Yeah, that is literally trading right now.
Watch Indiana Jones.
Hey,
did any of you watch Indiana Jones, like the one that came
out? Of course,
yeah. Watching Indiana Jones.
Okay, so there's a scene where this one Arabian-looking guy is like they're like swinging a scimitar, and he's doing all of these like amazing like sword moves and whatnot, and Indy just looks at him, pulls out a gun, and shoots him.
Yeah.
That guy was fighting, living by the sword, mate, and then a Trump tweet took him out. Badump.
Yeah, fair. Yeah.
Look, it's
Don't
a metaphor.
be that guy.
Yeah, it's not that deep, all right. But I will say,
it's a fun one.
Yeah, the guys, you're not actually going to get shot.
Selling Rune Skimmy for 30k. Also, I will trim your armor. 50k, just open trade, and we'll see what happens. Anyway,
dude, did I just have a stroke or something? What? Were you speaking English, bro?
You know what? I'm glad you said that because
that's a RuneScape thing. Selling
I
Skimmy for 30k.
I listened to him, but I didn't hear
Rune Skibby. What the hell is Rune
Skimmy? Scimitar. It's a skimmy.
Oh, skimmy.
So it was called a skimmy. Rune Skimmy, right? 30k, Rune Skimmy, or open trade, I'll trim your armor. That was a classic like scam. I'll trim your armor, where it used to be like a rune armor.
Okay.
And then they put another color, and people were like, how did you get the other color? Because this was early like 2000 RuneScape. And so you didn't have like the internet boards of how to find stuff. So people were like, trim your armor, I'll trim it for you. And then they just log out. So you trade your armor.
You give them your armor, and then
you got scammed, right? And you got scammed, yeah. So that's the joke for anyone.
Oh, okay. All right, I'm with you now.
Yeah,
you were saying skimmy armor so quickly that I was like, what the hell is skimmy armor?
Oh, sorry. It might also just probably Australian.
No. Like, once again, just you said it so quickly, I was like, what? The hell are you talking about? Oh, by the way, dude, the gnome game's name is Burgling Gnomes. That's the name of the game.
Dude, this is you heard what I was talking to Dirk about, right?
To Dirk. Yeah.
Dude, I don't know if we could. I was going to say we should have one day where we have like an hour or something of this for fun. But I then thought about it. I was like, I don't know if we could on stream. I don't know.
I mean, if we could.
It might be a bit.
You know what we should? We should start a Fivers gaming channel.
Yeah, that would be.
I've already said this before, and
it was promptly shut down.
Hey guys, I think we should
not
create
quite,
a game.
but it was just like, yeah, cool. Put it that way. But from everything I gathered, it seemed very popular. So
it is.
Dude,
it is
can you
quite
imagine
popular.
like having like a gaming channel, but the overlay is like an open trade? I reckon that.
Yeah, I was going to say especially when the market is very quiet, especially say we have these off like banking holidays, markets are open, people are trading, and maybe you got commodities going on, that kind of stuff. But direct markets, banks, that kind of stuff, hedge funds, pension funds, whatever, they're out. So there's still stuff going on, but we can have a bit of fun, maybe do some like the other games we did the other day, and just have a bit of a laugh. Right? There's a couple days every other month we could do that, and maybe make it like a regular thing every quarter or once a month or something, like some kind of.
Imagine we're playing a game like Madden. We're playing Madden or NHL or FIFA or whatever, and it's Will versus LJ.
We got the soccer thing coming up. Don't talk about FIFA when we got there.
No. I'm just saying, like that kind of like where you have one team against another team, and there's points that need to be scored. And then let's say in this case we're playing Madden, and LJ scores a touchdown and ends up winning the game. Whomever was before the match started betting that LJ was going to win, they win hub credits, or they win like a
true, yeah. I mean,
as an example, or they go into a poll.
Now
then they can win an account.
Right? We need a gambling license.
Yeah, I was going to say
you don't need to. No. You don't need to.
Besting the hell out of
sweepstakes.
I know, it's sweepstakes.
We don't need a gambling license for that one.
No, it's fine. I was
credit.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah. Of course.
Yeah, fair.
And then if anybody wants to really, they can double up by sending their hub credits to richard.b@thefivers.com.
Richard's taking bribes, guys. So any guys in general right now, give a, what do you want, a 1 or a W?
Yeah.
Is this a good idea? And send a R if you're going to bribe Rich in general. And we'll know who you are, and I'll vet you out, and then you'll be banned.
If you think that this is a
I will
loser
pay you
thing
double.
to do.
I will pay you anyone that says R, because he's gonna. I'll pay double.
L in chat if you think that this is a loser idea. W in chat if you think that this is a winning idea.
No, L is
R
for
in chat if you think that I.
If you guys are insider trading with Rich, I will pay you double. So you say L, or let's make it LJ, because Rich just ruined it. So LJ. God, I'm exposing myself right now. This is meant to be like a secretive thing. All right.
Yeah,
anyway,
but now
I will create a list.
You know when you
and I'll message you guys privately.
Explaining a secret.
Benny's like, nah, screw this.
Oh man.
LJ has so many new words, which is hard to digest. Elvin, I know, mate. Like, sometimes he pops new words in. And the thing is, he's using general English, but he's doing it with an Aussie accent. And then it just gets lost in translation.
The funny thing is, some of the videos from the zoo I was going to bring up, which sometimes you guys think I'm like, is this guy...
Dude, I like it.
Is he talking smack?
I like it. No, dude, I like
And then I was even listening to some of these videos back from the zoo, and I'm like talking about like a random animal. I'm like, oh, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, wow, I can't even understand myself sometimes. It's like, God damn, I didn't think it was that bad.
You're listening to the video and you're like, Scroll back. What the hell what am I talking about here?
I can understand, but basically I was watching it going like, listening, going, okay, I can understand if you weren't Australian, I can see how you might have a problem. I understand. It's like, yeah. Because, dude, I'm not exactly making like TikToks and reels of myself. I don't listen to myself all the time.
Yeah, yeah.
But I was
Fair.
taking the thing of the crocodiles and talking to my partner, and I was like, shoot. Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Them crocs, bro. Them crocs. Unbiased Trader saying, just read, majority fail in trading is due to endless ways to trade. And then
Yeah,
MGN
100%.
just followed up by saying, so decision paralysis or strategy hopping. Pretty much.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah,
I
I completely agree with that.
I was just gonna say the only thing, sad thing I felt from that, I was like, what do I do about it? Like, I can't do anything. Like, this is my voice.
So
I'm
the way that I've always looked at it is
how?
just find your group, mate. Like find the garden where you can go and plant your flowers.
Like,
Yeah, fair.
And then just grow with that garden, mate. Like just find your people that understand you, and then you just live with them.
it's like it would be.
And if you can't find that garden, just become like Japanese knotweed and just spread yourself.
Yeah, I
everywhere.
gotta like respawn in France or something and speak French with Henry and that kind of stuff, and like, Francais, you know,
I would
something
love
else.
to
Like
be an Aussie
maybe
speaking
people would
French or speak French. How that would be so confusing.
understand
to listen
me. Yeah.
to. Bonjour, mate.
I was about to say, do it with an Aussie accent.
Well, my partner speaks
You
French.
don't even try the
Which is
French
good.
accent. You just stick with your Aussie roots, but try and speak French with it.
I have actually tried it. Like, I don't think it'd be that bad. I think I'm just special, probably. So
We agree with
anyway,
that. Yeah, we can
um,
agree with that.
the
We're getting a
markets
bit
are
of a
going
move
up.
on gold. Yeah, getting
I
a
was
bit of a
gonna
move
say,
at the moment.
my TP is almost hit on my Aussie dollar
On
trade.
Aussie,
to be fair.
Aussie trade.
I will say has
Aussie
dipped down
trade,
just
mate.
a fraction. Rich, if you want to bring it up, or I will. Either way, up to you.
What your trade?
You don't bring my trade up, I will.
You don't
Nice,
bring
but
up my
do you-
trade. I will.
Do you want to bring it up, or I will?
No, you can bring it up.
All right, guys. All right.
As I've already brought
Look,
it up.
I'll go to the store during this week. Get a new accent. Just like Will went to China, bought some new clothes. Buy a new accent.
Yeah, I didn't come back with a
A
Hong
new
Kong
voice
accent,
box. Something else. It's all good. I will say, so this was my original TP through here. We didn't quite hit that on the wick of this original pump, hence came right down. I was busy doing other life stuff. Held on to it. I was like, yep, we should still come back up. We've now come up and hit the 200 moving average on the 15-minute. I will definitely consider TPing right here. This is pretty much in fair value. Can't complain with that. The original thing was RR of 4.65 to 1. I've pulled this up. It's actually above this, but TradingView won't let me. So we're up just below here. It's at 71.41. Question is, do I wait for TP or do I take it now?
Wait for a TP. Come on.
Chat decides. We've hit the 200 and we're pulling back.
I'm sorry,
This is
MJ,
textbook.
what am I looking at?
Textbook.
Is this easier for you, LJ, since you are down under?
Look, our toilets don't actually spin the opposite way. I know you guys like on the north think it goes whatever. It actually does, but MGN, no. That is.
Are you
I feel like
struggling to read it?
I feel like NGN would be reverse trolling me with like some South African or Swahili or something at the same time, where he's gone like this is that, and then he's like, he's got like a troll on troll, like trying to get me to read it, and then I can't read it altogether. I'm on to you, MGN. I know you're probably that smart to do that. You're a bright lad. So
Yeah.
I know your games.
I'm on to
You and your shenanigans.
You and your
Yeah.
shenanigans.
So yeah, he
I-
literally said, "Is this easier for you LJ, since you are down under?" Question mark. MGN, I don't know how the hell you
So
did
you
that.
can read that, can you, Rich?
Yeah, relatively easily.
Is that like a
It's definitely
Is that a superpower or something?
sort of
I don't know.
language.
It's just relatively
normal?
easy for me to read.
Is that normal?
I don't know if
that-
it's normal.
Run in your family?
It might be autism, mate. Might be autism.
Do you have superhero powers? Can you fly?
Not yet. Well, I'll do it once.
That's a shame. Dude, if you can read, you have the superpower to read and just not fly. Dude,
Unfortunately, it's
what
the same way.
Rich can read and not fly.
Yeah, this is like, you're the worst
At least you can
superhero
read the market.
ever. What a crap
read the market,
superpower.
On that note, what are you reading from the market right now? Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay,
This is
so
kind of funny.
we were talking
All right,
about
show us,
gold
Rich.
earlier.
Sure.
Superpower. We were talking about gold earlier this day, where gold and NASDAQ, where I was talking about on Monday, the price action that we had on Monday last week was effectively the same price action we've had today. All right, and I said that with our earlier morning section. We had a very nice gap during market open on Monday. Price pushed a little bit lower with gold. We basically bottomed out. We had a very nice bullish attempt during Tokyo, which eventually led to a little bit of flat price action, not really continuing with that upward momentum, but also not really doing anything towards the bearish side. And then eventually during the New York session, we started to push up, following into the next days. So if you just consider that, gap, continuation, bottom out, bullish attempt, flat price action. That's exactly what we had last week, Monday. Now, I'm not saying because last week, Monday was like that, today is going to continue in that direction. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that in terms of my expectancy, my expectancy is that we're going to definitely start pushing up.
Yeah.
Because it's just too similar. It's just too similar. The only difference was with Friday, we had flat price action going into Friday. We had a strong bullish movement, and then we had flat price action exiting the day. Whereas when we were here on that day, we had flat all the way, and then an attempt to try and break out a little bit. No clear push. Whereas on the Friday, the same thing. We had price coming down a little bit, almost a little bit flat, a nice push going into New York, and then New York actually tried to sell off again. So it's just too similar that I don't want to sell. I don't want to sell gold. I do think that we're going to try and fill the gap, and after filling the gap, we're probably going to try and get either back to let's say this area of consolidation that we have here, try and get to that area and then decide what he wants to do. Maybe slow down, turn around, or slow down and continue.
Yeah, well, I'm currently buying gold at the moment. I'm $250 up.
Nice. Where'd you get in?
Hey.
Let me just bring my MT up, not my trading view.
When it comes to stuff like AUD and whatnot, I think there's still a chance for us to try and push up again.
Thanks, Rich.
Yeah, so I tried a little bit earlier. Let me get my history up as well.
Thanks for giving me the thumbs up. Nice.
Unlike you last week telling me, nah, mate, it's going to go down.
No. All-time highs? Not a chance, mate. Not a chance. At least I didn't tell you to sell. I just told you to jump out.
I mean, fair.
Do that, yeah, fair. That's yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Which
hey,
one do
man.
you want? Do you want price to go down or up? Sell this right now. Now, to be
Hold
fair,
it
that was a
till,
decision that I made.
next month.
Yeah, that was a decision that I made. That's all on me, mate. Like that was me completely.
But at the time, it was actually good because we did actually get a decent pullback lower first, and then only after we got excess news. So you could have jumped in after. So it was.
I
fair.
could have.
Look, I defend myself, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
I defend myself.
Yeah. Anyway, Will, you were going to tell us with this lovely gold trade of yours, mate, which is now currently about $300.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I lost $200 earlier here. Now I just got in too early. We saw this nice move here on the 5-minute. We broke above that consolidation, and I thought, there it is. Consolidation, breakout, close, open. We had a really beautiful sort of close on this candle. Really nice candle characteristic, should we call it? Entered in, and 3-candle push so far, and we're $300 up. So I'm hoping we can come up and fill this gap here. So that's where my TP is. It's about $700. I got my history up for April, and I am down $1,000 for April. So hopefully with the
1%.
Yeah. So hopefully, if we can fill this TP, let me just bring my trading view back up again. If we can fill this this TP now, it'd be about $700, and then
Where are you aiming?
So again.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
And then I'd be looking at potentially a break-even month. But we're only on the 20th, so there's still a week, 2 weeks left. And then so as you can see, got stopped out, consolidation, nice break and close above, and then really nice move. So hopefully we can head up and fill this gap. That's what I want to see.
Nice. LJ, you obviously agree? I mean, obviously you do. No way that you're going to go against gold longs right now, are you? It's 1-0, mate. It's 1-0. It's 2-0 now.
I was going to say, at what point does 1-0 become 2-0?
Like there was a gap. There was a gap in
between.
There
was a gap.
There was a gap.
And at this point, he just blatantly doesn't know.
I mean, this is like own goals at this point in time.
He's just this zero goalkeeper.
Wow, I'm muted. I hate you guys. I just realized. God damn it.
This is like, what are these arseholes talking about? This is like,
why are they trolling me like this?
Yes, I agree. Gold longs. Definitely. Same thing I was talking with Dirk. Definitely gold longs for now to close that gap. At least I think we could get a slight tap above. Very much like the current situation for FX currencies. Obviously, euro dollar is the outlier that has already tapped those gap levels. Same with the pound, but is still now trying to drive higher. Overall, though, the market seems pretty chill. We still have the indices to come up, close those gap levels. Oil is not freaking out. The market is not freaking out, which is fair in sense, despite what you might hear. I don't know, social media, even Bloomberg, Reuters right now. I'm hearing ridiculous stuff where they're saying the whole strait is closed. There's no oil. I'm like, dude, for 8 weeks, we've had 8 million barrels going through the East-West pipeline. Another 1.5 mil to 2 mil from Iraq. We've got Iran itself pushing oil up through Syria now and out reverse around the Red Sea. We have more oil than we did before it closing. This is ridiculous.
Yeah.
So just go with the headlines. Obviously, the headlines are going to be the knee-jerk thing, but don't think it's going to derail the whole market. Just like I said the other week when we were on Rich, I was like, I think this is, as far as the market's concerned, the war is over. It's over.
Yeah. I just wanted to add on to that there was news about 4 hours ago where the head of the Parliament of National Security and Foreign Policy Commissions, the decision has been made to continue talks with America, but this does not mean negotiations at any cost. So we did have news, which is kind of like counter to what we initially heard, which was no, there will be no more talks between Iran and the US, which probably led to that gap. And now the the follow-up?
It'd be the actual military exercises that led to the gap, rockets, that kind of stuff. Against right,
Okay,
right.
so let me rephrase. It's the fact that we were initially told that there would be no more escalation, a ceasefire, and then they broke that ceasefire, and then there were talks of, listen, we're not going to negotiate, which then would mean escalation, or would, if there's no resolution, it's continuation of escalation. Let's rather say. So that's kind of like what I meant. So at least now we know the other side of the pond has responded by saying, look, we can confirm that we're going to be in talks again. So
basically what I was saying, like, mainly what caused the gap is the fact that we actually got discrete escalation, like physical escalation, not just talks of the talks going backwards. Like someone actually shot up another vessel.
Yes.
The US took over an Iranian vessel. So basically the same way that we've been looking for, like, not just tweets and whatever as far as a resolution, something actually put into some kind of physical structure, something reliable, something audited
an actual
by
actionable
another country. Step. Yeah, and we had Pakistan coming in. They've been hit by a bunch of stuff. We've had Russia pulling away from Iran as well. That's also a big
one. That was a big one, yeah.
Yes. So Iran is definitely getting left out in the cold. And there's no way I think China is going to fall on the sword for Iran. Right? They're like, what's that do? Like, you got some oil. We could just go to Australia and they'll give us their oil. Okay? You know, they're not going to blow up world... I don't know.
You can't
democratic
say
negotiations, trade lines, that kind of stuff. Yeah, exactly. I was trying to pick my words, but they're not going to escalate things further when they have ulterior options in general.
Yeah,
right?
And I mean,
so that's basically where we are. Really,
okay, tinfoil hat moment. The Iran-US conflict is a good thing for China, Russia, India.
Kinda.
Yeah. Because it's a driving force to basically create more of a reason to adapt a different currency as the world trade currency. Because you're kind of turning around and you're saying, you know what, the US is a little bit crazy and they are destabilizing and they are doing this and they are doing that. And it's basically providing them with a platform upon which they can just say, you know what, we have an ulterior thing that we can try to help stabilize. Even if at the end of the day it doesn't happen, they can still put it forward and say, here you go, here's the BRICS currency. The BRICS currency is the one that we say we would want to use for international trade. Once again, not talking about if this would happen and the dollar would basically fall away as the preferred currency. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that it provides them with that destabilization that they're looking for in order to say, we need change. That's kind of like it's like this benefits them for that goal specifically. There's a lot of other stuff that it doesn't benefit them for, but in this case, it kind of like plays into their hand. Tinfoil hat off.
Look, I mean, it plays more into what they're doing, but yet it would still be shadow deals, etc. Not like a proper financial infrastructure. That's the same reason. The main problem that we have right now, even if the dollar died, who would take it up? Like, people talk about the dollar, death of the dollar, whatever. Like, okay. And, like, then what? Like, what?
Yeah. No, that's what I was saying.
Like no one can. Like China can't. Even Europe can't. Which Europe is currently trying to build the infrastructure
I was going to say
in
Europe
that risk
trying, isn't
case as like a fringe like tail risk type case, and they're not even there yet. Like the plumbing is so in depth of how you actually orchestrate the financial system. There's beyond just the petrodollar, that kind of stuff, of deeper stuff of bonds, all this kind of stuff, which makes everything actually work, right? Hence the funny thing is most operators in financial markets, even in very senior positions at certain banks or otherwise, don't seem to quite understand. And I was kind of talking about this with Dirk before, and we're saying it's very funny how people who are very senior, and they've been around, and they have certain ideas, the actual plumbing of things just like fades away, right? And they just forget that no, there's actual this, that needs to actually happen.
It's not like a switch that gets put on and then it's changed.
Yeah, well, exactly. No, I don't know if I can use the same analogy, but it's kind of like Africa, right? Rich, where everyone's like, okay, well, Africa's got a lot of people. Why don't we just bring them into the economy? And they got a lot of people, so it would be a lot of productivity. But there's so many other things with infrastructure, with water, with energy, with financial infrastructure, banking, all these other like obscure, random things that, again, to get one going is like, okay, to get them all working synergistically is very tough. It takes a whole lot, and especially when you have a multiplication of people in general, makes the project even more complex. So it's not as simple, unfortunately, as just swap to this currency.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Go home.
I meant that it wasn't like a switch where you can just go ahead and just flick something and then it's now changed. It's
I wasn't saying anything about what you were saying. I was just talking in generalities.
Yeah, in general, yeah.
Yeah,
so it's the idea that you have to do the wiring of a house versus the wiring of a whole city block, then you can't just do the wiring, you have to do the plumbing. You can't just do the plumbing, you have to do the sewage. You can't just do the sewage, you have to do, and so on and so forth. And it's like looking at it from a single metric standpoint and realizing that, wow, we did not account for all of that extra stuff that needed to be taken into consideration prior to. But the idea that we have is single metric change. We're de-dollarization. And then it's just like, yeah, well, that's not happening overnight. Anyway, LJ, you said earlier you wanted half an hour in order to make a prediction.
Guys, I forgot. Okay. Are we giving me like a quick hotspot thing just to make a punt?
You don't have to make a punt. That's if only if you freaking want to. However, I am going to say your prediction must be in the next 10 minutes. Otherwise, there's like news that's going to start running out soon, and then you have 10 minutes to give us your prediction. You don't have to act upon the prediction whatsoever.
Okay, can I pick any asset? Is that
any asset that is a popular asset?
Any asset?
That is a popular asset.
Sure. Okay, how popular is popular? What are we talking about?
Not the Thai bar.
In what manner? In what manner? In what manner? Because there's a lot of popular assets. Might not be popular to you guys.
Okay, so majors, gold and silver, Bitcoin, Ethereum, any of the NASDAQ and derivatives, let's put it like that. So if you want to do stocks, you can do that as well if you want to. And then let's say the majority of the indices.
Is Pepe popular these days? Or is it very stable?
Pepe popular? I don't know. While you're doing that, Florian Burke is asking how much are the odds to fill the gap at NAS like 80-20? Dude, I have zero idea. Like that is difficult to put into probabilities. However, I do think that NASDAQ is going to continue bullishly. So I do think that the gap is going to be filled. I don't know whether or not it's going to be filled today or if it's even going to be in the London session. It might be during the New York session. But I do think it's going to get filled.
I will say 68-42.
Well, why so
number.
So 110%.
Oh, sorry, 68-32 then. Yes, my bad.
I was like, okay, we're going 110% this time. This is the new norm.
Look, I'm trying to find my asset for Wednesday.
Right,
okay.
I'm listening in the background.
Fair enough. The one brain
the point
cell...
is, I think most probably, yes, higher. We close that gap, at least for today. Running beyond that, don't think so. I think even if we get close to that gap, it will be very short-lived. So you might see like a spike or something just below that and then drop very quickly. I definitely from last Friday, I don't believe the highs that we saw are really justified given the current experience that we have. Yes, tech stocks were very cheap, hence people are going to jump into them. Pension funds, hedge funds, mutual funds, literally everyone was underpositioned for the higher trades. So yes, they all have to pile in at once. But this is also almost pricing as though we're in like a somewhat better position than we were. Now, as far as the stocks themselves, earnings versus what they're putting out, that kind of stuff, yes, they are actually in a better position. But the macro position is still far reduced, as well as potential catalysts for implications to disrupt things like AI and tech regarding like helium, microprocessors, hardware, that kind of stuff going forward. So therefore, prices should, in relative values, definitely be lower. So thus, I would not be buying up stocks at this current price or indices in general, whether it's the NASDAQ or the S&P. I would wait for some kind of pullback. If we get a push higher today, I would look to short that near term. There you go. Now, Rich, let me pick my asset for Wednesday, okay?
Pick your asset.
I gave you the thing. Give me some time. All right, give me 5 minutes.
Will,
goddamn.
What have you got going? How's your gold trade going?
So far, it seems to be going all right. I'm just watching the dip on EU and GU.
Okay.
And my computer's stopped working again.
So just after I exited my AU trade.
You exit.
Yeah. Have you taken out of your...
Little bit of a deeper retracement this time in relation to any of the previous movements. Stronger. One would say a little bit volumetric.
Why isn't my computer working?
I think it's a user error.
Do you know how to use a computer, Will?
Apparently not, mate.
Oh, your first time? First time?
Will got in somewhere
You got a Mac?
here.
No Windows.
With his take profit up over there. His stop loss.
Now I've just saved something. Oh, I give up. I give up.
He basically took a photo of himself on the webcam.
Yeah,
He's like,
probably.
I just saved that.
I don't know what
And it was him doing this. He's like, oh no. I took a photo of myself.
Posted something on Twitter now.
Skill issue.
Skill issue, mate. Skill issue.
Wait, I want to see that in your next reel, Will.
Yeah. Hashtag skill issues. Did you get in on the closure of the 15-minute candle or just before?
The 15, not on the 5.
Okay, on the 5.
I got in bang on the close or on the new open of the 5.
So 147.94.
I'll give you the exact.
That's pretty good. I like that trade. That's a very good trade.
I got in 4795.33.
I mean, close enough. So
yeah.
5933.
479533.
33.
Sorry to disrupt, but Rich, can we
Yes, sir.
choose like a slight range for an asset? It would just have to be a number and then whoever's.
You can do a slight
it's
range
not-
if you want to. So you can
Because-
do like, I don't know, like a 3 to 5 pip range. I don't know. Like, how accurate do you
Yeah,
want
but
it?
hence what I was going to say. Like, if we do a commodity or something, might have slight flux or something, and then
Yeah. Fair enough. Okay.
Plus
So
minus. Do we do it like percentage or like
you
pips?
can.
'Cause that's very different,
Okay, what asset do you want to do?
Because I could go a risky asset.
Okay, which
Potentially
one?
oil.
We've now taken
so-
Asia highs as well, by the way, on gold.
We're starting to cut into that gap on gold. So and it's a very nice bearish, not bearish, bullish base that we made and the continuation. So looks good. Anyway, all right. So for oil, depending on if you're doing WTI or Brent, you have 3 points basically. So 3 decimals. So you can have a range of
Number to 0.3
25.
plus minus.
Yeah, let's say 2.3. 0.3 I think is
That's
a good
because that's
good
kind of
enough.
also there's spread whatever.
yeah. So let's say
the
0.3.
minimum. Okay.
Okay. So 1.5 above your level and 1.5 below. So 0.15 below and 0.15 above. There we go. You get a range of 0.3 because technically I think you're probably one of the best predictors. So that's
But it's still a very bold prediction. This definitely counts on the orange man, or the tangerine terrorist, as you like to call him.
the tangerine
being kinda
tweet terrorist.
on my side through here.
Okay, so
They've definitely got safer bets, but
okay.
do we want to be dangerous? That's the question.
I mean, you got to risk it for the biscuit, mate. Don't you think?
You've got to be in it to win it. Got to risk it for the biscuit.
And from what I can see is that nobody else has wanted to give their own predictions. Are we afraid of being wrong, guys?
That's the other thing. Yeah, you guys can give your predictions in
Petrified.
chat, and if you
Yeah.
actually get it right, we will record this, and
Yeah.
you will have
If you get it
something
wrong, we will also record this. But
in your
it
inbox.
depends whether we laugh at you or not.
Yeah, if you win, William Davies comes to your house in a clown costume.
And gives you a kiss on your forehead. Mwah.
And depends how
your
close you are to the we'll give you a 5 pip range, and if you bang on,
Wow. Henry.
Just joking. No one's going to want that prize if Will Davies came to their house in a clown costume and did a dance. So
I
we're
will
not
dress
doing that.
up as a fairy
Don't
and give
worry.
you a big sloppy kiss on the forehead, and I'll make sure it's extra wet.
Okay, Henry is saying on gold.
Just like, okay, so
Moving on.
No, I mean, this is Dirk's
There's going to be a couple of
4917.
emails on that 100%.
Dirk said 4917.
Dirk has gone 4.7 for gold, right?
Yeah, 4917, and Henry
Do we need
is saying
to-
5K.
For Wednesday, Henry, you reckon 5K?
Oh, it's an I. There we go. Let's make it a little bit smaller. There you
Henry,
go.
I will say that is one of my prior targets that I actually still have laid out in general, and also a Fibonacci retracement. You are in the right spans. Actually, that's a good point. So on gold, what's the plus minus on gold? $3 or like $5 per ounce? Like
I mean-
5,000. If you say 5,000, you get 5,003 to 4,997.
I think $5 moves.
or 10. What do we say?
I think 10's a bit big. I think a $10 moves.
I think
There's
I
gotta be
think
five.
I think $4 to $5 I think would be fair.
Hang on, I've got a moth.
Hang on a minute.
I got it. Well,
hold on a second. I need to go get my cage to catch this here big.
Yeah.
I got lights
What
right
was
here.
that with shotgun just to kill a moth?
All right, Henry, back me up. When you have lights around, moths aggregate. All right, I've got these
'cause
lights here in front of
they
me.
like the light, bro.
All right,
They're
yes,
attracted
of
to
course
it.
they do. All right.
Have you never seen the
one.
meme? Have you never seen the
course.
Lord of the Rings meme with the Eye of Sauron, and then the moth is sitting there with just the Eye of Sauron and is like reflected in his eyes, and he's like,
Who's Sauron?
Anyway, moving on.
Was that in Lord of the Rings? I don't think it was, dude. I watched that.
You did? You have poor memory then. Your memory is
Oh.
poor, boy. Will, how is your trade going? Did you close it or are you still in it?
I'm still in it.
Well, plus minus 3 or 5.
Let's say
What do you
4.
reckon?
I'm not liking the wick.
4.
I'll be honest. I'm
4?
not liking the wick.
Plus minus 4.
So in between? Okay. So Henry's got 5k. So plus minus 4.
I see there is 1 or 2 more. Raphael is saying 4.9, and Raphael... That's not Raphael. And Raphael has got 4.9, and Sean is saying exactly 4798.816. Jeez. Okay.
It's very specific.
That's specific.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
if you guys want to post your pieces, we might have some rewards for whoever gets closest. Just saying.
so we have Raph
Free game right here.
saying...
I'm definitely going to
4.9.
win, so you guys have no chance. But anyway, all
And
good.
then Sean saying 4.7. Sean is actually saying prices gold's going to go down. 4.7, so 4.798. Okay. Sean is saying gold is not going to move.
Yeah, I was going to say very little fluctuation. I mean, I kind of rate that.
A
then.
horn. Sean is saying 4798.816. Right. 816, not 916. Okay.
Hang on, let me check what data we have in between.
Make it 4798. I mean, like, if you really wanted to make it as like exact, then that one is fine. Swing trade say 4742. Oh, I'm holding gold buys at 4. Okay, so you're just saying you already entered. Sean is saying I'm betting on a retracement. Tuesday push, Wednesday retrace. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. So you say it's going to do this.
I'm looking at. Right? No, I'm looking at scaling, but it hasn't tapped me in yet.
4720. Okay.
I'm tapped in.
So even lower. So you want it all the way down here. Okay, Henny.
Can I do the Dixie?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we sure?
Yeah, go for it.
For Wednesday. Wednesday. Okay.
For 720 for Henix.
But it has to be at the exact time of European trading on Wednesday, or just throughout that day? Because that's
on
another
that
question.
day when LJ and Dirk is back on stream. Sean saying, "Don't take my strat." I can see what you're aiming for.
Okay.
Like, you're aiming for this. Like, it makes sense. So you did have a little bit of resistance there. It does look fine, but by Wednesday, I mean, you need to cut through this, which, to be fair, you can do. I mean,
This is actually a good game. This is hard to pick by Wednesday at a certain period out. This is actually good. I actually like this. This is tough metal. This is like, do you know your stuff or not?
Yeah.
Or
CAD
you
CPI
do,
in 2 minutes.
And
yeah,
I was going to say, we've got CAD CPI in literally 2 minutes now.
The thing is, I like the idea of doing predictions, purely because it kind of gives you a little bit of stats of how people view the market. you and I might think, hey, listen, we're going to have a continuation. Someone else might think retracements. Someone else might think, it's a game of statistics. It's just literally seeing how people are looking at the market differently, even though we're looking at the exact same asset. Well, except LJ. LJ wants to do other stuff.
I was going to say, it depends if
LJ's
it's like
got his own agenda going on.
hours, days, or whatever versus weeks, months. So, I mean,
Yeah, it's a shorter time frame, yeah.
we call this stuff mid-year last year. We're almost coming up on a year.
Yeah, but that's the past, mate. That's the past.
But that's not been just one. That's been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Same with the euro, the Aussie dollar, pound. We had gold tops as well. We've had NASDAQ, S&P, where I was saying to Dirk as well, I think through Q2 we'll see new highs. Like, dude, nailed all of it. Now, if you give me like 2 days, I don't know what to do. Out of my depth, macro doesn't apply.
Don't worry, Sean. I got
down.
yours 4798, mate. Get here.
But I'll try my best because that goes back to now. I just got to apply my intraday trading.
All you need to do is now adapt.
Session to session.
You just need to adapt, mate. You just need to adapt. Don Line Commerce. Kim is saying 4,811. 4,811. So very, very close to where we are right now. So that is her prediction for Wednesday.
All right. So if I say an FX currency, do I get ±5? Is that what we're doing? Like 5 pips? Similar to.
I'll say, yeah. What about currency?
811,
What fluctuation? I feel like 10 pips is a lot if you're talking currency.
No.
Well, it depends if we're cracking it at the exact timeline or it was generally in that. Yeah, I feel like we'll have to take some general liberty, obviously, to a degree.
I got yours up here, Sean. It's right there.
Sean,
Sean 4798. 4798. This is there, mate. It's in. Oh, sorry, here's another one. Innocent is saying 4844. 4844.
Here we go.
Dude, we're not far from that now. That's just above the gap.
Yeah, so I mean, Kim has basically taken the whole 4,811 and saying we're going to stay here. So
just
dude, everyone's going gold.
4,
Do I need to go gold as well? Just to
no, dude, you can do whichever one you want to.
You can trade with
dude,
directionals if you want.
Sanvu is saying 4.9.
Going to be between 4.56 and 4.57. No, we're not going to do that. Right. Everyone's doing gold though.
Sanvu,
You FOMO
also along with Raff.
No, I just
honestly want to get in with the gold. I think everyone's doing. I think it's just one of the most everyone just loves gold, and it's been the massive talking point at the moment of predicting price and where it's going to go.
Yeah. Louis saying 4771. 4771. A little bit lower. 4771. Where's 4771? 4771 is somewhere over here. There we go.
All right, question, Rich.
Yes.
What is the plus minus on a currency? We're saying
I'm going to go 5 pips.
$4 gold plus minus.
Gold was $4, which is 40 pips.
You're at least in the range. So and then it's whoever's closest after that.
I mean, okay. Hold on a second. It depends. If you're going to go EU, GU, something like that, generally 10 pips, 20 pips, that is a large movement.
Yeah. That's
UJ,
what I mean.
EJ, like 40, 50 pips is like a larger movement. So if you wanted to do a Japanese yen pair, then we would give you a little bit larger of a space. But if it's EU, GU, we'll give you a tighter space. No, I'm saying that. Like I would, because they're not the same.
Oh, you mean Yeah, I see what you're saying because the
Yeah.
vol is big. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
So on yen pairs, you get like a 2x. On major pairs, you get a standard rate. Put it
Yeah.
that way.
Let's do that. Hello, Victor.
I think that's
Hi everyone.
How are you?
We
How's you?
we are projecting our biases on gold. I understand.
We're making predictions for Wednesday at basically just after London Open. What is the price going to be of any asset that you can pick? If you pick it wrong, you're in the bad books. You probably
Yeah.
don't.
You're a naughty
You
boy.
don't come back to stream ever again.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Yeah,
You need to do a timeout.
yeah. You've got a 1 week timeout. No,
Yeah.
you can only
Victor's just like,
return
what,
to
1
stream.
week holiday? Yeah, sound.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying.
See you later.
You're like, dude, nice. Like, oh, that's perfect. I say
What?
zero.
Gold to zero? Gold
win.
to
He said, I thought this was a punishment.
And
So-
any asset you said.
Any asset
Yeah,
you
yeah,
want.
yeah. But
Any asset you want. You can be as accurate as you want to be, or you can have a bit of a range. If you're gonna do a gold prediction, we will give you a $4 range in which you can be. So if you're
Wow.
$2 above or $2 below that, then you can get the win. For yen pairs, we will do double what we do for the major pairs because obviously the movements there is a little bit larger than it would be for on an EJ.
what are we doing for the
versus
major pairs? 5?
5 pips. So 5 pips for major pairs, 10 pips for yen pairs.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll rate that.
Wednesday at what time exactly?
So LJ and Dirk's session, which is at
So it's basically just after, sort of around London Open.
Yeah, it's like mid.
Since we're gonna have a tight range,
Wednesday.
a bullseye kind of a range, we need the time to be exact as possible.
so 9 a.m. GMT.
Okay, all right.
9 a.m. GMT.
Okay, so let's mark.
And
that
whatever
on-
asset you pick, obviously,
Mhm.
we're giving ranges. So whatever asset we go to, you'll have some variation. That's a good question though. If we get multiple people that actually do get on whatever asset they pick within the range, what then? Is it like closest by percentage? of
It's
the
closest by
range?
points.
The
It's
asks?
closest by
Or-
points. It's a whomever is the closest to their original target. So if there's 2 people that have it, whomever
So by
is the closest in
percentage, then
points.
I assume.
Yeah, you can basically say.
Yeah, because
I mean,
obviously we've got different points on different assets. So hence percentage would be the
yeah, Steve
way-
Barker 4920. Okay. So 4920. just above Dirk.
I know you were thinking what I was thinking, but it's not quite that, but you were thinking it.
4920. Okay. All right. Who
And
else have we got?
gold is very popular for this prediction, but it's I wonder why.
Okay, we've got 5074 for Mr. Duck, so that would be void. So 507. So he's saying higher than.
Is
He's
that
got
on
the highest
gold,
so
though?
far.
Is that on gold
Yeah.
though, or is that on?
Yeah, he's like, let it cook.
Sure. Is he not talking about like DAX or something? You know? Oh no,
No.
DAX is 24K. Fuck. Dude, Akram, are you sure? Do you want to retract that? Are you sure?
I mean, that is his.
I'm trying to
That
save
is
you
his
right
guess.
now. Okay, fair enough. Right, look. Oh shoot. Mate, I got to give an answer before I leave. This is tough right now because we're at a certain level. I can see certain levels to next levels, but Wednesday, I'm scared. Scared, guys. I'm scared.
Come on, LJ. Come on.
All right, guys. Okay, I'm going to determine my input. I have two directions. Now, I need you guys to say in chat, Trump, Orange Man, Tangerine Terrorist, as Rich loves to call him, tonight. Does he tweet positive or negative? If you say positive, say +1. If it's negative, just say 0. Okay? And that will determine which way I go. And you guys won't know which setup I have, but it will determine what you guys say in chat. Right? +1 for positive Trump, 0 for negative Trump.
Okay, so we've got 2 + 1 so far from Sean and Henry. What's up, Samir?
Hi, Samir.
God, you guys are very optimistic. Trump.
+1, we're saying +1 in the chat.
Dude, no.
Mindo and Henix are saying
3,
0.
0.
Ren saying yes.
Do you guys think Trump is a positive guy? Like, I think I'm cooked. I think I'm destroyed myself. I should have just taken my own choice.
LJ really seems like he's stuck here in Questionville.
I think he wants this to be a success, right? Because he's already banking on the success of having a deal or some kind of prospect to it. And we have seen the change in his tones since I think it was the last few days of last week, how he suddenly was disregarding sort of bad news and saying,
Victor, you still got the stop. I don't have a mask on. You do. All right. Yes, I have the interest of the banks and everything. I got the dial sell to Trump. Like, keep it low key. All right. We're meant to keep this quiet.
Yeah.
We're unveiling this. Stop.
Well,
you gotta stop.
LJ, we still
you guys didn't hear that.
Mate.
We're gonna delete that portion of the stream. It's fine. It's all good. Never mind. No worries.
Okay, LJ, your prediction.
Anyway,
I want it in 5.
written in blood.
4.
Hang on, wait. I got to add up. We
2,
got +1,
1,
0, 0.
It was literally break even. We had 3 zeros and 3 +1s.
Oh, don't tell me that. Are you serious?
You got a tiebreaker. You got to wait for the next one as a tiebreaker.
That's like being terribly indecisive. Like, you want Thai
we had
food,
4 zeros and 4 +1s. It's still break even.
How am I meant to decide?
Okay.
I want Thai food and a burger. What do I do?
Okay, so here's an actual thing that I do with my wife when she's indecisive around food. I tell her what she should have. So I tell her, you want a burger, and then in her mind she'll be like, no,
if she argues with you,
I actually have a thing where I flip a coin on my phone. Right?
Flip it.
Flip it.
You can do it?
Leave this to a 50-50. Do it.
We can't see it. We can't see it, though.
Yes.
Samir and Victor,
I like this idea.
I would also like your prediction on gold for Wednesday, 9 a.m. GMT.
All right, I'm not doing gold, but what was the FX?
Any major, any yen pair.
Wait, but what for, like a USD major or something?
For the gap, 5 pips. 5 pip range. And for a yen, it's 10 pip. I see Mr. Duck Akram is already saying, wait, I'm going to make prediction on CHF JPY 205.05. So Akram's is getting deleted, and he's going for a yen pair. CHF 205. Jeez.
Mine,
okay.
After this, probably would have been my exact prediction. But after the chat has spoken and we've had the coin flip, we'll do it. But I'm not fully lacking confidence, but I'm not super confident.
Okay, which one are you choosing?
Aussie dollar.
Okay.
71.36.
71.36.
plus minus the derivation, right? For Wednesday.
LJ,
5 pips?
0.7176, yeah? 36.
36, yeah, plus minus the 5 points, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Like everybody's
Either side.
going to get their little bit. So you're saying where it is right now. All right, cool. So this is by Wednesday.
Right. All right. Thanks, guys. I won. All good. Nice.
We'll see. We'll see.
Was it Wednesday? Oh, cool.
Yeah, Wednesday. Samir, the rules are as such. You are allowed to pick any
right.
asset that is popular. So you can do any of the majors. You can do pretty much any of the indices that are popular. You can do Bitcoin. You can do gold, whichever you want to. Prediction for Wednesday, 9 a.m. GMT.
All right, let's take a look at gold because I know
No,
many people love
Samir,
this pair.
pick the same as me, dude. Do it. We'll win
Aussie.
together.
AU.
I'll
Let's take a look
take
at AU.
Pick the same as me. Yeah, Victor as well. We got to join teams.
I will.
Create.
Yes,
Oh,
I will
wow,
do. I will
AU is
do that.
looking
Let me take a
decent.
look at the. Let me take a look at
Yes,
For
come
the
on.
the
AU,
Aussie dollar.
for the
Okay,
Aussie
so
dollar, you
Victor's
took the,
Aussie. Okay, and then Samir.
I just want to ask for the Aussie dollar, you were bullish, right?
He's flat.
I just want to know.
He's flat.
Aussie dollar to Aussie dollar to 0.1. That would be very favorable for myself.
Okay, but your prediction is 0.7136.
Yes, it is.
7136. Okay, it's
I might
kind of
hope-
bearish.
I might hope someday for 0.1.
I'm kind of bullish on gold,
But,
so I think we might can continue bullish and fill the gap. Yes, it is gold.
Okay.
So, but the Wednesday, I cannot, anticipate the impulsive move. It can happen like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So I'm gonna be bullish on gold. Let's keep it at 4,900 as the
14,900.
yes,
I
4,900.
actually have a cool fact about gold. I can tell you guys later. After.
So
You have inside
I'm
information.
just doing some technical analysis right now. I'm not a fundamental trader, so things can change. We have Trump here tweeting here and there. So let's see.
So we have 3 people saying 4,900 flat.
But yeah, I was going to say, you guys in chat, like we got a bunch of you guys. You can actually put these numbers down. You'll be in the entry.
What do you think, guys?
For the
I'm saving this.
Wait.
So
right? This will all be
Okay.
like this is a free entry, right? Nothing required. Just put your comment in chat.
okay, but
What
before we
aspect?
carry on going on,
Option number.
Will, what is your prediction?
I was hoping like that. I was hoping like a getaway.
I'm gonna do my own one as
guys,
well.
I gotta go now. Bye.
It was like, oh, I'm going back to Hong Kong.
Yeah, guys, I've got a flight. Bye.
What
By
are you, what
Wednesday?
is this? What is this? What is this? I'm not the oracle anymore.
I
No, I agree.
Like
Hey,
football?
hey,
I
hey,
don't
Raph,
care.
I agree. Richard shouldn't be allowed. I'm
Richard,
now the
good.
progenitor. I make
Okay,
the rules,
fair.
and that's it.
I will do an impromptu prediction
LJ
that
wins.
does not count.
Look, I have foresight. LJ wins. It's fine.
Okay.
Dude, I'm
Alright.
that good. That's why I've taken over your spot, Rich.
All right.
I'm
No
not
problem.
good.
No problem.
I'm the
Will-
progenitor.
I'm just looking.
like
at
June.
I'm trying to see
Like
what
June.
news is coming out.
Have you watched June? You know,
Splash, my
I can
lord.
see the future.
Smashed, my lord. Victor, what are you saying, Victor? What is your
I'm-
prediction?
Yeah, I'm not ready yet. I'm
We have
actually
to-
doing
I'm-
my
Can we give a range? Or do you have
breakdown.
to give a price point?
I'm doing
I'm
my
very-
top-down analysis on Aussie dollar, and I'm almost there. But
Okay. Will, to
So-
make it
Yeah,
easy,
Victor, wait,
you
hang
get
on,
a price point with derivation above and below. You get, depending on what asset you take. If you're taking gold, you get $4.
No.
Yeah, I'm looking gold.
If Will gets it outside of his predicted range, he has to go back to Hong Kong.
Okay, that's so okay for me.
Eight, and then that's it.
That's like telling Victor he's got to go on a week's holiday.
Alright,
I mean, Victor's gonna love that.
Problem,
isn't he?
Will. You won't have your streaming set up. That's fine.
Yeah, fair.
I'm curious of Victor's what your choice is though. So overall for like gold
Victor
and
is focused.
say, silver, that kind of stuff, we have
I
$4.
am focused.
$4 plus minus of the price, right? For FX, it's plus minus 5. I don't know what we decided for NASDAQ or like S&P, that kind of stuff. We didn't talk about. No one chose that, to be honest. Rich left, and Rich said, "I am now the new emperor," so that's fine. So I'm going to say for NASDAQ and the S&P, actually we'll have two different things. So for NASDAQ, it will be plus minus 15 points. For the S&P, it will be 10. I think that's fair, reasonable, because I'm a good emperor, unlike Rich, who's a tyrant. in this guy. Yeah, I see you agree, Victor.
Pharaoh
My
LJ.
team. Oh, hey, Rich. Oh, Rich. You're back, mate. You're here again.
There's no T in your name, so I don't know where the tyranny is going to come from. There's a T in my name, though, so that's where the tyranny comes from in mine.
What?
T for tyranny, my friend. T for tyranny.
I can't hear you. Can you... I don't think my headphones... Can you speak louder, please?
LJ. All right. So, Victor and Will, are you ready yet?
I think so. I'm gonna go with.
Okay.
I feel like it's a brave move. I do feel like it's a brave move, but I'm gonna go with 4861.749
On gold.
Yeah, on gold.
4861.
Are you okay, Will? You need to be on like a watch list. Like, what was the number?
4861 point.
What? Dude, are you good?
4861 point.
749.
749. All right.
What?
Mr. Specific, same as Innocent, also very specific.
Oh yes.
Do we need like a wellness check on this man?
Yeah. Dude, while you were all making jokes, I was there on the phone to Donald Trump.
I mean,
you joke, dude. I have that contact. You definitely don't. Like, get out of here. What are you talking about? What a clown!
All right,
dude.
I'm ready.
are you ready? Okay, on
yes.
AUD, Victor.
Yes, Aussie dollar. I by the deadline, I think my projection is gonna be 72.50 round.
72.50.
72.50
Yes.
on the dot.
Yes.
So we have Victor saying 0.7250
By Wednesday.
Yes. I think.
Victor.
Yes.
You realize I'm paid in Aussie dollars, which has USD, which has to be translated to Aussie dollars.
Hey, I don't want to
Are you
take.
trying to take a shot right now? Like that's not. Hey, what are you
Let
doing?
me just get this right. 0.7250 flat.
Yes. 72500. Yes.
72500. Awesome. And then we also have Metis. I'm gonna just say Metis. Huh?
Guys, in 7 minutes, I'll be going to the futures live stream. So I'm just informing it prior, as it is Monday. So 6:30
No problem.
my time zone.
Yeah.
All
No
right.
problem.
Thank you so much.
I'll be standing in for you, my friend. Don't you worry.
Thank you so much.
That's good.
4723.
Michelle, it's all fine. Yeah, Victor doesn't have anything. Don't worry. The Aussie won't go that high. It's all good. Huh? No worries. Done. Alright, sorry, Victor. Michelle Bullock won't have what you're doing. Head of the RVA. You're probably in the red, mate. But thank you for
See?
your suggestion.
You hit it here first, people.
Mark
We're
saying
go ahead.
EU 1.17809. So here.
That's basically where we are. That's
Henry,
the beginning of the yeah. That's a little bit higher than where we are right now. Makes a lot
Yeah.
of sense, I think. Yes,
so
if I had to choose EU, I would probably choose something similar.
Okay.
okay, so what Henry just said. Yes, I'm currently long Aussie, but I don't want that to sustain. I want to go higher so I can make the money, then come down. I get paid in US dollars, and it's more than where it was when I profited from it. Come on, Henry, you already know this. Come on. You live
All
like
right.
2 kilometers away from me. I will come to your house and force you to sell the Aussie dollar. Come on.
Okay.
Price down.
With Samir hopping out to go and join Dave in the futures
Yes, guys.
YouTube channel,
I'll be.
I will keep Victor company. So I'm just going to hop out for 5 minutes just to make a cup of coffee. If you guys don't mind,
course.
I'll be back in 5.
Take care.
Guys, I have to also hop out because I need to prepare at least 5 minutes before the live stream. So I'll see you tomorrow. Okay.
Shocking behavior.
Take care,
Thank you.
Samir. Take care.
Thank you,
Have fun.
guys.
Cheers, Samir.
See you later, man.
All right, I'm gonna be I'm gonna go to the prediction that I made and why I did it.
Come on,
and so
Victor.
on, so
Show
on.
me this.
So on the high, actually, what I think is if we're looking at the and the reason that I picked it much higher is that if you look at the weekly time frame, we broke and retested that structure that we had, and we are in the process of moving out. And you can see at the size of the candles and especially the bullish, we are, the higher time frame is going to push us higher. That's likely the likely thing to happen, right? So that's one thing, but this is only 2 days from now. So it will not have a lot of influence yet. That's one thing. And if you go to, I was actually thinking, the daily looks like we're gonna be perhaps doing something like this. And by the time the deadline is, it makes a lot of sense for price to be, and I'm still in that not reverse, retracement on its way up. However, what I do think is if you look at the slope of the price has so far been, if you look at the H4, we've already given the signal that the previous high is not going to hold, right? We already closed above it. Yes, there is a quasi here, and that can cause price to go a little bit deeper, at least to this low, and perhaps a little bit deeper. However, I think, and the level that I put here,
No,
the cross
no.
section, that's the prediction. What I think is the what I
Hard
think
to-
is there the sentiment is a lot is Trump tries to a lot it hangs on what Trump his posture is. He will influence the tone or the sentiment actually a lot, and I think he will continue his tone and his portrayal or projection of success of ceasefire and for a little longer. He has been doing it already. You can see, for example, that this morning there was or actually recently there was the firing on the Iranian ship, and as far as I know, I didn't hear anything from him. That's something. If he was looking for confrontation, hiring the stakes, he would be there on his X account or Truth Social, and hammering, "We're gonna be bombing you to the prehistoric age," and whatever he does say all the time. He's not doing that. He's playing things down. He's actually, I think, he's betting on, not betting, but he's trying to push everyone to think, that ceasefire is going to have success, and that's going to maybe not forever, but at least for 2 days. I think that's probably his modus operandus. So if that is the case, then I think he's going to push positiveness for the Aussie dollar to be a little bit higher, and
So it's
we're
all
already
open.
breaking out.
It's open, right? It's straight.
What's open?
It's straight.
Yeah, it is. But I think eventually it's gonna. I think by Wednesday, I think we're gonna be seeing more of the same we've had so far, which is Aussie dollar bullishness. That's my point.
No, Victor, we need to close the straight. Okay, that means Aussie downside, stocks go down, my dollars go up. Come on, dude. Meant to be a team here. Come on, we were hedging out our predictions. Like, come on, it's not very good, right? You're not being a good team player,
Be a
right?
team player. Come on, close the spread.
I do agree
I
with what you're saying, Victor. Definitely, I do see higher Aussie dollar overall. I think near term we'll have a bit of consolidation. Just like back end of last year, I was seeing like massive pull in Aussie dollar
Mhm.
from like the Aussie is basically the one currency that did not fully participate as far as the uh, benefit after the Trump tariffs from Liberation Day. We saw euro
Mhm.
dollar run higher, pound dollar run higher. Aussie is obviously very attached to China, hence it got beat down. But we've gone past that, and now it's been the best performer above all major
Mhm.
currencies, and one of the best performing years ever outside of, I think, GFC. That's it, which is when the Aussie dollar ran above one to the US dollar, so above parity because of our commodities that we are selling to China. So this is basically the second best year slash driver overall, and just like talking about last year with Dirk and such, yes, going much higher. As much as I hate it, because it's already reduced my income very significantly, but it is what it is. So either way, buy the Aussie. Yes, eventually we go above 72. I don't think we'll crack 72 soon. That's the only place I disagree with you. Above 72
Mhm.
is like a new regime. Similarly, how the US dollar, if we think about the Dixie, is like
Mhm.
above 100 to 101. Above there is like a different regime. Below 100 is like something else. And then below that is something else. Uh, I think we'll
Yeah.
stay a bit lower. That's the only thing. So I think we will get there, but not just yet. Especially because all the pension funds in Australia are not hedged with the Aussie dollar. They're fully exposed to US dollars. So if they had to hedge, Aussie dollar, I've done the math,
Mm.
would actually go towards 90 cents. So incrementally, as this goes up and as the dollar comes out of favor, they actually do have to hedge, which does drive the Aussie higher, just in terms of our pension funds, which are like the second largest in the world in general. So I like it, but just not on Wednesday. Put it that way. There we go.
Yeah. We differ on the timing.
Yep.
Yeah, I can see your point, and I wouldn't say the thing is, the question is, this is going to happen eventually. The question is when, and what sequence will it go through before going in that direction? Will it go to maybe retest something on the lower, on the daily, or maybe on the even on the H4 we can actually see a reversal pattern. And the question is that reversal pattern going to have, this is the reversal pattern, is that reversal pattern going to have follow through or not? We're already pushing through to, there isn't an entry order block on the H4, but is this going to be the case? I don't know. And if it is, then you're likely to be your prediction going to be more accurate than mine. But I think, well, we'll see. We'll see. Time will tell. See how things go. It is perhaps, given the fact that I'm going for a breakout, a less likely, less probable prediction to be made. Since
It's still
you know,
potential. You've got that like volatility aspect that if you did break
mm,
those highs, you'd be straight there. right?
Yeah.
So you do have
Listen.
that prospect.
Hmm.
Yeah.
And the range was 15, 15 above. What was it? Or
Plus minus 5. What are we doing for currency?
Yeah.
okay.
And obviously, if no one else is close at all, obviously you'll still win. But that's generally like the target. It's like
It's
the
like winning
target
by
area
proxy.
you're looking for. Yeah, and
Yeah.
then if it's outside, you can still win if no one else is closer
Yeah.
per se. But that's your general target.
Yeah,
Consensus.
it's winning
Anyway,
by
guys,
proxy because nobody else was close.
I'm going to have to jump in real quick. I'm going to update you on what's going on in my chart. So I'm just going to bring my screen up real quick, and then I'll hop back over to yourself, Victor. I scaled in another 2 times now. So I've scaled in twice. So I'm in 3 positions. I'm up about 50 to 100. And I'm floating around between break even and $100. So hopefully this can go ahead and close the gap, hit a full TP. I'm going to walk away now and just leave it. I've got my TP set, I've got my stop loss set. I'm just going to set and forget and walk away. And hopefully gold can move in my intended direction. So you guys can see that. I just want to bring that up so you can see that I was live in the trade. But for now, I'm going to have to love you and leave you. And I shall update you tomorrow morning what goes on with gold, if you haven't already guessed by then by looking at the charts.
Nice.
Cool. Anyway, guys, for now,
And
make sure you look after these guys. Make sure you smash that like button and make sure you subscribe to the channel. But until then, peace.
Take care,
Cool.
Will.
Enjoy, Sir William.
But so
Harry.
I will say though, Victor, you see much higher prices for Aussie dollar in general, right? From your trading style and perspective.
Yes. I think Aussie dollar in. Let me go back to that that I just did. I think if you
This is like good
in,
but bad. If I want
I
to
think
go,
you're gonna be. Go ahead.
I was going to say if I want to go to Japan, this is good because odd yen will also go higher. My income will go down, so this is bad. We've got like a.
You gotta hatch. You gotta hatch your income.
This is a love-hate relationship, my friend,
I know
that you have
it's
right
love
now.
hate, love hate. So, Victor, if I take a massive long trade for my entire net worth, and if it goes wrong, will you guarantee it right now?
We'll have to discuss that. But I
Talk later. I'm joking.
No, but
LJ, you can move in with me.
South Africa. Dude, I already have my power turning off enough, and I live in Australia, and that shouldn't happen. All my internet.
16 and a
You want
half to
more of
1,
that?
mate. 16 and a half to 1. That's all I'm saying.
I got to say, that is a fair point.
Yeah, on your point, I think this is the likely movement that we're going to be seeing in Aussie dollar but the thing is timing, right? Is it going to come before or after some kind of a retracement? That is always difficult to see. But I think this is likely to happen more often than, price going much lower. I don't think that's
Great.
at least from, the structure, market structure and the patterns that I can decipher right now. You also have the trend, and if you look at the higher time frames, this is obviously telling us, it broke that level, came back for the retest. We're gonna be pushing, most likely, we're gonna be pushing higher in the next coming weeks. I think this is the easy path for Aussie dollar to go into, not to break down is would be the less likely thing to happen. Yeah, that's my look on that currency. To your detriment, LJ, and don't worry, we can discuss your
Come on.
your hedging risk. Don't worry, I'll write out the check.
Oh, you are a scholar and a gentleman, Victor. A scholar
Yeah, I
and a
was going to say, what a gentleman.
You will own LJ, but still a scholar and a gentleman. I mean,
I'll just become a peasant. Just a wee low folk.
yes, master. Victor would like for Doc Lock to go and scrub his car. Yes, master.
Poof into
Just walk like this. Yes, I will do it. Please, yes, sir.
like, what about my BMW? He's like, that is forgotten. That is in the dredge. Never mind that. You're beyond that. You're my servant now.
Possessions?
I think you guys are very
You
funny.
have none of those. Anyway, LJ, you gonna stay on, or do you tend on having dinner and going to bed?
No. I
No.
can chill. I mean, markets are whatever. Unless you want me to go, Rich.
Completely up to you, my friend. Completely up to you.
But yeah, we're pretty much chilling. So
We did have a bit of a volatile movement now on NASDAQ, a sudden spike up and down.
we did have.
We also had a similar spike on gold as well.
financial juice.
I'm assuming that. Oh, there's something on financial juice.
Yeah.
Is it? Is there? Oh, it is.
Is it? Is there?
Positive efforts are underway by Pakistan to end the U.S. blockade, ensure Iran's participation in talks. That's the senior Iranian officials are putting this out here. I'm gonna put it on the screen. Or actually, maybe I can just share my screen. This is the news just happened about a minute ago. There you go. That's what's been the reaction you mentioned. I didn't show it on the chart, but that's the
current reaction.
If you go to the 1 minute, that's the reaction we see there right there, just a minute before the news came out. Let's measure how big of a move that is that's a 64 points in a minute candle. That's
yeah.
That's sizable.
So I like that because it's like in my intended direction. So I feel like my prediction this morning was that with NQ and Gold, we had pretty much the exact same movements last week Monday. We had a gap. Let's take gold as an example. We had the gap. Price continued going lower, bottomed out. The whole of Tokyo session was bullish price action. We then had slower London start. So the start of London was a little bit slowed. And then we had the continuation going into New York just before New York. Exact same thing happened today on gold as well as NASDAQ. So that was my prediction of what we were going to see today.
Yeah, I think so too. It's by now I'm repeating myself, but I think we're likely, there's that second talk that is lingering in the air. I don't think it's going to be shut down yet. I think both sides want to portray, they're in talks. It favors them both, and those talks are gonna. I think that's gonna happen. I mean, I'm not no expert, but I think it's gonna happen, or at least they're gonna try to make it happen, and that's gonna linger in the sentiment for today, tomorrow, and so on. So the talks is gonna be tomorrow, according to what I read. So, and I think there between now and then, I don't see things collapsing necessarily. Even the shooting on the ship, the cargo ship, it seems like it was a non-event. While that was an escalation, that was a breach of ceasefire. That was something to be reacted upon. But the market has been, yes, it did open with a weekend gap, which reflects the change in the postures of each side. But it's not. It's not completely reset and going in the opposite direction. So I think we're going to see more of the same, which is, as you said, slightly to modestly positive signs coming out of both sides, or maybe just one. I don't know, but that's what I expect. But hey, the market can do, and events can go any direction all the time, right? So you got to be prepared for whatever happens out there. In the end, Trump is, it likes to surprise us as traders. So you got to be on your toes.
Agreed. Very much agreed.
I agree.
All right. What are we seeing on oil? Have you guys been talking about oil lately?
LJ has.
Yeah, off and on. So definitely, look, oil had a great time. I think we're going lower. That was going to be one of my assets to choose on this little,
Prediction.
what do we call it? Like a competition, a challenge, a trial. What do we call it? Like
I don't know.
uh,
Just a good old fashioned predictive
challenge. We'll
parlay.
call it.
Prediction.
Yeah, we'll call it a challenge.
Whatever. Fair enough. Yeah. So I, to be honest, I still think downside overall. I think
Yes.
there's been a bunch of people talking about oil should have gone higher
Mm-hmm.
through this current geopolitical escalation, which is not really an escalation because the de-escalation from the prior escalation, which no one really expected the prior escalation to actually hold. So it's up escalation from the prior escalation that everyone expected. So it's still a de-escalation. Basically, put it that way. So
Very
yes,
long-winded way of saying we're lower than 100.
the main thing is the barrels of oil going through the Strait of Hormuz was about 20 million. It's about 20% if you round it out of the total flow, which is a bit under. It's like 19 and a bit, whatever. But we've already had the East-West pipeline from the Saudis pumping stuff out. Iraq has been pumping stuff out. Iran themselves have been pumping out oil. We also had the sanctions relieved from the shadow tankers for Russia, as well as Iran, obviously. We actually have more oil now on the ocean than we did before the strait was closed overall. Everyone is focused on the technicals. Even if you have the technicals and we have the other stuff going through, you only have like a 2, 3, 4% closure at max. If you want to be extreme, it's more of a point of contention of like squabbling, almost the same way that, like I was trying to highlight with the Russia Ukraine thing. Yes, very big deal initially. Yes, we did have the pipeline stuff with natural gas, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Here we are, 5 years on. No one's talking about it, right? Everyone learns how to move around that situation. And I think that's kind of where we've already met this period. Same way, even with COVID, after we had COVID, like the first 4, 5, 6 weeks, and then we had kind of a global shutdown. Markets started tanking before that. Then we had the global shutdown. 4 or 5 weeks later, peak markets, bottoms of markets, went up. That's it. Even though COVID kept going on with bigger numbers, bigger this, bigger whatever, for like a year, year and a half. But as far as the market, so long as things are flowing, we're good. So that's where we are right now, which most people don't focus on. They see we've got a blockade in the strait. We've got Iran saying, no, we just took this tanker, that kind of stuff. If you look at the other portions, oil is still flowing. So it doesn't matter. So the current operations of markets, yes, we did have that gap down. That's natural. That's algorithms, that kind of stuff. We're nowhere near 114 on euro dollar. Hence, this is by the by. Market is doing what it should do. Market pundits, economists, whatever, will talk rubbish. Very wrong. Market is correct. I know what you think, Victor.
Yeah, I think
I just look at my technicals. So
what I think is when the market is tanking, they're discounting or they're assessing, what are the probability of something catastrophic happening in Middle East, and
tail
because
risk.
I beg your pardon.
I was just saying like tail risk. like the
Yes.
fringe
Yes.
bad portion.
Yes.
Tail risk.
Yes.
Yeah.
And military escalation, you know, much more than what we've seen so far. That's what the market is, you know, fearful of. You know, something that's actually gonna fundamentally change the history. And we now have the, you know, Trump being, you know, we already have a ceasefire. We already have Trump, you know, thinking in the direction of how to resolve this, no longer thinking militarily primarily. That's a signal that, you know, whatever is going to come, we don't know how it's going to end up being resolved, but it's going to be not more conflict. It's going to be de-escalation, whichever
Mm.
you know, that's the most likely end play of
Outcome, yeah.
this current conflict. So that's what I think the market is discounting, is thinking, okay, this is not going to get like catastrophically cataclysmic you know, conflict. No, it's going to have some kind of a acceptable, reasonable, tolerable end game, even if it's not perfect, even if it's not completely ideal or optimal. It's not going to be you know, it's not going to change the market, the financial market, as much. It's not going to affect us. That's what I think the market is that's same with COVID, right? By the beginning of COVID, you know, it was, we were looking at, you know, according to, you know, headline news, mainstream, you know, people falling, you know, on the grounds in Italy and in Wuhan and wherever. We thought, you know, this would be much worse. Thinking about multiple percentages of world population maybe not making it. That was what the market reacted to. And even though, yes, it, you know, turned out to be, you said, you know, the number kept climbing, it was nowhere near what we initially thought, what the scientists and, you know, politician initially thought. You know, it's going to you know, policymakers, I should say, initially thought that it would go to become. It never became that. So and even though it's still bad, it was still bad, and the numbers were still quite, you know, impactful. The the market was no longer sensitive to those, you know, modest, relatively modest, I should say, numbers compared to what they were expecting initially. And I think that's what's happening here as well. You know, they thought, you know, they, the unknown. What are the possibilities? You know, Iran and U.S. conflicting together, you know, conflicting against each other. What are the possible? And a couple of those options, a couple of those scenarios were perhaps were pretty grim, pretty fearful kind of scenarios, and those are a little bit, actually quite a lot now in the background as possibilities. So they're still present. Things can still go wrong, but from you know, from the sentiment, we can understand that we are probably going to have some kind of agreement. We'll see how well that's going to last, and how what difference it's going to make in the future. But in the meantime, all those grim scenarios are in the background, and that's why you can see the on the weekly time frame on crude oil. You can see the market. Let me yes, you can see on the market, you can see the reversal pattern reacting very beautifully to the order block. You can see on, you know, retesting that
Yeah.
highest part of the upper border of the weekly order block and reacting. And if you look, take this off and react the price action as price was getting into this area, you can see how the market.
Hey, hang on. Go to mine. So we've got oil right here. Brent. Here we go. Not quite the same.
I think Victor just fell out.
Yeah, Victor. I would say my.
I'm here.
You're back.
Click my.
Oh, I'm okay. I'm back then.
Yeah, you're back.
You see how it's lagging? I can't.
Yeah.
I can't click stuff. Hang on. Let me swap over.
You can swap over back to
Oops.
Victor's or mine. It's fine, mate.
Have yours back up? Let me see.
Sorry, Victor, you
Yes.
you crashed on our side, so we don't know if it was us or you.
All right, within that,
Okay.
either way, I will say I will see you guys tomorrow, because clearly, even if I bring up my stuff, I'm going to have to restart anyway. So I will see you
Session
guys
disconnected.
tomorrow in general. We have the numbers for the Wednesday thing down, so we'll see where that gets to. Either way, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Ciao for now. Adios. Tabayan.
All of the other
Take care,
ones.
LJ.
Good Arvin. I don't know enough rogue languages. Anyway, see you guys tomorrow. Ciao for now. Bye.
Cheers, LJ.
Take
Have
care,
a good one, mate.
LJ. Yes. So I don't know what part of from my side there wasn't any loss of communication, but probably from your side and everyone else there was. What I was talking about on the weekly, we can see that that outside bar, and the outside bar wasn't created randomly, right? Candlestick combination, they not that they're they're random, but they can happen at random places. And whenever that happens, no, the relevance of it is much more limited as to the signal it gives out to what it means. And in this case, that's not the case. If you look at there is a weekly entry order block on a much bigger quasi all the way there, and that's where initially the market couldn't close above the upper border of the order block, and increasingly was having difficulty holding itself above in the area, the supply area. You can see the high of those days were kept going lower, and there was one little last chance, one last attempt that was totally slammed down by the sellers. And that to me sets the tone for the coming weeks. If nothing else changes, if we don't change in the trajectory of how things go in the Middle East, we're going to be likely see a price being pushed much lower, at least from the technical side. That makes a lot of sense to me. And on the daily as well, you can see that we did react to the 50 EMA there, but you can see price action is just steadily going lower and creating bearish structures reacting to them and moving lower. Yes, today is we still have to wait. What will happen? Price can mount a reversal or not, but eventually I see more of this happening more likely than otherwise. I think that's where price is likely to be heading. But let's take a look at the EU. Let's look. We have today. We have news. We have a Canadian CPI coming out. Oh, already came out an
Already
hour
came out.
ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, an hour ago. And besides that, nothing else. So it's going to be I wouldn't say slow day because of the Middle East, and that can make the market jump in any direction. But it's going to be on the news front of macroeconomical news. It's going to be a relative no driver today. So we can take a look at EU to get an idea, right? So actually EU is at a pivotal place, which is right here. This is the line in the sand at 1.17685, which will be perceived as bullish if we are above that, and bearish on the whole monthly. So it's not don't it's not going to have the effect today or tomorrow, but you're going to have the effect. The more it stays above this line, the more it's going to be perceived as the market recovering and being bullish, and that's going to be having an lasting effect for the remaining of the month, and especially for the next next month as well. So that's important, because we're above the open of last month. Last month being the level that I just mentioned, which is 1.1760. No Trump driver today. I didn't say that. I mean macroeconomical drivers, but Trump drivers. I think he will definitely try to push things towards positive on the conflict, but we'll see. Maybe he will. Maybe he won't. I don't know. That's on the
That
monthly
man is
time
an
frame.
enigma.
He is, and that's actually part of his. I think his deal making. Uh, skill, right? You don't know if he's bluffing or if he's not. You don't know if he's
Yeah.
actually going through taco Is he going through? He's gonna push his threats or not? You got to take
You
him
never
serious
quite
anyway.
know. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't quite know that, and just the fact that he jokingly says things already makes people on edge.
Yeah,
Even if
that is true.
everyone knows everyone knows he can't really, accomplish or push through with his plan. It still makes you wonder, could he? And just that question already is effective for him to put you in a different position. What if he tries to do so? And even though it sounds ludicrous, I mean, he is the president of the United States. He has tremendous power and influence in how things will shape up in the coming, months and
Yeah.
even years. So,
Yeah, it's a scary thought. Anyway, carry on.
yeah, it's anyways, but on the higher time frame, so we're gonna be seeing, initially, not initially, we have been reacting to higher time frames from a structure that we have seen before, and that's this pin bar, and the fact that we broke a bullish structure right here, which I don't have showing anymore, but it's this area. We broke it by closing below. That tells us that the market is positioning itself for perhaps a continuation for lower prices, but that's hinges on the fact that we need to keep the order flow and the all the signals the market makes, not us, but I mean the market needs to keep its things, the signals as bearish. And if it's going to close, for example, at the end of this month above this line, that already changes things again in the opposite direction. We could be looking for bullishness being confirmed, and perhaps that bearish setup being put in the freezer, so to speak. But this is the line I think on that we should be looking. And if you look at the on the weekly, we can clearly see that the market, since we created that bullish weekly order block, we have been pushing forward and not getting a lot of resistance. We can see there was that little upper wick that was after we um, interacted with the weekly entry order block. And yes, this could be something. This would be. I mean, there's nothing else left between the high of that reversal pattern, this being the left shoulder, the head, the neckline, the weekly time frame. So we have a weekly quasi. But the question is, will it kick in and start pushing price lower? We don't know that. We never know that. But if there's going to be a reversal, this is the place you would be looking. I know it's quite wide, but we'll talk about that just in a short while. So that's the weekly order block, and price is still unamused or unimpacted, or not under the impression of that structure, right? We're too early, but we don't see a lot of reaction yet. Just an upper wick, which is okay. I mean, for the first time, price reacted with that level. The daily, I mean, shows us a different picture though. So on the weekly, it looks like we're just going to be going higher, but on the daily, it's the same reversal pattern that we see here. Actually, a very beautiful reaction from a bullish quasi right here, but that's beside the point. We have a twice of a reaction to this structure, and I'm going to show you what I mean by that. Let me, we went from one entry order block on the quasi to another one. That's beautiful price going from one level to the opposite level in the same time frame, and in this case in the same pattern, the same quasi. That's the language of the market uses, and this is what we're seeing so far here. A reversal, and it's not doing it at a random place, same thing as before. We see it's a entry order block on the daily. We have actually three. If the market is going to reverse from this weekly order block, as we saw before, it's likely going to do it with using one of these three. Not guaranteed, but it has a good chance of doing it from these levels. That doesn't mean that the market is going to go all the way down, but at least some kind of a reaction. We have a entry, not an entry. We have a fresh order block here on the daily that could, change things back. But that's, we haven't reached that. Can see there's still a gap here. We may or may not a gap, but I mean a bridge or a distance of about what, 3 pips. It's not a lot, but in my book, it needs to actually interact with the order block and not react from it before reaching it. So we have that structure, and automatically the next step to me is whether we go to the structure, bullish structure we have below, before we get to the level, or we go straight into this continuation. Either one of them, whichever happened, we have a daily order block that is now was created, and it's actually a double order block, which indicates how strong the reversal was. We have a bearish order block that was created before, and a much bigger outside bar. For those who are wondering, that's the upper level of the area, and we closed below that. Right, we broke the high, took the high out, and closed below. That's the definition of the outside bar, meaning the market has taken a blow from the sellers right there. And the question is, will there be another punch? Will there be a combination, a boxing combination, or was this just a single? Actually, it was a twice already, because we had two structure creating next to each other. So the question is, how will market react to this structure? This is the structure we want to be looking for on the daily, because if the weekly is going to happen, the reversal, it has to start on a lower time frame. There is no other way. You are going to see it either on the daily, on the H12, or some other structure, because that's how the higher time frames are created, fractally with lower time frame structure. So we're going to be looking. I am very interested in looking how the market reacts to this structure. Is it, as we go in on the lower time frame, is it going to reversal structures again? And if it does, you know, completion of those structures could be, the beginning of the market going lower, or are we just going to continue see strength on and on? And if this is happening, then if the market is continuing and holding strong its grasp on this structure, then we're not likely we are just going to break through if that is the case. So the price action will tell us everything we need. We just have to be willing to listen. How are we? You can already see the reversal pattern on the H4. That is, let me mark that for the viewers in our session today. So this would be the head, the left shoulder, the neckline. We broke through it. We have a quasi. Something to mention is you can see how the market reacted to that EMA, that 50 EMA. That's an indication that perhaps we're going to be pushing much higher, right? Because we're tapping into higher time frame traders and bullishness that comes in for market reacting on these levels or these dynamic support. But as you can see, we don't have any entry order block on the quasi. That is a weakness for a seller, right? You want to have, if you have a reversal pattern, you want to have an entry order block. If you don't have that, that already diminishes the chances that it will react, because it doesn't have a focal point. It doesn't have an area it can focus its selling pressure to go lower, right? All very. Go ahead.
Sorry, Victor, to interject there. What would you be looking for right now on EU, considering what you've just explained now?
I'm looking for, I'm looking for this area to be tapped, as you can see on the chart, because the reversal, I see the reversal, but we're not there yet. So I can trade that on the higher time frame for a swing trade. If I do get the swing trade, it would be going to that level. That would be my first. If I get alignment on the daily, but we're not there. On the 4 hour, I don't have anything to go short on. Yes, I do have a possible daily structure here, or there is a daily structure, but H4 has a quasi pattern with no entry order block. Means I have nowhere to grasp, nowhere to catch. It needs to create something new, or for me to get short. And in the meantime, we did create a bullish structure as we're pushing forward into the supply zone. So I want to be catching. Probably it's not going to happen anymore, but I want to be catching. I was looking to catch this area today as the overlap between the H4 and H2, and there was somewhat of that on the H1, but I was waiting it on the H2, and the area didn't exactly materialize for me. So if I go to the 5 minute, I was looking for price to come back. There was a quasi right here, but there was no entry for me, so it didn't fit my setup, and that's why I'm not in the trade. But I would be going long. I would have wanted to catch these lows as prices coming in to push higher. That would be my way to get into the market. And my expectation,
Fair.
I think price will continue to go higher until further notice.
I mean, it's very difficult to go against let's call it a bullish bias as strong as the one that we've had over the last 2 weeks, basically. So, if you like, I think you were looking at Euro just on the daily, and how many days was this? 8 days?
Yes. Yes.
Eight.
And that's another
full days. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's another thing to consider. Just think of it logically. We have a quasi, but quasi can be slow, right? Sometimes we get to the supply area or the entry order block, but it can take many bars before it actually triggers and starts pushing the reversal that we're expecting, right? And this is the quasi that I mean, going up all the way there. This can happen. This can continue to move on for some time before it actually goes lower. So for timing, you'll have to lean on price action, which is much more sensitive to timing, because you can see it without delays. It's price. Um, but what are the chances that the market will, look, if you look here, we had well, actually 7 bullish bars back to back, and what are the chances that we're gonna have a V shape of kind of a move, without any retest? I mean, without any retest would be something like this. That's not very likely to happen, right? This bullishness doesn't convert to complete bearishness on a dime. Usually there's the process, right? There's the reverse, the break of structure, and all of that happening, which is all a process before we go. And in the meantime, we will, at least, even if we're going to go bearish, we're going to have something like this happening, quite likely a retest of the daily order block at the minimum, if not a continuation for perhaps higher prices, higher structures to be retested. So I think, considering the bullishness you just mentioned, the whoever was buying here are likely to continue, or at least attempt to continue for some time once we have that little retracement. And I think that's what we're seeing. And this is, I think we're gonna at least get to this level, and we'll have to see what price action does afterwards. But it looks like we're still steady. We didn't even need the bullish structure to change direction so far. That's also a sign, that buyers are, not really losing control. They are still in the driver's seats.
Yeah, no, that's kind of like my vision as well for it. So it's the idea that I'm not seeing a reason to go short yet. So the way that I've always viewed the market was always that back and forth of like an arm wrestle, and in this point in time, it was so bullish that it just makes sense that the bullish arm is getting a bit tired, but the bearish arm is not strong enough to completely overwhelm that bullish arm at the moment. So, bit of a pullback, maybe a bit of a retracement, but ultimately a continuation, trying to continue higher.
Yeah, I think we should be looking for that lower border of the quasi to get some indication. Are we getting, sellers coming in and defending that violently? If we do, then I will change my posture and say, okay,
Yeah, I mean,
maybe
fair. Yeah.
maybe things are going to be less bullish as I thought. And if price just go through it and retest and continue, that's more of the same. The buyers are back in the driver's seat and are likely to be there for the foreseeable future or sessions. in any case. So what's the chat saying here? We have Raphael Betancourt saying bye 6 minutes ago. I'm thinking probably referring to EU.
Yeah.
And today, I haven't said it yet, but consider liking and subscribing our channel. We are in a constant a hunger for more, people to reach. We're on a mission for on a reach out mission in this industry, which is helping as many traders out there. We know it's not easy to be a trader, and we want to contribute to your success, not only in giving you funding, but also everything you need in terms of a little bit of coaching, a little bit of tips, and breakdown. Good example, I would call it, to help you direct yourself and your skills in the good direction. We have on Discord today. I'm gonna be talking later on Discord. We'll have a call, and we're gonna be giving away a free account. If you're interested, I don't know, maybe you're not. Maybe you have all the accounts you need, and you're all saturated with funding. You have an enormous asset under management, but maybe just
Massive
maybe you're
portfolio.
interested. Yeah, maybe you do. And even so, if you do, if you're interested in adding another account to your portfolio of accounts, today in the Discord community, you have a chance of winning a 20K bootcamp account to be added to your stack, or maybe it's going to be your first one. We don't, whichever is the case. Just hop in. It's going to be, you know, besides the giveaway, which is already pretty exciting, we're going to be talking about trading, risk management, psychology, all this good stuff that you need. Interact with other people. You need to hear from to make sure to hone your skills as a trader. It's not easy, but it's a very, very doable. Meaning, being profitable. It's a long way. It's not as rosy as you might see it from social media, but it's very doable. I mean, if you really put in the hours and you have good sources around you, you can progress and reach great heights.
It
Okay.
might assist you to change your perspective about this, Raphael, when you're saying that you made a big mistake by placing a trade, risking 0.2 lots in gold on a long, and so far it's looking very good. I might pass my phase one today, and it's a 10K account. So why is it a mistake? Is it because you accidentally had a finger fault? Instead of going 0.02, you went 0.2. What was the mistake? And then what are you going to do to help you in future not, let's say, fall for the same trap that you've set for yourself? Because the thing is, mistakes are mistakes. It happens. We make mistakes every day. It's whether or not you actually learn from that mistake and try to not repeat them in the future. So it's only a mistake if you learned nothing from it. Otherwise, it's just a learning opportunity. And if you so happen to pass your 10K account phase one into phase two, congratulations. Don't make it become a habit, though, of having mistakes lead to results, and then you thinking that you need to make mistakes in order to achieve your goals.
Not only that, I think it's can be very, very dangerous, my friend Raphael, because now you're getting positive feedback of something that you were not supposed to be doing, right? If I we assume it sounds like you made a digit error. Instead of two, you put on 20 micro lots. If that is the case, I would trail it very, very tightly, because you don't want this mistake, which is now going in your favor, go against you, right? So, what I would do is I would babysit this. If you want to keep it open, I would babysit it since it's going your way. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. That's what we thought. Um, you should be hawk eye on the position right now, and do not let it go. Go do something else.
Yep.
trail it tightly, just to make sure that this mistake doesn't blow up in your, positive, and a mistake with a positive outcome, which can, and the other thing, it doesn't go against you, but it's a, you should see it for what it is, which is a mistake. Um, and I agree with Richard. It's all about, what the definition is of a mistake, right? But um, if it wasn't part of your trade plan, then of course it's something you need to make sure you don't like doing it, because now you get the feedback and it was great,
Mm.
an account. How is that not to make you feel good? That's the wrong association you want to have with these mishaps, mistakes, or
Mm.
lessons, with however you want to see it. So I would make sure that you journal about this. Your um, this time around, it came out to be in your favor. Next time, that could be, you could lose your account on mistakes like this,
Yeah.
and that's a real danger. And you should fear these mistakes, even though this one might make you very happy. But that's you don't want to have the association of a positive association to, making these kind of mistakes, and you become sloppy on unconsciously, because you want to pass another account with just one trade again. Who doesn't want to do
Mm.
it? But yeah, awesome. I thank you for sharing that, by the way, Raphael. All right.
Yeah, I just wanted to
Go
add
ahead.
one extra thing to that before we move on. Also, remember this: whenever you do make a mistake and you realize you've made a mistake, take into consideration that now comes a new decision point. So you had the decision of taking the trade, you had the decision point of putting in the lot size, and yes, somewhere in those decision points, things were missed. That's fine. Do not beat yourself over the head over a small mistake that you've made. Talk to yourself in a positive fashion and say, you know what, I acknowledge I made a mistake. What am I going to do now? What is my next step? And in that case, you, like exactly as you said, you managed your risk. So in that case, you need to make a decision. The decision is, am I going to, like Victor said, trail my stop? Am I going to cut my loss there and then? Am I going to margin out of my trade, reduce it by a percentage, take a small little loss, and then let the rest kind of, like, each of these are like decision points. And instead of getting flustered and saying, oh crap, I made a mistake, I'm going to lose the account, calm down. Look at what is your next decision point to make that decision, and then carry on with the next one. Exactly that. Journal it. I made a mistake. Here's the thing. I am going to learn from this mistake, instead of being negative talked, instead of talking to yourself negatively and trying to punish yourself for making a mistake. Mistakes are not stuff that should be punished. They are stuff to be learned from. That's all I wanted to add to that.
Yeah, actually, the best decision when you see a mistake is to correct it right away. I didn't mention that, but the minute you see a position that is bigger than it should be, what you should do, the very first, likely the very best thing to do is correct it right away as soon as you see it. However, if you see it's already going in your favor, you know, and you think you have the skill to trail it, to read the market, then, and if you're confident about that, then I would try to, trail it and profit from that mistake as much as you can. But the best advice is to correct it right away, because that will, if you don't correct it and it starts going snowballing in against you, it can get ugly very, very quickly. And
Exactly.
next thing you know, you're a reindeer in a headlight, and you're frozen. You don't know what to do, because it makes, it's so painful to take the loss now, and you keep on waiting, and later on you risking having a even bigger loss, or losing the account completely. Very common. It happens to all of us, basically. If in a similar position, if you're new at trading, a lot of traders can relate to this. And the best solution is to just, grab the bull by its horn and deal with it right away. Don't fear it. Don't run away thinking, if I don't think about it, it will come out right. That's wishful thinking. And so the best thing to do is cut it right away, unless you have the skills to ride it out safely.
Yeah.
All right. the U.S. Open happened. So let's take a look at the NQ for traders who are trading that as well. Perhaps we can take a look at the weekly time frame. What are we seeing, or even to the monthly, right? The market has actually gone above actually all-time high already. Look at that. We had
Yeah,
that.
that was
We'll see when that happened. That was
Friday.
Friday. Okay, last trading day. We can see that the market has, this is a huge candle, visually, but I mean, the going through a monthly structure, just like that, is impressive. That means, it only took four, five sessions to go through on daily sessions to go through a monthly structure. That's significant. That's very significant. That means that, whoever was thinking price is, gonna crash, the indices is gonna crash, are completely underwater now and are already licking their wounds or are pushed against the wall and in pain, basically. All right, so that's the monthly time frame. We are above the structure. I would assume that price at some point, perhaps not right away, but at some point will have some kind of a retest, right? To not assume, but confirm the broken structure, and then perhaps continue. Maybe not as impulsive, but slightly continue to go higher, because that's what the monthly structure being broken means for the market. We can create the order block here or paint it, because it's still a moving target for another 10 calendar days. On the weekly time frame, you can see how the daily structure, the daily order block, contained price beautifully. I mean, almost perfect. Look at that. Was that part of a quasi? It was. Yes, the quasi line would be right there. So let's mark it. That would be the entry, the neckline that is on the daily time frame. And if we go from this point to that point, this would be this is a weekly, by the way, not a daily, but a weekly. And we do have, let's mark it correctly, even though I think the reversal pattern is on its last leg, meaning this is not an invitation to break to take a short. Let's all right, so there's the area on the weekly time frame, the entry order block. Not exactly inviting people to go short at all. Look at that big price impulse. And on the daily time frame, we did have, this is old, this as well, so we'll have to update that. And we have one, that's 1, 2, 3, 4. So basically, that's for a daily time frame, it's a way too big. That means that this is, to me, this is not a tradable entry order block on the daily, even though there's a daily quasi. The quasi was actually here. The neckline was actually here. All right, let's take a look here. So, all right, so we are getting close to, we not only close, we are interacting with that high, previous high. Let's mark it, and we can see how it changes the market structure. H1, H4. Do I have a background sound, Richard?
What do you mean background sound?
Okay, that answers the question. Thank you.
Do you want to know whether or not I can hear you? Can you hear?
No, I can hear you fine because you answered. But you can see how the market broke through it. I mean, this is beautiful. Look at that. That's the monthly structure, monthly order block. The market couldn't react, couldn't break it first. That's the upper wick, but recouped its from that reversal, right, almost to the pip there, and then broke out of it. And you have a break and retest right now, and that looks awesomely bullish, right? Break and retest that monthly structure, and we are retesting now the bearish daily order block, which is not fresh and not part of an entry order block. That makes to me, that a lower probability structure to be trading. So I'm not going to be doing that. And we do have that opening weekend gap that we already closed. And let's go to the lower time frame to see how that is on the 2-hourly. You can see how the market came back and closed that gap just now. So are we going to go higher or lower? That's the question our viewers want to see us answering. So do we have a reversal pattern? We don't. This is very bullish on the H2. Yes, the gap is closed. We did have this. This is the biggest structure on the 2-hour. Nothing on the 4. Okay, so on the hourly, that's the biggest time frame structure we had. Price created, came back, retested, and moved away. That's very nice. This looks bullish to me. And the
Agreed.
question is, will it what will it use on its way up? If you want to tap into this, ooh, nice, look at that.
4-hour candle closing in 15 seconds.
Yes, I see that as well. So let's go for the opening range. We have the bullish structure below us, and the market, of course, opened here. So this is the 50-minute opening range, and let's mark that with a. And this range will set the tone for the remaining of the next few hours, possibly the whole session. Will it, to the degree it breaks this or fails to do so, will tell us where the market is likely to go. But it looks like we're going to be eventually moving up, either from the current level, right, from the opening range, or from a lower level. I would assume that maybe not a breakout in continuation, but maybe something like this, where if we had a retest, some structure in between, that could be something on the 30-minute. There's a structure here. That would be a nice place. Price could, go lower, pick some liquidity from taking that low from the open, and then continue to retest the upper structure here, possibly going a little bit higher, but we'll have to see. It looks like the market is getting ready for a continuation, in my opinion. Yeah.
Agreed.
I think we'll see. We'll see how Trump's reacts today. But I think that's the most likely place, right? With or without some kind of a retrace to some area of demand, either this structure or the H2. But eventually, I think we're going to be looking for to retest higher levels. All right, so we are at the end of our stream. When did that happen?
It happened literally as we were speaking, Victor, as we were speaking. So for everybody that joined us today, thank you so very much for joining us. Thank you for joining us on a Monday, start of the week. I hope that everybody enjoyed today's content, and I hope that people have learned something. And even if you haven't, maybe you can rock up again tomorrow, and maybe you can learn something tomorrow. Is there anything you wanted to add, Victor, before we sign off?
I would like to invite everyone, as I did before, to hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, because that's your contribution. If you appreciate what we're doing here, if we have given you any kind of value in any way, shape, or form. And don't forget about the free account to be won today in the Discord. It's completely free. The initial fee, as well as the fee before getting the funded account. Bootcamp has 2 fees, a lower entry fee, and then a little bit higher fee at the end before you get it funded. Both of them are completely free, and this it's a giveaway. It's completely free, so don't miss that chance and join us on Discord today, actually this whole month. So see you all guys there. Thank you, Richard, for being the great fella you always are, and for everything you do for our team and our community.
All right. As Victor said, the community month is still ongoing. We have about 2 weeks left. So if you haven't already, get yourself in there. There's still a lot of stuff to be done in the community, in the Discord. So get yourself in there and go and enjoy. For everybody that was here today, thank you very much for joining us. Drop a like, drop a subscribe. We'll talk to everybody tomorrow, and then we'll see how our predictions are going so far for Wednesday. Very interesting. All right, guys, have a great day. See you all tomorrow. Cheers.
Bye-bye.